Hello everyone, welcome to Melbourne Park. It is day 3 of qualifying and the mercury is already rising. Most who are inside Melbourne Park already gathering a bit of a sweat, but the action is going to be hot on court today. What a day we had yesterday, and more of the action to continue today. Second round matches all round for both the men and the women, and trying to get a spot in the final round of qualifying coming up tomorrow. So it is big stakes. We finished here fairly late last night, and we've got plenty of action right across all 12 courts in operation today, from show court 3 right through to court 15. Free entry if you want to come down, otherwise enjoy the coverage here on AO TV. Let's take you through yesterday if you didn't quite catch all the action. And it started pretty quickly. Christina Mitu of Romania absolutely obliterating Sally Pears, the young girl from Victoria. 6-love, 6-love, the worst scoreline for any player on tour. And it all happened in very quick fashion. Strong off the ground, as you can see from the back of the court. She was absolutely superb. The match, of course, here between Tatiana Malik, the 4th seed from Germany, and Madison Bringle of the United States. It didn't look like it was going to go for a while. There were some long rallies very early in this match, but eventually Malik was able to pull away and win 6-3, 6-2 in very convincing fashion. She'll be out on court a little bit later on today, trying to make it through to the third round. Plenty of slice. They really worked each other over, both players, and eventually it was Malik who was able to take the victory. Anastasia Rodionova, well, she had a tough day at the office, as we're just watching the last little point here from Malik and also Bringle, which, as I mentioned, did go for a little while. There was some very, very long rallies early in this game, but it was 3-2 in the end, getting the job done. Here's the next match I was speaking about. Anastasia Rodionova, 30 years of age, taking on Nastasia Bernard of Italy. Just 20 years of age, and did make a round of the US Open last year. Anastasia took the first set 7-5, and then very quickly the game turned. Bernard came up with some great action in the second set, won that 6-love. Anastasia eventually prevailed in the third. The next match, of course, featured Bethany Maddox-Sands and Lucia Sarenko of the Ukraine. This also went to 3 sets, and plenty of highlights. Some good forceful play from Maddox-Sands. Loved to get into the net and volley, but Sarenko, semi-finalist in Brisbane last week, was able to win it eventually in 3 sets. She is the #1 seed in qualifying here at Melbourne Park. As you can see, Bethany Maddox-Sands not letting us down as far as the fashion stakes are concerned. And a bit of the tinge of blue and purple in the hair, the long socks. Very good doubles player. She loves to get in. Her bowling was superb, but in the end she was worn down. And the final match of the day featured the American, the 21 seed Ryan Sweeting, taking on Australia's Jordan Thompson. And this was a step up for Thompson. He won 9-7 on the first day, the young 18-year-old from Sydney, but he was pretty frustrated right throughout this match, and Sweeting moves through to the next round of qualifying. So they were playing late in the day when the sun had certainly disappeared. And Rod Laver Arena, plenty of the big names will be warming up today. But we're going to just have a quick look at that match we just saw there with Sweeting and also Jordan Thompson. Well, this had to be the moment of the day. Take a look at this. Which is coming up. Maybe in a moment. Not quite there. Okay, we're going to come back to that in just a tick. But Adrian Franklin is out and about. He's, I tell you what, gathering up a head of sweat because the temperature is extremely high already. Adrian, welcome to you.
Thank you very much, BP, and that highlight is worth waiting for, so make sure you stick around. It's incredibly humorous. Now, guys, today, the all-important weather update. It's been very windy day 1 and 2 here of Australian Open qualifying. It's going to be windy today, and another element, the heat, of course, in Melbourne, the summer. It brings along the heat, and today we're going to see 37 degrees. That's a scorcher in my mind, so that could play a toll out on court. 37 degrees. Big winds. By the afternoon today out on court, it's going to surpass 40 degrees for sure. Make sure you stick around as well. We've got Matthew Barton coming up on the first match for show court 3. Straight after that, we've got the 2 Americans, James Blake and Donald Young. So stick around. It's going to be a very big day. I'm going to watch Adam Feeney out on court number 6 as well. Guys, we'll be back right after this for some great tennis here at Melbourne Park.
Thank you, Adrian. A very nice work out there around the grounds of Melbourne Park, keeping us updated. Let's take a look at the full schedule for today, as Adrian alluded to there. We're going to see the young Australian Matthew Barton on court first up, taking on Tim Smicek of the USA. He's the 11th seed and a very decent player, 126 in the world, made the second round of the US Open last year. James Blake taking on Donald Young. That'll be an all-American affair. Blake, the 9th seed in unfamiliar territory in qualies. Arantxa Panasontogna taking on Arina Rodionova, who had a good win yesterday. And Matt Reid, fresh after a day off, will take on Julian Riester of Germany. So that is coming up a little bit later on today. We'll head to a break. We're going to head to the commentary box next. The tennis not too far away here on AOTV.
Yes.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Make sure you get your tickets not too late. All the action starts on Monday. The draw taking place this morning here in Melbourne. We'll bring you all the details right throughout the day. There's also some great tennis action in Hobart, Sydney, down the road in Kooyong here in Melbourne, and also in Auckland, some big semi-finals, and the women's final, of course, in Sydney tonight. So plenty of live scores. We'll keep you updated. Just keep it on AustralianOpen.com because you won't miss a beat as we build up to the first Grand Slam on Monday. We're going to head to the commentary box. Matt Hill and Nathan Healy ready to go for the first match. Tim Smicek of the United States taking on Australia's Matthew Barton. Already very hot conditions, gents, as I say good morning to you.
Good morning, Brett.
Yeah, good morning, Brett.
Great to be with you again. It is warm. It's going to hover around the 37-degree mark, according to the Bureau today in Melbourne, after we had a beautiful day yesterday. And some isolated showers is the forecast. One of the other forecasts I heard yesterday was storm activity around 5 o'clock. So,
sorry, mate.
At this stage, it is pretty still, no real breeze about, just hot, and it is
plenty of flies as well, mate.
Well, you can't go Australian Open without the Melbourne Flies. This is going to be a good match, Nathan. We've got the heavy hitter in Matthew Barton from Australia, a career high ranking of 407, and Tim Smicek from the USA, seeded 11 coming into this. Interesting character, and he has got his ranking up to 126. There he is on screen, the American, and you were telling me off air that he just keeps hitting that ball back, and we might be in for some really good tennis.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting out here. It's always fun to watch a big hitting player, someone that's aggressive, the likes of Matt Barton, taking on someone that's really solid from the baseline. Smicek standing at 5'9". He moves well, low centre of gravity. He's going to be, yeah, as I said, making a lot of balls. And yeah, he was one of the chosen boys for the from the USTA. Plenty of funding over the years. Now a little bit of a journeyman, but yeah, got to the final of the wild card playoff for the USA a couple of weeks ago, losing in 5 sets to Ryan Williams. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Matt, big from the ground. He's going to be looking to dictate the point using his forehand, especially. I'd like to see him using a little bit of shape, getting the ball out of the hitting zone of Smicek, and yeah, and then looking to dominate from there.
Matthew Barton, 21 years of age, the Australian, nearest to camera, as Nathan outlined, a tall young man, hailing from the beautiful Collaroy in New South Wales, suburb of Sydney, loves the beach, desperate to get to the beach as much as he possibly can, a supporter of the Canterbury Bulldogs. Great progression for him. 2010 he was up around the 890 mark, and now as we head into 2013 he's at 407. So it's a career high, and the progression is looking okay at this point.
Yeah, a little bit of a class difference. Smichek has been spending a lot of time on the Challenger Tour. Barton more so in at the future level. But you know, I saw some positive things during the Australian Open playoff for Barton. He eventually made it to the semi-final, and eventually went down to Mitchell, losing in 5 sets there.
Both players having easy matches in the first round of qualifying. Barton defeating Kapkovic from Slovakia 6-1, 6-3. And Smichek defeating Marcelo de Molina from Brazil 6-2, 6-2. So both players coming off straight sets victories. So coming up shortly, a very interesting clash between the Australian Matthew Barton and the 11th seed Tim Smichek, next up on Australian Open television.
Ready, play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Talking about the qualifying and how hard it is to get to that spot in the Australian Open, and how it's not all peaches and cream for these players. Nathan, Matthew Barton's prize money so far in his career, $25,000.
Yeah, it's not easy out there. You know, it's a matter of, for these boys, just staying persistent and yeah, just gutsing it out week to week.
Both down.
So 37 degrees for Melbourne today. The good news is there's some cloud cover, so that's just keeping the pressure off us a little bit. And it looks as though Matthew's quite keen to get on with it.
Yeah, that breeze is picking up a little bit out there. I'd have to say that plays into Smichek's favour a little bit, as being the, I would say, the more consistent player. But if Barton bides his time out there and just waits for the right opportunity, I think that'll leave him in good stead.
Coached by Mark Southwood, who Matthew
Barton to serve.
Has really enjoyed working with, and has pushed Matthew to the brink, especially mentally. So Barton to serve. We see straight off the bat,
15.
good baseline rally. Lovely forehand winner.
And that's going to be a big part of today's match. Matt's going to have to serve well, keep that percentage high. His second serve can get a little bit shaky at times.
Couple of good serves, 209 and now 214 kilometres an hour from Matthew Barton. Needs to keep that up. Forget James Blake, 9th seed in qualifying. Gave us a great display on Wednesday up against his fellow countryman Donald Young, be one of the highlights of the day coming up after this match.
Smicek just pouring on the pressure at the moment. A few deep shots in there. It's very solid from the back of the court.
Barton was on his way to the chair there. Some good deep hitting from Barton, but that one going astray, and we're back to deuce.
Yeah, so far Smicek directing a lot of balls to Matt's backhand. Smart play.
Smicek from Milwaukee. It's got up to 126 after reaching a career high of 153 in September of last year, but that's continued to improve. As I mentioned, defeated Marcelo de Molina from Brazil in the first round of qualifying, 6-2, 6-2, both coming off easy victories in the first round. So Barton takes the first game. After it went to deuce, it's 1-love in the first set here, second round men's qualifying.
Yeah, good serving from Barton in that first game. It's always nice to get that first game under your belt. I'd really like him to mix in a little bit of serve and volley here too. Smicek's strength is more geared towards his returning, and yeah, if Barton can keep him a little off balance by just getting in his face a bit, that'd be great.
Take a seat, please, quickly. Thank you.
Smicek winning his first challenger title last year. Opponent retired hurt in the second set. A confidence booster for him.
15.
And the man on screen, he's talented, not just a good tennis player, he plays violin. He's also studying to be a lawyer.
30.
You play the violin, mate?
No, I'd love to be able to play a musical instrument.
Yeah, well played from Smicek. Just moving Matt, that's what he's going to have to do a lot of throughout this match. If he does that well, I can see things being difficult for Matt to dictate the play, which he needs to do.
So that ball is long, and game to the American, Tim Smicek. It's all square at 1 game all. That cloud cover giving the players some early respite from the sun at least. Free admission here at Melbourne Park for today and also tomorrow.
$15.
Good friends with Marty Fish, Tim Smicek. Lived with Marty for a while, and unfortunately we're not seeing Marty at the Australian Open.
Yeah, that's a shame. He had a few heart complications and can definitely relate to that.
$15.
The draw comes out today. the main draw.
Yes, that's currently underway. You can stream that as well on AustralianOpen.com from Crown Casino.
Left. Pursuit.
It's always interesting to see where the chips fall.
Indeed, we'll really dissect that later on in our coverage today through qualifying.
30, 15.
Interested to see who Tomic and Hewitt draw early on.
Yeah, even though Matt lost that point, I like the idea. He's got to get forward a little in this match. If he camps on that baseline too much, I think Smicek will get the upper hand.
Wide serve at 184 kilometres was placed beautifully
40, 30.
and set it up well.
Yeah, he's a little guy, so if he doesn't have a ton of reach, so if you can stretch him wide, it's a good move. I also like him to mix in the kick serve, get it up high and out of his hit zone.
That's long, and things on serve here in this first match on show court 3 today. Matthew Barton leads 2-1 as we head down to Adrian Franklin.
Guys, we're on one of the many MLC tennis hotshots courts here at Melbourne Park. As I just jumped the net there, you're going to see some of that action tomorrow at Kids Tennis Day. There will be thousands of little tackers here tomorrow. It starts at 9 o'clock, okay? So make sure you get here at 9 o'clock. You can head into Rod Laver Arena between 12 and 1. Nickelodeon are going to be running a show with Dora the Explorer. They're going to have all of her friends out there. It's free as well. Free admission, so get down here tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. You'll be able to play MLC tennis hotshots on this court right here. Jump the net like I did just then and have a huge amount of fun. Guy Sebastian's going to be here as well, performing on Rod Laver Arena. Make sure you don't miss out, guys. It is all free. I will see you here tomorrow morning.
King of the Kids, Adrian Franklin.
Didn't know you were such an athlete, Adrian.
On serve here, first set, Tim Smicek serving.
15.
Yeah, smart serve from Smicek there, just cramping Barton. Barton's certainly the taller of the two, has a little bit more reach.
So the draw at Crown at the moment. You were also at another interesting tennis event last night, Nathan, a part of the build-up to the Australian Open. Taste of tennis.
Yeah.
That sounds right up my alley, a bit of food. How did that work?
Yeah, it's a... yeah, Matt just not staying down on that shot.
30, 15.
Yeah, Matt, no, it's a fantastic event. It's the first time I went was in New York maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and now they have it at each of the slams. But basically it is you have a smorgasbord of restaurants that are on display, and this event was at the Grand Hyatt. And yeah, just a little taste of Wagyu beef and salmon crepes and sushi rolls, and yeah, very tasty. Making my mouth water right now.
I was going to say, sounds fantastic. And Leighton was doing a bit of food preparation, I believe. couple of lovely winners from Matthew Barton there.
40.
And he brings up a break point. Good answer from Tim Smicek. Yes, I think Leighton was preparing some dessert, wasn't he?
Yeah, Leighton was up on stage making some chocolate tennis balls with muesli bars inside. So definitely an interesting combination there. I think his kids might enjoy that.
Oh, really forcing the point there, Barton.
And that's exactly what Barton has to do throughout this match, is to really look to use his forehand as much as possible. That's well played, well measured. Body weight moving towards his target, looking to close it out at the net.
Second break point. And does it. So a good start for the young Australian, Matthew Barton. He leads 3 games to 1 after 13 minutes. As I mentioned, Barton beating Karol Kapkovic from Slovakia in the first round of qualifying. Did it easily, 6-1, 6-3.
Yeah, nice deep return there from Barton, up the centre of the court, getting himself into the point. It's exactly what he has to do.
He might be listening to you.
15 love.
Yeah, heavy forehand here, moving towards his target. Fantastic. Great footwork too up on that ball.
Good flat hitting there as well from Barton.
30 love.
Yeah, doing an exceptional job there. Great racket head speed. Good balance on the shot, on each of these shots.
$30, 50.
A lot of aircraft flying over Rod Laver Arena over the last couple of days. Just another distraction for the players to cope with on show court 3. We're only a couple of days away. Mr. Willis is getting very close.
40, 50.
And there he has done a very good job there, Matthew Barton. 4 games to 1 ahead of Tim Smicek in this second round. This is looking very encouraging.
Yeah, no, fantastic start for the young Australian. Really getting his teeth into this match. A bit slower.
Barton started playing tennis at 4 years of age, and also has had success in doubles, reaching finals in Mildura and Bendigo in 2011, and he won a Futures Pro Circuit title in Alice Springs last year. He actually beat Sam Groth there. Don't forget, you can join in the conversation on Twitter. We got some great tweets yesterday, and you can join in the conversation at #AusOpen.
Time.
Always fun to hear from everybody. Had some great tweets from all over the place. You might be in Milwaukee, where Tim Smicek hails from. Watching the young lad go through his paces, but he's got a bit of a challenge here because Barton's in the zone and he's hitting them well. Smicek to serve. 1-4 down.
15 love.
Yeah, well done there from Smicek. He is solid at the net. I've seen him play a little bit of doubles. I'm not sure what his ranking is, but yeah, quality volley there and punching right through that ball.
Yeah,
He's just realising that Matt Barton's been dictating the points, just trying to force it a little bit there. It's a good preparation for a lot of the Aussie players with the Australian Open playoff in December. Getting a lot of matches under their belt.
Smicek.
Maybe questioning that.
He was a little bit
line call.
Yeah, he was a little bit concerned at the other end. I've got an impression he's not happy with movement of the linesman, I think.
30.
He did question that first serve, which I think was clearly a fault. Just doesn't seem to be. He was also questioning the chair umpire in the previous game when he was standing at the other end of the court.
40.
With two linesmen on both ends, the centre linesman has to move to the tram lines during the middle of the point. And I'm not sure if that's perturbing him or there's another issue.
Go.
Well, whatever's distracting him, he's been able to get away with that game.
Close.
Barton still has that buffer, though, leading 4-2.
Barton leads 4-2.
Out on court 6 today, we've got Australians all over the place. It's the Australian court there. Adam Feeney, Monique Adamczak. Also Tammy Patterson, who had a convincing win yesterday, 6-3, 6-love, and Anastasia Rodionova. So Australians all over the place on court 6, and we'll be heading to Adrian Franklin shortly with an update.
I think I saw on the scoreboard that Feeney's up great, 2-1 in the first set.
Gee, you've got good eyes. 3 courts away and you can see the score.
Well done from Matt Barton and both players in that point.
15.
As you can see, the wind is gusting a little bit. That ball's moving around. But Matt playing within himself, staying solid. That's what he has to do. Solid on that backhand, and when he gets an opportunity, look to be assertive with that forehand.
Footing his opponent after a swinging wide serve that had Smicek nearly off the court.
Yeah, he's using that serve extremely well so far. Good movement onto that forehand.
Look at those forehand winners already racking up for Barton, 7-1. We've played 21 minutes.
Left. First.
And just not quite getting underneath that ball, just smothering it a little bit. Also, when approaching, you have to be careful of that direction. You don't want to be going to a player's forehand wing too often.
40.
So game point here on serve for Barton to notch up a good little break here of 5-2, if he can manage it. And does so. He's playing well, Matthew Barton, the boy from Collaroy. It's 5 games to 2 in favour of Barton as we head out to court 6. Adrian Franklin, as I mentioned, plenty of Australians out there today.
Absolutely, guys. We've got Cedric Marcel Steve of Germany playing our Australian boy, Adam Feeney, out on court 6. And at the moment, they're on serve. So Feeney's leading 3 games to 2, and Steve is serving at the moment. So you'll see Feeney in the darker grey colours as Steve just passes him there. So Steve's serving at the moment, 40 love up, and we're on serve 3 games to 2. We've got a few fans out here in the crowd, but definitely want to get plenty more people down here on a warm day here at Melbourne Park. Adam Feeney's a really classical looking player. His coach, Luke Bourgeois, has actually done some work with Roger Federer in the past. So he does try and emulate Federer a little bit. He's got the one-hand backhand, and he's a beautiful player to watch as that one just goes out from Steve. So we're back to 40-15 on serve. Feeney leading 3 games to 2. And we've got plenty of Australians coming up on this court later on, guys. So
was he up a break out there, Adrian?
He was actually early stages. So Steve broke back immediately after that one, and now we're back on serve here, guys.
Thanks, mate.
Adrian Franklin with the report out on court 6. Tim Smearcheck serving to stay in the set on show court 3.
15 long.
Yeah, that's a good play there from Smearcheck. Once again, cramping Barton off the return, serving into the big fella's body, and then going back behind. Not easy to change direction. Barton standing at 6'3".
Smearcheck winning that Challenger event last year in Tallahassee in the United States. That was in April. His opponent Frank Dankovic from Canada retiring hurt after the first set was won by Smearcheck 7-5.
That
was his first Challenger success. Went on to win another Challenger ATP event in a place called Champaign in the United States. That was only a couple of months ago. Beat a fellow American by the name of Jack Sock.
40.
That was in a 3-setter.
Yeah, Champaign, Illinois. That's actually where Mr. Craig Tiley, director of tennis here at the Australian Open, he did a fantastic job with that team.
So just fractionally long from Barton, and Smearcheck holds. But Barton leads 5-3, and he's about to try and serve out the set. "25 years of age, Tim Smearcheck, compared to his younger opponent here, Barton, at 21.
$15.
Nice heavy forehand jumping off the court at Smichek. It's a good ball for Barton to use. That ball to jump up high and out of that contact zone.
$30.
Bang. That wasn't coming back at 209 clicks.
Yeah, he's serving extremely well right now. I'd like to know his percentages.
We might just try and get those for you. He set it up beautifully again after a very well placed first serve. Now 3 set points for Matthew Barton.
$40-15.
It's not quite driving up to that last serve. Enough legs. Enough racket head speed. Maybe thinking about the finish line this set.
And he's done it. So well done to the 21-year-old from Sydney. Matthew Barton takes the first set here on show court 3. 6 games to 3.
Thank you, Matt. Very impressive so far. Matthew Barton, the 21-year-old from New South Wales, who was a recent semi-finalist here at the AO Wildcard Playoff. We're going to bring you some highlights if you're just joining us here on AO TV, and also some stats very shortly. But he has jumped out of the blocks beautifully. A big chance to maybe take this out in straight sets, although Smichek you would expect to have a very good response, the 11th seed from the United States. Getting in here and putting that one away, but generally Barton was able to dictate things. The forehand was strong. Good attack at the net there, really closing in behind that forehand. And once again, crunching another winner as we take you through some first set stats. And serving at a pretty healthy 63%, Barton. Smichek at 70%. The winners count, double for Barton there, 11-5. The unforced error count very similar, and he's won 5 more points overall and getting to that on a handful of occasions. So Matthew Barton off to a very nice start on show court 3. The other Australian, Adam Feeney and Cedric Marcel Steve, as Adrian Franklin told you a few moments ago. 3 games all in the first set. There are 8 other courts in operation at the moment, and all the scores at AustralianOpen.com. The draw is going on. There's a lot of activity on Twitter, hashtag #OzOpen, and we'll bring you news as it's filtering through just down the road here at Crown Casino. But hashtag #OzOpen to join in the conversation. We're going to take you back to show court 3, the second set, about to get underway with Matt Hill and Nathan Healy in commentary.
Smichek serving to kick off the second set.
There you go.
$30.
Yeah, that wind certainly gusting around here. When you get out on these show courts, the wind has a tendency of swirling.
$40.
Mike's questioning the chair umpire about those first serves that flirt with the line, Smichek.
He's a little under the pump here. Barton playing some positive tennis.
Game.
And holds well. So a good start to the second set for
second set.
the young man from Milwaukee. 1 game to love. So coming up after this match, James Blake and Donald Young, as we continue through men's qualifying, and then we kick things off with the women's Arantxa Paris Santonia from Spain up against Arina Rodionova from Australia. The two sisters making it through to the next round of qualifying. Anastasia out on court 6 a little bit later on also. As I mentioned, plenty of Australians on court number 6. Adam Feeney, Monique Adamczak, Tammy Patterson and Anastasia Rodionova. So we'll be really zeroing in on court 6 as well.
Love 15.
Great serve there from Barton. We just saw the stat of unforced errors, 14-10. Barton with more unforced errors, but you'd expect that from a man that takes a few more risks with those big hits.
Yeah, well, so far the winner rate is up there,
13,
higher than
15.
the unforced error rate, which is what you want.
It's rifling through this with a couple of aces. 186 that one, a little bit slower, but was effective.
You're always a little bit slower when you're serving out wide. The quicker serves you'll find will be up the tees. But Matt going to the wide serve on each side pretty much all day. Just opening up the court.
He's opening up the shoulders as well, and he levels back at 1 game all in the second set. Barton's ATP record 57 wins, 52 losses. Dreams of playing in the Australian Davis Cup team.
Flat. Perfect.
The way he's playing out here at the moment, I think that's a very realistic goal.
You like to hear that, don't you? You love to make Grand Slam finals, etc. But obviously proud of his country.
15 love.
His grandfather, Aubrey, was on the verge of making the Canterbury Bulldog football team a long time ago, but didn't get there due to injury. It's obviously in the bloodlines. Away from
30.
tennis, Spartans' great loves of the beach and the Canterbury Bulldogs. You've spent a lot of time in New South Wales, Nathan. Do you like your rugby league?
I do, but at the moment I'm living in Philadelphia. Yeah, Smechek moving up well, nice. Moving up well on that
40
last ball. Yeah, so living in Philadelphia, I've kind of lost touch a little bit. Trying to engage in the NFL, but a little bit slow for me.
The Super Bowl only 3 weeks away. Good strong serve there from Smechek, and he now leads 2 games to 1, but games on serve here in this second set. It's now time to get a bit of an update on those tweets that are coming through. Let's head back to our host, Brett Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. The draw taking place down at Crown Casino at the moment for this year's Australian Open, which will start on Monday. Just a couple of bits that are coming through. A couple of blockbuster women's matchups. First round, we'll have Caroline Wozniacki Former world #1 taking on Sabine Lisicki, whose ranking is dipped down to about 37, but she's a better player than it. Fierce ball striker. That should be a quality first-round match. And Petra Kvitova, former Wimbledon champion, hasn't had a great start to her Australian campaign. Knocked out first round in Sydney and Brisbane. She's got Francesca Schiavone, the former French Open champion. The good news for Sam Stosur, well, she certainly got a very winnable game first up. Kai Cheng of Taipei, although she did defeat her in Osaka last year. So tricky opponent, but a very winnable one for Sam. She is in the bottom half of the draw with Victoria Azarenka and Agnieszka Radwanska. So not on that same side of the draw as Serena or Maria Sharapova. So I'll bring you news as it's happening down at Crown Casino, but some of the early matchups that we're going to be seeing next week.
Brett, thank you very much. As Tim Smicek continues to test the chair umpire. A couple of little requests by the sound of it. So game's on serve, and it's Matt Barton on the far side serving at 1-2 down, and that's a beautiful serve. Smicek had no hope getting near that at 196 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, I think you know, Matt is obviously going to these wide serves a lot. I'd like to see Smicek move over and just make him think about his serve a little bit. But if he keeps hitting the corners like this, he's definitely putting himself in a good position each point.
Here's the replay. Smicek having a bit of a look at it, but slowing it down, it certainly caught the line.
40.
Oh, he's rifling through this. This is a masterclass of serving at the moment in this fourth game of the second set. Can he make it a quartet of big aces?
That's special.
A little bit of strapping there
40,
on the
50.
legs of Smicek. It doesn't look too serious, Nathan, but it's there all the same. Oh, it's a wild one.
Game Barton.
And Barton does it comfortably. 2 games all.
2 games all.
Yeah, that service percentage remaining really high. Ideally, Barton's looking to get that percentage in at probably 60 to 70%, which is exactly where he's sitting right now. Yeah, looking at that strapping on Smicek's knee. A lot of players have. It's Craig Willis.
Craig Willis
flies
again.
over. We'll give him a wave from the commentary booth up here. But yeah, a lot of players getting back to that strapping on Smicek have issues with their knees. These courts and just the grueling schedule on tour takes its toll after a while. 40 or 45 weeks a year of tournaments.
30.
That's a smart play from Smicek. He hasn't used the slice too often. He's just trying to mix it up right now. Making
That comfortably, and everything just rolling along nicely on serve for these players at this stage. Smicek leads 3 games to 2. Let's head back to Brett Phillips. That's interesting news regarding Sam Stosur's draw. Brett, but looking forward to that Wozniacki match also.
That's a quality first round match. I mean, that'll be some fierce hitting. Lisicki, I saw her at Wimbledon, Matt, about 3 or 4 years ago and got one of the best serves in women's tennis. She's been struck down with injury and just trying to get back to being a consistent performer. She goes for her shots and it can be a little bit hit and miss, but that'll be a great matchup. News continuing to filter through, particularly for the Australians. Ash Barty, the young 16-year-old, has got a tough one first up. Dominika Sabulkova, who's in the final tonight at the Apia International in Sydney, taking on, of course, Agnieszka Radwanska. Yamila Gajdasova will take on Janina Vikmaier of Belgium, so also a tough first-round matchup, considering that Yarka hasn't won here in 7 attempts at Melbourne Park. Casey Delacqua will take on Madison Keys of the United States, and Olivia Rogowska will have a qualifier. So we'll keep bringing you all the news as it filters through. The men's draw just taking place at the moment as we head back to show court 3.
Love 15.
Something we've got familiar with is Barton really forcing the issue, and
yeah, smart serving from Barton. He's come up with a lot of bullets on his last service game, and that one he decided to take a little bit of pace off, getting a little bit more shape and getting it out of Smichek's hitting zone.
that's where it gets tricky for the server, just wind gusting up.
Once again, Smichek mixing in that
15,
slice,
30.
short slice, dragging him forward into an area where he is comfortable, but when you're not brought in on your own, when you're not coming in on your own terms, it's always made a little bit more difficult.
30.
As he sends down another cannon.
Jeez, Leighton Hewitt's got Tim Sarah.
Always handy when you can
It's tough.
pull out a serve like that at 205. A couple of cheap points there.
40, 30. Game Barton.
So Barton does it well. Another winner, number 19 in fact, and it is three games all. Good contest this in the second set, Nathan.
Yeah, no, fantastic. This serve is really setting up the points, and again punishing Smichek with this huge forehand.
Some of the crew there on screen that are cheering for Matthew Barton. He's brought the fans along.
Love 15.
Interesting, these show courts and the smaller courts, you are up close and personal with the players, and easy, I suppose, for the players to get distracted, but also feed off their fans.
15 all.
So the important 7th game of a set here. What can Barton do? Can he put the pressure on the American?
See, for me, I'd like him to move around and hit a forehand on that ball.
And Michael, do you want to do a quick one? Hewitt tips Saravich's first round. Quickly mentioned.
40, 15.
So Smichek holds, and it was comfortable in the end.
New balls, please.
With new balls about to be presented, 4-3, Tim Smichek. Brett Phillips is taking a close watch on what's happening with the draw, and I believe Leighton Hewitt may have drawn a bit of a tough first round opponent. We'll hear from Brett in just a moment. I know you're interested, Nathan, having worked with Leighton.
Yeah, he's had some rough opponents over the years in his first round matches, but he loves it. He loves the cauldron of Rod Laver Arena.
Boys, I can jump in here. Leighton Hewitt has got Janko Tipsarevic. First round, which is a tough opponent. The Serbian, Nathan, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Janko's been playing extremely good tennis. He's inside the top 10. He's confident coming off a great ending to the year. Very, very consistent year as well. So, yeah, Leighton definitely has his work cut out. But I spoke with him last night. He's feeling good. He's moving well. He said his recent surgery on the toe went extremely well, so he's not playing in pain. And coming off a confident win against Berdych yesterday.
He's in good form at the moment. And very quickly, guys, too, Venus Williams, Maria Sharapova, potential third round matchup in the first week. So we'll see if that unfolds. We'll have some more news shortly.
Brett, thank you. How recent was that toe operation that Leighton had?
Smichek just missing that one wide. I think it was about 6 months ago. We can probably look into that.
14.
He's getting some cheap points on that big serve of his, 211.
That ace count is certainly climbing.
So Smichek having a lot of trouble defending that serve, and it's four games all, and hard to separate them here in the second set.
Yeah, this when someone is serving as well as Barton is, puts a lot of pressure on your opponent. When he's rolling through his service game so quickly, it feels like you're always serving. So if Barton can get his teeth into this next game, be a lot of pressure on Smichek. Smichek doing a good job there, just counter punching. Not really hurting Matt. I think if Matt can just stay consistent, wait for his opportunity to really go after it.
Just trying to vary it up, the American, but forcing it long.
Yeah, even though he missed that shot, I like the play. I think that is a smart play from him, making the big man get down and generate his own pace as well.
Thank you.
Again, people moving about throughout play. Stressed at length yesterday, going to come out.
30.
Still require the tennis etiquette. Players really being disrupted yesterday from a lot of movement around the court.
Yeah, it's funny, when there's less people in the crowd, it tends to be a little bit more distracting.
Oh, is this Barton's chance at 4 all and 30 all?
30 all.
It's interesting when the crowds feel the energy's there, but you don't have that distracting sensation. It kind of blends in.
Out. 40.
Now that's interesting, because I think that Smicek almost forced the umpire into that decision with his body language. Let's listen to this. He knows how important that point was, Barton, and a split inch has separated him from a break point. Just watch the way Smicek reacts here. Yeah, he's looked down and it virtually stopped playing, and then the umpire made the call.
Yeah, it's a tough overrule, but this is where Matt has to let go of that and move on. Move on to the next point. He's playing at a very high level. Just to keep it rolling.
It's a vital part of the match. Didn't look out to me from that shot, but we were obscured by Smicek's body to a certain extent. But anyhow, that's tennis. You have to accept the umpire's decision. We're back to deuce. Still under pressure, the American.
Yeah, advantage. Smicek.
Smicek just overplaying that shot, the pressure maybe mounting. Smicek trying to get himself going here. Not a bad play from Barton. I'm not sure of the direction though. Would have preferred if he chipped that into his backhand side. Forehand, too much of a hit at him.
No, he's overcooked it.
Deuce.
Third deuce. So he's turning the screws here, Barton. Get a report on court 6 shortly with Adrian Franklin, Adam Feeney doing battle there. Another chance for Matthew Barton.
Advantage Barton.
Smicek with a couple of big forehands, both missing.
Yeah, Matt's forced him into this position where he has to go for a little bit more, playing outside his comfort zone.
Deuce.
And that's the way to answer. One right down the tee, swinging away from the forehand at 190 kilometres an hour. Fourth deuce.
Smicek getting into a few of Barton's fans there. Getting under his skin a little bit.
Go around the grounds shortly with Brett in our main studio.
Yeah, advantage.
What a time to pull out a couple of aces. 2 aces for the match in the most important game here in the second set for Smicek. And lovely touch as well.
Game, Smicek.
So in the end, he put that game away impressively, Tim Smicek, and we're still on serve at 5-4. It's time to head around the grounds now with Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Matt. Plenty happening and plenty coming in, of course, with the draw taking place down at Melbourne Park. We'll get to a few of the fascinating matchups in just a moment. But Tatiana Malik, we saw her on the main court yesterday, the 4th seed from Germany, lost the first set to Nicole Gibbs of the United States, 6-4, is striking back 5-4 in the second. One match out of 9 that we're keeping an eye on. But we're going to go out to court 6, and that's where we find Adrian Franklin keeping an eye on the Australian, Adam Feeney taking on Cedric Marcel Steve. Adrian.
And Steve is leading and he's taking the match right now as well in the second set, BP. So the first set went to Steve 7-5, and he's already broken early stages of this second set. He's leading 2 games to love. So Adam Feeney really needs to pull something out here. It's all about the winner count. Steve had a huge winner difference in that first set. It was 18-6 in the first set, and now he's up to 21 winners to Feeney's 8. So there's been a massive difference in between the winners. Right now, Steve has the match on his racket. So he's in yellow. Adam Feeney is in the grey, the Australian, and he's serving here. Adam Feeney is a breakdown to love early stages of this second set. So at the moment, Steve is taking this match and looking as though he will go through to the next round, guys. But I'll let you know how this continues. Hopefully the Australian can get back into it.
Yeah, good luck to the boy from Central Coast, where I grew up. My father actually coached him for a few years.
Oh, Barton again, just not looking that confident at the net.
Yeah, just directing that into Smicek's forehand again. Just do too much from that wing. Makes it very difficult at the net. But this serve is definitely keeping him in good stead in this match. Such a weapon of Barton's.
Win, lose or draw. I know where Barton will be heading probably after this match. He,
30.
after playing a couple of long 5-setters, including a 4-hour effort at the wildcard playoffs, he went straight to St Kilda Beach. Not quite Collaroy, probably a little bit smellier.
Yeah, recovery extremely important component for these players.
That's looked wide, and Smicek agrees.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with him here also.
It was quick at 2:14. We'll have a look at a replay if we can.
Tight. Very tough line for the umpires to overrule. It's a tough angle. That's why we have Hawkeye. Unfortunately, it's not up and running for the qualifying matches.
Left. Press it.
It's brought up game point for Barton. Just ticked over the 1 hour mark.
Out.
Linesperson was obscured, I think, from the body of Smicek, and the chair umpire is overruled.
Wait for them to see if they call. If they don't, I over.
Yeah, that ball just missing. Well struck from Barton. Good decision making. I'm glad that he's not taking those backhands up the line.
see here the linesperson in the background. She had no chance of seeing where this ball landed due to the body of Smicek. It was clearly out. But the chair umpire taking control of things. Back to deuce.
Smicek losing a little bit of confidence in the umpire, I think.
That one dropping dramatically, and the big fellow couldn't get down to it. So now we have break point and set point for Tim Smicek to send this into a third. He needs a big serve now, Barton, and gets one.
Yeah, once again, I'd like to see Smicek move over and just give him a different view, make him hit the serve down the tee, which he hasn't had a tendency of going for throughout the match.
9 aces for Barton. Good deep forehand, forces the error.
You can definitely feel the intensity rising out here.
Good entertaining set this.
Punishing forehand. It's a huge weapon for Barton.
Oh, it's fallen in. He's let it go and it's fallen in.
Well constructed point. It's a shame he let that one go, but yeah, I'm impressed with his composure though. He's doing a very good job of moving on to the next point.
Third deuce. Another vital game here in the second set. Can he get the aces to double figures? He went for it. That's the quickest we've seen too, 221. Outstanding down the line.
Exceptional tennis from both players. Both boys moving extremely well. Matt getting his feet behind the ball, getting in position, setting himself, and taking a rip.
Feeling good after that. He's 10th forehand winner. Game point. Oh no.
Deuce.
Smicek is certainly not going away. He'll keep fighting, the experienced campaigner from Milwaukee.
Advantage, Smicek.
Barton unlucky there. Fantastic play, sneaking in. Good hands from Smicek to get this low.
Yeah, a couple of those dropping balls really worrying Smichek, and this is the second set point now for the American. So a double fault. Barton wasn't able to serve himself out of trouble there, and the 126th player in the world, Tim Smichek, takes the second set 6-4, and we're heading to a third. Now the highlights with Brett.
Thank you very much, Matt. We'll take a look at the highlights coming up now in the match stats. Interesting game. Matthew Barton certainly had his chances to close it out in straight sets, but Tim Smichek, we don't expect him to go away. The 11th seed, the man from Milwaukee, and wanting to go deep into qualifying here at Melbourne Park. It's been some good stuff, both at the net and deep in the court as well. Some good, strong serving from both players. Barton, as Nathan has mentioned, very composed out on court, getting fired up there late in that set, trying to get himself to 5-all, but generally pretty composed out there and played the big points really well. The forehand's been working pretty good. Smichek trying to get in as much as possible. Good use of the drop shot there. The sun's starting to come out. With the cloud cover going away, the mercury really rising here. Top of 37 in Melbourne today, and Barton, yeah, just one of his many forehands throughout the course of this match. So the set 2 summary, first set percentage very similar. 8 aces from Barton. He really has struck the mark on a number of occasions. A few more winners, a few more unforced errors in that second set. So Smichek just a little bit steadier, making fewer errors and able to take out the second set. So we're heading to a third. Boys, I tell you what, the matchups are still coming in as far as the Australian Open is concerned, as we're about to start this third set. Marenko Matosevic taking on Marin Cilic, former semi-finalist here at Melbourne Park, so that's a tough one for Marenko. Alexander Dolgopolov taking on Gael Monfils. That will be one worth watching in the opening round. Bernard Tomic has got Leonardo Mayer, the unseeded Argentinian. Novak Djokovic, defending champion, takes on the Frenchman Paul-Henri Metu. Matty Ebden's got Mikhail Yuzhny, the tough Russian. Luke Saville of Australia to take on Go Cioto of Japan.
15.
All Aussie matchup. Matt and Nathan, James Duckworth and Ben Mitchell. Both wildcards, they'll go up against each other, and JP Smith taking on João Sousa of Portugal. So they're just some of the matchups coming through as we get set for a start on Monday.
And Brett, of course, once the draw is well and truly sorted out and the qualifiers get slipped in also, then they work out when and where the play is. I guess you'd just about put Bernard Tomic first night up on Rod Laver, wouldn't you?
Possibly, yeah. He's going nicely, isn't he? In the semi-final in Sydney this afternoon. We'll keep an eye on that one against Andrea Seppi of Italy. He'd love to make it through to his first ATP final, winning start to 2013, so he's on a beautiful roll at the moment. Roger Federer's the other one too. He's got Bernard Pariou of France. Tough first-round matchup, but should get through okay there, Roger. So, yeah, some fascinating matchups on both the men's and the women's side. And Tommy Haas is the other one too, guys. I should mention. It's got Jarkko Nieminen, who Bernard beat in Sydney last night. Both know each other very well, and Haas, of course, having played at the Hopman Cup in Sydney.
Yeah, Tomic looking comfortable against the Finn Nieminen last night. So here in the third set, Smichek takes it 1 game to love. Gee, we've seen some good tennis in this.
Yeah, no, it's been a fantastic battle. You just get the feeling that this match is on Barton's racket. If he can remain solid enough, then he's the one that's doing the damage. Smichek counter-punching well, making a lot of balls. You know, that error count climbing to 16 in that last set for Barton, that's the telling tale, really.
We're complimenting Barton on his forcefulness, but is the net the best option for him? It seems to me when a rally develops, Smichek is the first to crack, but he has to try and do something.
15.
Yeah, well, I mean, besides his last service game, he's been in complete control on his serves, just dropping in those couple of double faults towards the end of that towards the end of that set.
30 love.
So an unforced error from Smicek. Really
50.
blazing away that time, the young Australian.
Yeah, just standing up on this ball a little bit, overplaying it, just popping up. Like when players stay a little bit grounded as they move towards the net. Want to really keep that head still.
$40.50.
That wind is certainly picking up out there, Matt.
It's the typical Melbourne Park breeze we get. It gusts up and then settles down again. Just makes it difficult for the serve. If you're interested in the draw, by the way, for the Australian Open, you can access all of that information via Twitter, #AusOpen.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for the two Aussies, Mitchell and Duckworth, to get through to the second round.
Leighton looks as though he's got a real challenge there in the first round. Federer will get a bit of a workout in his first round. Lasicky, Wozniacki, a good clash in the women's. So draw taking place this morning at Crown. You can access all of the information on AustralianOpen.com. Great website, very easy to navigate around. And you can watch the qualifying as well.
$15 love.
Good moving from Smicek. As I said at the start of the match, that's definitely his strength, being so low to the ground. Obviously that knee is not causing him too many concerns.
15.
Smicek
30-50.
constructing these points well off his serve. As I mentioned, the draw available on AustralianOpen.com. Victoria Azarenka, #1 seed in the women's, against Monica Niculescu. Novak Djokovic, #1 seed in the men's, against Paul-Henri Mathieu from France.
Looks like the wild card, John Millman, who's had a great start to the season.
And a man
Has a
who
good
we watched
opportunity.
last year on this coverage, Millman.
Yeah. But he's coming up against Tatsuma Ito. I think he played in Brisbane. And got the job done there, so hopefully he can continue his run.
Yes, Smicek.
So Smicek holds and leads
Check leads by
2 games to 1 in the third set on serve here after Barton took the first 6-3, Smicek the second 6-4. We're going to take a break on Australian Open television. You're watching the third day of qualifying here at Melbourne Park.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
So 37 degrees the forecast for Melbourne today, and now that sun is peeking through, cloud cover disappearing. It's going to be a hot day at the office for these players. Adds another dimension. Some isolated showers and late showers forecast, so that's what we've got to deal with in the next few hours, but overall just hot conditions. It's been a good match, this. And it's still in the balance with Matthew Barton, the 21-year-old from Sydney, serving. On serve here at 1-2.
Love 15.
Beautifully done.
Yeah, great movement from
Love
Smicek. He's a fast little guy, isn't he?
He stood strong there, held his ground, and down the line he went.
Very good balance when he was out there as well.
2 backhand winners for both players.
Perfect.
Keeping his legs underneath him as he moves.
$15. 15, 14.
You're just setting up a little bit too early on that forehand. When that breeze picks up, you want to be really light on your feet. A lot of adjustment steps around the ball.
Again, Smicek.
So
Smicek is 2 games to 1.
Smicek capitalises on the break, and some worrying signs early in this third set for Matthew Barton. It's 3 games to 1. Continuing to have a look at the draw for the women's and men's there. Nathan, anything else that stands out?
Yeah, I think Andy Murray plays Robin Hussey. Robin's he's a quality player. He's out injured for a while, but yeah, he had a good run at the end of last year. Started to get back in form a little bit, but obviously Andy Murray playing extremely well, having a fantastic year last year.
15.
He's making some big improvements with Ivan Lendl in his corner.
So a crucial part of the match for Matthew Barton. Really has to dig in here and fight back.
Up. 30-15.
And Joe Wilfred Songa also has an interesting matchup with Michael Lodra. I grew up playing against Lodra, big left-handed French player. Serving volleys.
40-15.
Now this is just starting to slip away from Matthew Barton a little bit. Nathan, anything he needs to do differently?
Again,
He's had a swipe at that and it's long. So Smichek now capitalizes on breaking Matthew Barton's serve, and it's 4-1, and it's happening a little bit too quickly for the Australian. 16 minutes into this third set. Let's head back to Brett Phillips, who has more news on the draw that's just taken place down the road at the casino.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, it's fascinating to look through what could unfold next week. I was just having a close look at Sam Stosur draw. We know she's got Kai Chen Cheng of Taipei, who did defeat her in Osaka last year. So that is a difficult matchup. If she was able to get through that, likely opponent in the second round would be Zhong Jie, who, of course, defeated her in Sydney this week. A really tough opponent, former semi-finalist here at Melbourne Park. If she was able to get through that, then she would most likely match up with Julia Gerges of Germany, seeded 18, and then looking maybe at a fourth round matchup with Li Na. So it's a pretty tough draw for Sam. I mean, it's a tough draw around when you're in a Grand Slam tournament. But we'll see if she can get through that first round matchup. Some games completed around the grounds. I can tell you, Marta Sitikatina of Russia is through to the final round of women's qualifying, as is Vera Dushevina of Russia. Stephanie Dubois of Canada has also got through today in straight sets. And Jean-Leonard Struff of Germany has defeated Tierna de Backer of the Netherlands, who was seeded here, and he is out of men's qualifying. So plenty of action. You can join in the conversation. Hashtag, of course, Oz Open, and we'll bring you more details on the draw, and I'm sure people are picking it apart as we speak.
Barton serving. Loses the first point on serve.
Love 15.
Yeah, Smichek certainly has his tail up here. Barton just losing his way just a touch, making a few more unforced errors than he was earlier.
Now the big man deciding to stay at the baseline that time and ground it out, and it worked.
15.
Yeah, that's what he needs to land, these big forehands.
All of that information for the draw on AustralianOpen.com, but there's so much on the website, scores and stats. You've got the schedule. Also, plenty of information on each individual player. Lots of news and plenty of photos and video. It was Australian Open radio in operation during the 2 weeks as well. Commentary from Rod Laver Arena. There's the fan centre. Also for visitors in Melbourne, an event guide and all of the information regarding ticket sales as well and merchandise. So that's on AustralianOpen.com. Smichek in the box seat here now. All of the qualifying matches also on the outdoor courts
30-40
in operation today. All of those scores on AustralianOpen.com. And also some highlight packages from our major matches here over the last couple of days on Show Court 3, also available on the website. Barton just failing to produce some of those big serves we saw in the second set. He needs them now. And again, Barton overcooking that volley. And Smicek 5-1 up now in the third set, and is about to try and serve it out.
Yeah, Matt just needs to hang in there if he can manage to get his teeth into this game and find a way to break. We'll get in Smicek's head a little bit. You never know. Tennis is a funny game.
Just a reminder as well, James Blake and Donald Young is our next match scheduled for Show Court 3. Looking forward to that.
Certainly some speed around the court. Those boys will be a fun match to watch, commentate.
And just finessed down the line, did the trick.
15.
Barton standing in his spot thinking that was a fault, but it wasn't to be. 15 all. Smicek looking very confident now. He's a player that doesn't really hit the court with a lot of emotion, but he is certainly building in confidence now. 2 points away from taking this second round qualifying match. A lovely serve down the middle at 187 clicks, brings up 2 match points.
40-15.
Yeah, hats off to Smicek for weathering the storm of Barton.
And there it is. Probably the only little bit of emotion we've seen, positive emotion at least, from Smicek. Very consistent, level-headed, and played the third set beautifully to take the match 3-6, 6-4, 6-1 against the powerful hitting Matthew Barton from Australia. Smicek taking his first match in straight sets. Bit of a battle today. It was an entertaining contest. Tim Smicek, the man from Milwaukee, through to the next round of Australian Open qualifying. So coming up next, James Blake and Donald Young. I'm sure plenty of spectators will be coming into the court to view that as we bid farewell to Matthew Barton. But there's so many encouraging signs for the young Australian. Looking forward to seeing his progress. His progress has been good, as I've mentioned, over the last few years, with in 2012 Barton getting to 426 and his best at 407 currently, and you would expect that he will further improve that as time goes on.
Yeah, definitely. There's positive signs out there. Just slipping up a little bit at 5-4 in the second set, with a couple of double faults creeping in. But overall, Matt did a great job. As I said before, Smicek just remaining resilient, making plenty of balls, and eventually getting the better of Matt Barton.
Let's head down to Adrian Franklin. He is going to speak with our winner, Tim Smicek, the 25-year-old tennis playing, violin playing, wannabe lawyer from Milwaukee.
Tim Smicek, they've just given you a massive introduction. You're a violin player, you're a tennis player, you do a bit of everything. But today you won the match in 3 sets. How did you see it out there for you?
Well, you know, he started off playing great. He's got a real big serve, and he was just kind of swinging from the hips on his ground strokes. And so I knew that, you know, if he kept playing like that and beat me, then it's too good. And so I just tried to give him a chance to get in the way of himself a little bit. And deep in the second set when I broke for the set, it was really just me kind of scrapping out some balls and getting him back and just letting him, if he wanted to miss, he could miss. But so then in the third, he kind of slowed down a little bit, and I started to find my range, and was happy with the way I played in the third set.
We know that Matthew Barton has a massive serve and a big forehand, but did you know anything about that?
I didn't know much. I'd never seen him play. My coach scouted the match a little bit, the match before, and that was missing in the scouting report. but yeah, it did take me by surprise a little bit. I imagined that he could open it up when he wanted to, and he just kept doing that today. So it was impressive.
We'll let you get out of the heat quickly, but did you prepare for the heat coming into Melbourne here? Obviously, everyone knows it's pretty hot during summertime.
Yeah, I was in Brisbane last week. Lost early, but I got a good week of practice in, so that was about as much as I could prepare beforehand.
All right, we'll get out of the heat. Well done today. Good luck next round.
Thank you.
Tim Smearcheck from the United States through to the final round of qualifying here at Melbourne Park. He'll be in action tomorrow if you're in Melbourne and thinking of coming down for the final day. We're going to take you through some match highlights if you're just joining us here on AustralianOpen.com, and also give you some key stats from this match. And Matthew Barton certainly competed very well. Jumped out of the blocks, taking the opening set 6-3. As Tim alluded to there in that interview with Adrian, nice powerful forehand. His serving was pretty good throughout the match. He went for a lot. Matthew Barton tried to get into the net when he could. Smearcheck, as the game sort of unfolded, was just a bit steadier, less unforced errors, the serve really coming into play. And the 11th seed here from the United States was certainly able to get on top. That serve was quite powerful in the end. As we take a look at some of the match stats from this game, an hour and 29 minutes out on court. First serve percentage fairly similar. He did bang down some great aces, Matthew Barton. More winners, but a lot more unforced errors, 35-24. It just broke down a little in that third set. And overall, Smearcheck winning 85 points to 70. So he is through to the final round of qualies here at Melbourne Park. Plenty of results coming in. Huge day to get through to the final round. And one other result that's just appeared on my desk is Vera Dolanc of Serbia, who's just got past Arika Sima of Japan, 6-1, 6-3. That result out on court number 10. Adam Feeney doing battle at the moment, the Australian, and he's just gone down to Cedric Marcel Stieb of Germany, who took on the Aussies in the Davis Cup late last year. 7-5, 6-4 was the scoreline there. So Adam Feeney bows out of qualifying. We'll take a break here from Melbourne Park. More tennis to come on this beautiful Friday. All is warming up a little, 37 degrees in the sporting capital. Let's bring you up to date with Around the Grounds here at Melbourne Park as we get set for our next match on Show Court 3. Donald Young and James Blake coming your way very shortly. Tatiana Malik, we've been keeping a close eye on her game. Took on Madison Bringle in one of our matches yesterday here on AO2013. She's been in a real battle today with Nicole Gibbs, a youngster from the United States who took the first set 6-4. Malik struck back in the second 6-4 and 5-3 in the third. So getting on top now and looking to get through to the final round of qualifying. Jamie Baker and Viola of Italy, the 19th seed, they are just out on court at the moment. 1 game all there in the opening set. Kimi Nara of Japan, we spoke to Wow TV yesterday, pumping up the young Japanese players. She is taking on Kum of Thailand, and that is into a third set. 1 game all out on court number 14. So plenty going on. Second round matches, a spot up for grabs in the final round of qualifying. The action not only hot on the court, it is hot today here at Melbourne Park, up to 37 degrees. Nice little breeze coming through, not too much sun. The cloud cover hopefully might just abate that for a little while. Blake and Young coming up very shortly. Get your tweets coming in, hashtag #OzOpen. We've been giving you plenty of news on the draw today. In fact, I was just taking a quick look at the Australians and Bernard Tomic in particular, who a huge topic of conversation at the moment, Tomic, and he's got Leonardo Mayer of Argentina, who's unseeded in the opening round. He will take on, if he gets through that match, likely Martin Klizan of Slovakia, who's the 27th seed. And then, well, if Tomic gets through the first 2 rounds, Roger Federer in the third round awaits him. So tough match up there. Marinko Matosevic, our number 1 Australia at the moment, has got Marin Cilic, first round, former semi-finalist, big serving Croatian. If he was able to get past that, it just opens up a little for Marinko, taking on maybe a Garcia Lopez from Spain in the second round, potentially Andreas Seppi in the third round, and then maybe looking at Del Potro in the 4th round. But I'm sure it's one match at a time for Marinko. Just wants to get past, of course, Marin Cilic. So the sun poking through again, bit of cloud cover going in and out here today, but it is certainly warm if you're coming down to Melbourne Park. Plenty of sunscreen and nice wide brim hat if you want to watch the qualifying here today. We'll take a break. More action to continue shortly. James Blake and Donald Young not too far away. Da, da, da.
Shoes. Yeah, yeah. I said, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop talking to me. Stop, don't stop, don't stop giving me
Welcome back to Melbourne Park, the magnificent Rod Laver Arena in the background. A lot of the big names have been here this week warming up. And of course, just getting set for the first Grand Slam of the year. Plenty of spectators in as well. The next match coming up is James Blake taking on Donald Young. It's an all-American affair. Quite strange to see James Blake in qualifying. He's had a lot of injury over the last 2 years. Former world number 4, one of the most dynamic players we've seen. And he spent some time with Adrian Franklin in the build-up to quality. So let's have a listen.
James Blake, thanks for your time. Welcome back to Melbourne.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
you had a hit with Roger Federer earlier today, I believe, in preparation for qualifying. How are you hitting how are you hitting at the moment, and how is it to hit with Roger Federer?
I felt great today. It was great tennis. Obviously, you're going to have to raise your game when you're playing with, in my opinion, the best player of all time. So I did that. I felt like I was playing well and gave him a good workout, which is I'm sure which I hope helped him. But for me, it helped me to kind of gauge where I'm at, because he's going to play at such a high level at all the time. So it's fun to see how you match up with the best. And I know I won't face the same kind of competition of him in the qualifying, but I need to still be just as hungry. I need to play as if I was playing him, because you're going to play better a lot of times against that top competition. And if I can keep that level up and convince myself that I need to play that well, and I think I have a good chance in qualifying.
So qualifying starts on Wednesday. I mean, you've been around for a long time. You've been in so many main draws. Is it a little tough to get yourself up for qualifying, or are you feeling really comfortable at the moment?
I actually feel really comfortable. The reason I'm here is because I feel good about my game. I feel like I'm playing well and can have success. So it's not going to be tough for me. I haven't played a match in a few months. First tournament of the year for me. So I'm always excited at that point, and I'm definitely a competitor in anything I do. So as soon as I get out there, it doesn't matter if it's qualifying or a finals. I want to win. So I'm going to be out there to win and to qualify, and then hopefully go further in the main draw.
Whenever your name is mentioned in Melbourne, people are so quick to say how much they love James Blake. You must have some great memories coming back to the Australian Open.
I do have great memories, and that, to be honest, that puts a smile on my face all the time, because I feel like this whole country has embraced me since I first played the Hopman Cup as a kid that was so brand new to the tour. And I was about 19 years old, and came here and played in qualifying back then, and I felt like I had fans just from the start, and I was having so much fun on the court, and I love the fact that they appreciate that, and they appreciate sport so much here. And just really the fan reaction is really one of my best memories of this place. I've had some good wins over guys like Correcha down here, and really close matches with Del Potro, and late in the fifth set lost to him, but quarterfinals a couple times. So I've definitely had some fun here.
We can't wait to see you in the qualifying, and we hope to see you in the main draw of the Australian Open again.
Thanks a lot. I hope so too.
Do you want to have fun, make a bunch of new friends, and play an awesome sport all at the same time? Impossible, you say? Well, MLC Tennis Hot Shots is the game for you, with its kid-sized courts and super hittable balls. And now, we've got another reason for you to join up. We're giving away this awesome SpongeBob backpack to kids who start playing between December 16 and February 28th. To get one is easy. Just visit your local coach to join the fun and then register online. For more details, head to hotshots.tennis.com.au/start playing and get your SpongeBob backpack today.
Well, a match we've looked forward to for a day or two. James Blake and Donald Young out on show court 3. 10 years between them. James Blake 33 years of age, and Donald Young, the left-hander, 23 years of age. Early expectations here. Nathan Healy in commentary with me.
Yeah, we're certainly in for a treat here. Both these guys move extremely well around the court, very quick. And but obviously we have a right and a left-hander. I think if Donald Young can get the ball up and outside of Blake's hitting zone, especially on his backhand side, he's going to have to go after that side. If he leaves anything short on Blake's forehand, it's goodbye. So if he can do that, then he'll be in good stead.
Highest ranking for James Blake. He got to 4th in the world in 2006. He's into the hundreds now, but a man who has made quarterfinals twice at the US Open and also the quarterfinals here at the Australian Open, and as he mentioned in that interview, has very fond memories of Melbourne Park. He also got to 31 in doubles earlier than that in 2003, quarterfinalists at the Australian Open in doubles. So he has had a good run here, but looking to get into qualifying after winning in straight sets in the first round of qualifying here Wednesday.
He's a class act too, James Blake, as you saw in that interview. Speaks really well. He's well liked by his peers. Great ambassador for the sport.
Australia fond of James Blake. He was also winner in consecutive years of the Sydney International, event that's still in progress as we speak. He was favourite after winning it twice in 06, 07, and then went down in the first round in 08.
1 minute.
When expected to go very close to winning it.
Both boys sporting the white colours today. Very smart choice in this balmy 37-degree temperature. The wind picking up a little bit more as we move closer towards the afternoon.
Last year played a lot of world team tennis. Played for the Philadelphia Freedoms, James Blake.
That's my hometown.
Certainly is.
I played a few years for the Freedoms also, and actually I did a little bit of coaching for the Freedoms last
Ladies and gentlemen,
season.
Australian Open second round qualifying match.
Had the chance to
Just a
catch
3
up
sets,
with James.
first 2 tiebreak, finals of
Yeah,
advantage.
it's certainly a fun event, that World Team Tennis.
Twin to the left of the chair,
The other
United States
side
of
of the
America,
court.
James Blake.
The American Donald Young, 23 years of age. He's reached the second round
To
of
the
the
right,
Australian
Chair,
Open
United States of
twice,
America,
last year
Donald Young.
and in 2010. Made the fourth round of the US Open in 2011. His home Grand Slam. He's
Blake won
earned
the toss and chose to serve.
over 1.3 million US.
Tie.
And his 17-match losing streak is the third longest in the Open era.
Wow, I didn't know that stat. I think Vince Spadia leads that list.
You're quite right, actually. Vince Spadia losing to Levine in the Cincinnati Masters, continuing that trend. So show court 3, James Blake, the 9th seed in qualifying against his fellow countryman Donald Young here on Australian Open television. As the players are about to get things underway. Blake nearest to us, about to serve.
First sets.
Hot day in Melbourne,
Blake to serve.
starting to breeze up as well.
Play.
James Blake about to kick us off.
Love 15.
Yeah, that first serve of James Blake going to be a bit of a key here. That his second serve has a tendency of landing a little short.
15.
That forehand, that is his go-to play.
Thirty, 15.
Just missing.
Yeah, Donald not quite committing to these backhand returns as yet.
It was nicely placed. 169.
Yeah, Young also possesses a lethal forehand. There's an example there, moving into position nicely. Great execution.
Advantage Blake.
Forehand that held him in good stead during his junior years. Won the Australian Open here as a junior in 2005 and also won Wimbledon in 07.
Deuce.
During that time, he was also semi-finalist in the US Open in the year of 2006. So a wonderful junior career for Donald Young, and his highest ranking, 38. That wasn't that long ago, only 12 months ago.
Advantage Blake.
Overcooks it.
Deuce.
And we're back to deuce for the third time.
Yeah, James just setting up a little bit too early on that forehand. As I mentioned before, when that breeze gets up, you want to have those little adjustment steps just before contact.
Advantage
Very
Young.
tight call. Not sure about that one. What do you think, man? Whew.
Definitely right. Definitely out. Good pressure from Blake.
Deuce.
Deuce for a fourth time. I mentioned that losing streak of Young's that came to an end. He beat Leonardo Mayer in the 2012 Winston-Salem Open. He met Roger Federer first round of the US last year. Was defeated there. One ATP career title. 5 singles titles overall. This is
Advantage Young.
drawing out this first game.
Just overcooking a few forehands.
Another chance for Young.
Let's replay the points.
Oh.
She came out into the doubles line. The ball person, she thought the ball was going to the net. She came into the doubles line.
Okay, let's watch the ball kid on the, there we go, on the left-hand side, although she didn't really move towards the doubles line that the chair umpire suggests, but I don't think both players were overly perturbed, but the chair umpire has called a let due to the movement of one of the ball kids on the left of your screen. Fourth deuce.
Yeah.
Not the most comfortable start for Blake. Just missing a few forehands. Just trying to find his range at this point. They obviously know each other's games inside out. Well, not growing up together, but spending a bit of time on the Davis Cup team.
So not the start that James Blake was requiring here as we approach midday and past it local time here in Melbourne. Don't forget Twitter if you're a fan of James Blake or in fact Donald Young. Join the conversation at hashtag #OzOpen. Draw has just been affected moments ago for the men's and the women's main draw Australian Open. If you've got any comments on that or feedback, please let us know.
Love 15.
So 5 minutes, the duration of the first game of this match. First chance we get to see Donald Young serving here, nearest to camera.
And that's a good play for Donald Young.
15.
Swinging that lefty serve out wide, getting that short reply, and dealing with it moving forward. Fantastic.
30-15.
It's always interesting watching Blake play. He's always going for broke, or it seems like it anyway. Unleashing on forehands from all over the court.
Nets. First service.
Australia's Leighton Hewitt has had many a battle with James over the years.
James just questioning that serve, and probably rightly so from this angle. It looked like it could have been long, but linesperson thought it got a bit of chalk.
(40-30).
Donald Young, a winner of 5 Challenger finals, and he's played in 1 ATP final, and that was in Thailand last year. In fact, a year and a half ago now. That was against Andy Murray in the final. And puts that volley away with great angle and consolidates the break. A good start to the 23-year-old Donald Young. He leads 2 games to love.
Yeah, James showcasing his speed there, but not able to do enough. Donald moving forward, punching that volley into the open court.
His first Challenger final success, Young, was back in July of 2007. Straight sets win at Aptos, and then he won at Sacramento in 08. And then another victory in 2009.
15.
In America against Michael Russell, win in 2010 in Carson. So he's had a steady flow of success in challenges yearly. And
13.
then winning in 2011 at Tallahassee in a 3-setter against Wayne Oatsnick. And then that runners-up check in Thailand last year behind Andy Murray, losing straight sets 2-6, love 6 in the final. That called long.
40.
This is where
30-50.
James is going for, I just think, a little too much at times. And again, with these conditions, he should be going for a little bit bigger targets. There's no excuse to be missing the lines as he is by an inch or 2.
40-50.
Stay with us. We've got an interesting interview coming up with Adrian Franklin, who's doing a marvellous job. And he's got a couple of bright young Australians to talk to in the next few moments, so stay with us.
Just hasn't really found his range yet, has he, Matt?
He's looking rather flat, Blake, at this point. Whereas Donald Young is here to play, bouncing about.
Yeah, Blake.
But that helps. James Blake notching a game up on the board. He still trails 2 games to 1 after 11 minutes. So it's Donald Young showing the way early. 2011. I mentioned that loss to Andy Murray, but to get there, he was able to triumph over Gael Monfils, who was 14th in the world at the time. So his form towards the end of 2011 was good, but then 2012, the wheels fell off with those 17 consecutive losses before defeating Leonardo Mayer at Winston-Salem Open. So in some respects, through the qualifying here, Donald Young trying to fight his way back after he was 38th in the world starting last year, 12 months ago, but he has declined in 12 months, heading towards the 200 mark. Let's head to Adrian Franklin.
Thank you, guys. I've got two of the young Australians who are in the main draw of the Australian Open. Ben Mitchell on my right and Luke Saville on my left. So we're going to talk about who you guys are matched up against. So, Ben, you're playing your good mate, James Duckworth. What did you think when you found out?
It was a little bit strange. I thought the person who told me, I thought she was joking, but then she wasn't. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a pretty good opportunity, and one of us is going to come up with a win. So.
You've played each other many times as well. I asked you before, and it was as though you played each other so many times you'd actually lost count. You're playing in Melbourne. I mean, do you think about the opponent you play against, or when it's a Grand Slam, it just doesn't matter who's up the other end?
Yeah, it definitely won't matter. When it's first round of a Grand Slam, it doesn't matter who I'm going to be playing. I'm going to be pretty fierce and competitive out there. So.
And Luke, you've got Go Sawada, so obviously the young Japanese player. You don't know too much about him though at this stage.
No, I don't. I know he's maybe 70 in the world, so he's obviously a quality player. He's a Japanese player, so typically they play reasonably flat, but I'm sure he's going to make a lot of balls, and I'm going to go out there and try my best.
Playing your home Grand Slam in Melbourne, the Australian Open, it's the biggest show in town. Just explain to us how it makes you feel being able to play in front of your family and friends.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge thrill. I've played the juniors here 4 years in a row, and I won it last year. That's probably one of the biggest achievements of my career to date. One of the best moments of my life, having my family in the crowd on Rod Laver Arena. So to be playing the real deal against a player who's obviously a top 100 player, it's going to be a huge thrill out there. And my family coming down on Sunday, and I can't wait to get out there. And it's awesome to get a wild card into my first ever Grand Slam and home Grand Slam.
Now, Ben, you won the wildcard playoff obviously recently, so you're in great form. You played Brisbane and Sydney as well. What have you been focusing on since you won that wildcard playoff out on the practice court?
Obviously keep my fitness up now that I guaranteed myself a spot into the Australian Open. It's 5 sets, so that's extremely important. I'm feeling really fit and ready, and had a really good match in Brisbane, so that really put my confidence through another level, and I'm really looking forward to the match.
We spoke to you quite a few times during the wildcard playoff, and you mentioned your fitness. You've been doing a huge amount of work with Ben Mathai, so that mustn't be a concern at all. If you go into a fifth set, I mean, you played at least one massive fifth set in the playoff, so if you make it to the fifth, there's no concern there fitness-wise.
Yeah, I mean, you never really know. Something could happen, but it's at the moment I don't feel like it's a concern. It's more just how I play, and I hope I can do well.
And Luke, just finishing off, mentioned playing a 5-set match there. I mean, you were involved in the playoff and they did extend it out to 5 sets. Is that a concern for you at all, or you're really comfortable at this stage being able to move through, 10-12 in a 5th set, Melbourne Park?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's too much of a concern. I really pride myself on being quite fit out on the court. I mean, I've only played against Reedy, I played only 3 sets and they're pretty quick. But I feel like if it does go to 5 sets or 4 sets, I'll be physically prepared. So I feel like if I can go out there and play some good tennis, and if it was going to go to distance, I'll be ready to do it.
Well, thanks very much, guys. Good luck. Come Monday, Australian Open time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
And good luck to the boys.
Yeah, both boys got a good opportunity there to move into the second round.
James Blake here on show court 3 has broken back after a pretty sloppy service game, it must be said, from Donald Young. Things are back on an even keel, and you just get the impression that James Blake has worked his way into the match now.
Yeah, a few blistering returns in that last game.
Steps round the forehand and snuck it in. Young's not happy with the call, but it found the line.
Yeah, Blake's starting to find his range here, still playing close to the lines, but coming up with the winner on that occasion.
40-15.
Cutting down his error rate a little bit more.
Forward. 40-30.
There's that second serve I was speaking of earlier. Just has a tendency to go a little bit wayward at times.
Some double faults for both players here this morning.
Blake.
But that's better. James Blake leads 3-2 in
Blake
the
leads
first
3
set.
games to 2.
So plenty of Australians playing, especially out on court 6. Let's find out what's happening on the outer courts with Brett Phillips.
Thank you very much, Matt. It is Australia's Monique Adamczak. We're about to bring you some pictures from court 6. She's taking on Akgul Amanmuradova of Uzbekistan. Very tall, of course, and has been around for a little while now. We certainly know of her wins-loss column over the last few years. We're about to bring you some pictures of that game. Now, I can tell you early stages that Amanmuradova has got out to a beautiful start. 3 games to love against Adamczak at this stage. So some work to do for Monique, but she had to do it the hard way yesterday. Really fought hard on one of the outside courts. And she's just been able to pinch a game in the last couple of seconds. So 3-1, Amanmuradova leaving. She's serving at the far end at the moment. Not a lot of players that have come from Uzbekistan. She's been flying the flag for that country for quite some time and trying to make some inroads on her ranking. And Monique Adamczak, of course, has been in this situation a number of times, trying to go through qualifying. Has made 3 main draws, I think, from 12 attempts. So she's certainly been around the block. 28 years of age and coming back last year, got her ranking back inside the top 200, but trying to work her way back into this opening set. So we'll keep an eye on that as we take you back to James Blake, who didn't start too well, but now with the upper hand against Donald Young.
Donald Young serves near side.
Well done.
Love 15.
Blake there, getting that ball low. Good hands. Making it very difficult volley for Donald Young.
Swinging away and finding the line. And that was caressed over at 154 kilometres an hour.
Yeah,
definitely a dangerous area. Donald Young going anywhere near that Blake forehand. It's always intrigued me how much power Blake can generate. Example of his athleticism, his speed around the court.
So James Blake with a golden opportunity now.
$30-40.
One break point remaining. Forceful point from Donald Young. And a lovely forehand down the line.
Yes.
Again, a nice combo using his swinging serve, getting Blake out off the court. And just creating that space so he can punish that forehand into the juice side of the court.
Story we hear so often, especially with the Americans, we'll Talking about Stevie Johnson the other day, his father running a tennis college in the States. Don Young's family in similar situations, with Young playing tennis at 3. It's the first time he grabbed a racket, with his mother Lona and his father Donald, both tennis professionals, teaching professionals, that is. That's a way to stave off a break point. A lovely forehand down the line from the left-hander. His parents run the South Fulton Tennis Centre in Georgia.
Yeah, I grew up basically living at a tennis club. My parents ran a tennis club for 23 years up there in Gosford. But I didn't pick up a racket till 8.
We had a player yesterday, just escapes as Donald Young's able to take that service game. We had a player yesterday who was brought up with tennis balls in his pram. Not a teddy bear, but tennis balls.
And who is that?
His name escapes me. It was one of the players we had yesterday on Show Court 3.
I was speaking to Leighton Hewitt last night about his son Cruz, who loves to get out there and
how old's Cruz?
Swing the racket. He is he now 4? Yeah, 4 years old.
Well, you just never know.
Donald just pulling off that forehand.
15.
Body weight going backwards. Yeah, but you see it playing off that back foot. It was interesting
15.
Watching little cruise around the house, saying ball, ball, ball.
Move your feet.
Well, there you go. James Blake with the commentary for us on that occasion.
Yeah, once again setting up a little bit too early. Again, that wind is just too difficult. If you plant those feet, you can get away with it indoors, but out here in this swirling arena.
That's better.
Created plenty of space there. Body weight moving to his target. Good work from Blake.
All day.
Donald not accelerating through that shot, just losing his racket head speed.
Blake.
So Blake holds in the important 7th game of the set. He leads 4-3 after 26 minutes. We're going to take a break. More to come.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
So welcome back to Show Court 3, where we see the one-time number 4 in the world, James Blake, winner of 10 career titles. He leads 4-3 here. Any thoughts on Blake, or if you're a fan of Donald Young, or any thoughts on the draw that's taken place this morning? Don't forget, hashtag AusOpen. Get on the tweets. It's the modern thing to do. Fascinating man, James Blake. Loves playing poker. He's played celebrity poker on television in the States. He's also got
15.
the book, his autobiography, Breaking Back, How I Lost Everything and Won Back My Life. That was released in 2004. It was number 22 on the New York Times bestseller list. He's not a boring man, that's for sure.
13.
Yeah, very interesting read that. If you get a chance, pick it up. I highly recommend it. He's certainly been through trials and tribulations in his life. Born with scoliosis. His father passed away a couple of years ago.
40 love.
He found his passion for the game once again.
$7.6 million in prize money, James Blake. It's a wild one. Played Davis Cup first time in 2001. He's been a contributor to their tilt. The reason for that book, by the way, was in 2004, he broke his neck when he slipped on a clay court and he collided with the net post. Which is extraordinary, isn't it? And at the same time, his father died of stomach cancer and Blake developed shingles. It wasn't a good year for him at all. That was the reason for that autobiography.
Yeah, shingles aren't fun. Had those before.
All games on.
That was all before that wonderful period in his career from 2005 through to 2008, where he was a force, a real force. I suppose experiencing ups and downs like that, you would be terribly grounded, especially coming to something like this, the qualifying for a Grand Slam. It's 4-all, Blake serving.
Yeah, Blake starting to find his range with his forehand more and more. Going for a little bit bigger target here. Watching it at the change of ends, putting an ice bag on his shoulders and neck, just keeping cool in this Aussie summer heat.
Blake looking a lot more comfortable now and well on his way in this game.
Yeah, Blake.
So James Blake holds and leads 5 games
Blake
to 4
leads 5 games to 4
in this first set. Coming up after this match, we see Australian Arena Rodionova take on Arantxa Parasantonia from Spain, and also Matt Reid from Australia is scheduled for Show Court 3 later on as well. He will be live on Australian Open TV. Let's head back to Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Matt. Plenty happening around the ground, so we'll continue to update all the scores here on AustralianOpen.com. Day 2 or round 2 of qualifying for both the men and the women. But the draw, of course, has been a big talking point so far today. We're going to bring you some of the key matches on screen. You can take a look at the full draw. You can see on AustralianOpen.com for both the men and the women, as we've been dissecting this morning. Some very interesting matchups for the Australians. But as we can see, the number 1 seed, Novak Djokovic, the defending champion, will have Paul-Henri Mathieu, who's a tough Frenchman. Ryan Harrison there with an interesting match against Geraldo to start. Victor Troicki is taking on Radek Stepanek. That'll be an interesting match first up. So that one will go a long way to determining that side of the draw, because Troicki, a very good player from Serbia, and Stepanek always a bit of a difficult customer. So we're just working our way through some of the key matchups coming up in the draw. We'll bring you those in just a tick as they come up on screen. And of course, the Aussies with some tough matchups. Juan Monaco and Kuznetsov there as we work our way down. Verdasco taking on Goffin, very good player, of course, from Belgium, who knocked out Bernard Tomic at Wimbledon last year. So Fernando Verdasco has seen him at the Hopman Cup and also in Sydney. So just a sneak peek, some of the matchups, the full draw at AustralianOpen.com.
Love 15.
So James Blake needing to break to take the first set. And it's love 15.
Blake not happy with that return.
15.
Not deep enough. Donald stepping in, taking advantage.
Another beautiful forehand, switching it up to
30-15.
Blake just commenting there, he's not getting through the ball, not extending through. He's kind of pushing at it a little bit. It's always tricky though, facing a left-hander.
Impressive couple of points from Donald Young, giving Blake no chance. Had to adjust himself at the net, but was able to adapt well.
5 games on.
Yeah, good composure there from Donald. Realised that he wasn't in position to volley it.
So we're all square at 5 games apiece. And
Blake basically doing the same there, not committing to it, not getting through that ball, not going out to meet it. A little tension creeping in for both players as we draw towards the end of the first set.
Yeah, it would be a brave man to pick a winner of this first set.
Well, he got what he wanted there.
30-15.
Didn't get up there quick enough. I like the deep return up the middle of the court, giving his opponent no angle to work with.
And there's a key stat in a tense struggle. Young with 16 unforced errors, Blake 12. Those certainly not required. The score very tight indeed. Good hustle from Young.
Both boys moving well on that point, showing that athleticism and speed.
30 all.
Young digging that forehand out. Fantastic. Again, just letting that ball come to him. Just want to be, as a returner, you want to pick up the print of that ball and follow it all the way.
40-30 game point Blake.
Deuce.
Scoreboard not ticking over. There it is.
Went for broke.
Advantage Young.
And now a golden opportunity for Donald Young.
Yeah, Blake not happy with his footwork there, muttering after the point. Just a little bit too heavy on his feet at this stage.
Let's replay the point.
That wind really picking up now.
Has it what?
Both sides. Ball go.
I'm not exactly sure why we're playing the let though.
And I think the umbrella came out onto the court. No, and the towel fell off the seat there.
Yes, there's a towel just resting on one of the players' bags that also blew closer to the court. And that's out as well.
Yeah.
And Young does break. So they'll sit
Young
down and
leads
Young
6
will
games
come
to
out to
5.
serve for the first set in a moment. They've almost gone 40 minutes. Pretty uncomfortable for them out there. It's hot and it's windy. Donald Young leads 6 games to 5. You can see that umbrella prostrate on the ground after bowling over. Let's head back to Brett Phillips, who has more information on the draw for us.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. We're going to continue to bring you a vision of the draw right throughout the day. We've been sort of unveiling a little bit. So, of course, the full draw at AustralianOpen.com. We've given you a few of the key Australian matchups. Leighton Hewitt, of course, having to take on Janko Tipsarevic, who is the 8th seed and the number 2 behind Novak Djokovic from Serbia. He's played some great matches here at Melbourne Park, of course. Who will forget that game against Roger Federer that went 5 sets a few years ago, which forced Leighton to actually come on around about midnight against Marcos Baghdatis to put the whole schedule out that day. So that's a tough first round matchup. And of course, Marinko Matosevic has got Marin Cilic, and they did meet at the US Open last year. Marinko led 2 sets to love, eventually lost that game, so that'll be fresh in his memory, keen to make amends. So we're just going to bring up some information on the screen here regarding the draw. Just waiting for that to come up right now. Matty Ebden, of course, has got Mikhail Yuzhny. I can tell you that in the draw, which is going to be a tough one for the Russian. John Millman is one we should mention as well. Has had a really good fortnight, of course, winning around in both Sydney and Brisbane. And he takes on Tatsuma Ito, who he defeated, and on one of the outside courts up there at the Brisbane. He's in good form, Millman, and that's a very winnable game to start.
Love 15.
So Donald Young looking to serve this out, but loses the first point on serve.
He's used that swinging serve out wide exceptionally well in this first set. Only going down that tee on the ad side a couple of times. Blake just overcooks another forehand. Just again due to a little bit of lackluster footwork.
30.
You can feel the action heating up out here at Melbourne Park on show court 3. A few more fans filtering in.
40, 30.
So that serve at 210 kilometres, cramping up James Blake, brings up set point.
Making me hungry.
Lunch isn't too far away. He's done it, Donald Young.
First set, Young.
So in a
7 games
tense,
to 5.
tight set, Donald Young holds and wins the first set after 43 minutes, 7 games to 5. Shortly, the highlights from the first set, but it could have gone either way. But in the end, Donald Young's been able to break Blake at a crucial stage and then hold comfortably as we get the highlights with Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, fluctuating fortunes in that opening set. Plenty of momentum swings as we're about to bring you some of the highlights. If you're just joining us here on AOTV, the All-American affair between James Blake. It is still strange to see him in qualies taking on Donald Young, the left-hander, who came up with some outstanding ground strokes. Blake always trying to get in and mix things up. It's been his game right throughout his career that took him to world number 4. Certainly never dull and boring sitting on the baseline.
Let's replay the points.
And there were some good rallies in this game, and Young capable, when he was able to crank it up, of really passing Blake or generating plenty of power off the ground, and certainly was able to make Blake very, very accountable after it looked like James Blake was going to storm away to win that opening set. So good battle so far, both working each other over with plenty of court coverage. And Young, you just wonder where his career will go in 2013. Of course, a very good junior, looking to try and take the next step and elevate his ranking a lot higher as we take you through the set 1 summary. Serving a little better at 66%, very healthy. The winners count double there, 13-7. A few more unforced errors, so he's certainly going for a lot, but that winners column is nice and healthy at this stage. And as you can see, getting into the net a lot, 8 of 10 points won when coming in, and slightly ahead total points won, 42 to 40. We're going to take you back to show court 3. Second set coming up between James Blake and Donald Young. It's round 2 of qualifying here at Melbourne Park.
Thank you very much for that, Brett. Dan Ryan here in commentary alongside David Bidmead. Certainly looking forward to this second set because a terrific first set could be in for a long encounter between these two fellas.
Blake missing that forehand. I've seen him do that a couple of times in that first set, just overcooking a few. Perhaps just needs to take a bit off a few of these forehands, make a few more balls. Tough conditions out there, Dan, very windy.
Yeah, very windy and very warm too.
Thank you, behind the players.
More extreme down on the court as well, so tough conditions for the players. Braving the elements here at Melbourne Park. Day 3 of qualifying here.
A few clowns in the crowd. Wow.
Well, that's a tough shot, but he makes it well.
He wasn't on your court.
That is incredible. I'm sure we'll see a replay of this here. It's actually
15.
Gone over, clipped the net, and the wind's taken it back over Young's side. Blake, that is incredible.
Made it look easy. Good overhead there from Blake. Trying to stamp some authority on this match early in the second set. He lost the first 7-5.
30 all.
Another error off that forehand wing.
Looked like he's in two minds there, Blake. Kind of played a half volley, but with a forehand grip.
The unforced errors on the forehand side, 12 to Blake.
Oh, correction.
9 to
40.
Donald Young.
It's right there off the back.
Correction called by the chair umpire, so the ace will count. A couple of game points here for James Blake.
Oh.
Wraps up the opening game of the second set, does the 9th seed from the United States, James Blake. He leads one game to love in the second set. So 5 minutes of play gone. Dave, how does James Blake's preparation change coming up against a left-hander? We'll talk about that in a moment, but let's take a short break here from Melbourne Park.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
So back in action here. Round 2 men's singles action. Donald Young serving here, second game of the second set. Great backhand from the young American.
15.
But as we were talking about the preparation for Blake coming up against a left-hander, not a huge amount of left-handers on the tour. How does his prep change from facing a left-hander to a traditional right-hander normally?
Well, generally, I guess when you're playing a left hand or any play, you try and get it into that person's backhand. As that one drops in, great pass from Blake. Might have
15, 30.
Just let it go by. But yeah, you try and get it into the person's, the player's backhand and try and work it that way. So I guess you're trying to go the other way. The shot's going more cross court. And also with your serve, you change up your serve and try and get that second serve going out wide on the juice side and down the tee on the ad side a bit more.
Well, a good start to the second set from James Blake. The error from Young presents a couple of breakpoint chances here for the 33-year-old. Bit of pressure early on the serve here of Young. Next to top of the net there, that return from Blake. So one saved from Young.
Nice jamming body serve there from Young. Not letting Blake have a swing at that. Very good tactic, especially against someone like Blake who returns so well.
One more break chance.
Deuce.
Two save from Young. Some good serves to get himself out of trouble.
What I find quite interesting with Young's serve where he stands, we see here in the return, he stands quite far out, serving to that ad side. So it is hard for him to go down the tee. Looks like he's going to go out wide most of the time.
Nets. First service.
Some good work at the net there from James Blake, putting a lot of pressure on Donald Young.
Advantage, Blake.
Third break point chance here in this game. He'd love to get on top early, James Blake.
There's that lefty serve swinging away from Blake's backhand. So I was just mentioning where Young stands to serve to that side. Very beneficial to go out wide of that serve. We see it then, but makes it a lot harder to go down the middle, down the tee.
Well, Young's done a good job at hanging in this game.
Advantage, Young.
Saved a couple of break points and now has a game point. He's first in this game. So some early opportunities missed there from James Blake. Donald Young pounces and levels things up at one game here.
Second set.
10 minutes this second set has been ticking over for. First set taking 43 minutes. 3 big opportunities there, missed from James Blake, Dave.
He won't be happy with that. He definitely had a few shots that he should have made. Including that last backhand there, cross court. We can see the body language at the back of the court. Not too happy with himself.
Both men having pretty smooth sailing transitions into the second round. This is a tough one, and the reality is a quality player will miss the main draw in the Open.
Yeah, that's right. Well, these two players could easily be playing each other in the main draw. That's for sure. I'm sure when the draw came out, everyone had a look where to see where these players were.
Another wayward forehand from Blake.
Just looks like to me that he's not quite setting up on that forehand, putting his feet down a little too early, especially in the wind. The ball's going to be moving.
And again,
love 40.
Well, a huge chance here for Donald Young to get the break. He's got 3 break point chances. And Blake looking a little bit shaky over the other side of the net. See the gusts of winds in the effects mic. The error again from Blake, forced into that one from some good pressure from Donald Young. And he takes the lead 2 games to 1 in the second set. Donald Young's made a good start to this match. He leads in the second set. Our reporter, Adrian Franklin, caught up with Donald earlier in the week. Let's check it out.
Donald Young, thanks for your time. We're back in Melbourne. You won the juniors back in 2005, so you must have great memories from being here.
Yeah, I do for sure. Winning the juniors was great for me. It put me to #1 in the world and helped me finish the year #1. It was great. The crowd was awesome. I like playing here. The courts suit my game, so I just like being here.
So you're here for the qualifying for the main draw of the Australian Open. How are you feeling at the moment? No injuries? You're playing well at the moment?
No injuries at the moment. I feel good, so I'm looking forward to playing and starting tomorrow.
And coaching-wise, I believe your parents coach you as well. I think your mum is here with you at the moment.
Yeah, my mom's here. I was working with Roger Smith. He's back in LA in the States, but my mom's here filling in as the coach this week, definitely.
And who have you been hitting with out on the practice court?
A lot of the guys, American guys. Alex Bogomolov, he's Russian now, but Starachi today, just a bunch of different guys.
Good luck in the qualifying.
Thanks a lot.
Donald Young there catching up with Adrian Franklin. Of course, in 2005, he entered the world #1 as a junior, the youngest in history, 16 years, 5 months. So a promising junior that's developing through the senior ranks. World highest ranking of 38 in February last year. There's some stats on Young. 65% first serves in, winning 71%, should I say, of points on the first serve. Here he is serving with a break in hand, looking to consolidate. Fourth game of the second set.
We see there again Blake with his footwork, just not moving his feet. Feet down way too early. Conditions getting even a bit trickier out there, I think, Dan.
There's no question Dave Young certainly striking the ball better than Blake at the moment.
13.
Blake's in a bit of trouble here.
Well, at the moment, he's just going for too much, James Blake. Extremely tough conditions. Young's getting it high to his backhand.
Nets. Same ball. First service.
Another error again.
40 love.
3 game points for Donald Young.
It's a little bit like how Nadal plays Federer, that really lefty whippy forehand, high to the backhand. He's doing that really nicely here, Young to James Blake.
Nicely done indeed from Donald Young. He takes his lead in the second set to 3 games to 1. He's got the first in hand too, 7 games to 5. So back against the wall for the number 9 seed, James Blake. These two players would know each other extremely well. This is a real test of the resolve here of James Blake to get himself back into this match.
See, just trying to gather his thoughts at the back of the court. Looking pretty dejected at the moment.
First serve percentage of 57%. Winning 58% of points on first serve. So really needing to lift that here. New balls. Needs to step it up here, James Blake.
Double fault there, Dan. I wonder if he's injured, Blake, because he actually slowed his serve down to about the 150 mark at that last service game. And we've seen the first one there, 160.
Saw in the first set too, he was rolling a couple of serves in around the 140 mark. You can see there the wind conditions out here at Melbourne Park. It's a good easy
15.
point.
He might be slowing his serve down just to counter that wind. Incredibly tough conditions for the players today.
Men have been out there just over an hour. It's a good serve
30,
from the
50.
American. That's a better forehand from Blake. That'll lift the confidence, brings up a couple of game points.
40, 15.
And he's actually gone the wrong side, Blake. His mind must be all over the place because he actually lined up to serve to the ad side.
Closes out the game with an ace. So James Blake keeping in touch here in the second set, but it's Donald Young leading 3 games to 2 in the second set.
Well, there is plenty of action taking place here at Melbourne Park, and right now James Blake is struggling a little bit. He was always going to have a big challenge up against Donald Young, his American opponent. So out on court 5 at the moment, Rajiv Ram is playing Asarik, his opponent from America, and Asarik from France took the first set 7 games to 6. But Rajiv Ram has hit back early stages of this second set and is leading 1 game to love. So that's on court 5. Out on court 6, there's some Australian action. Now, Monique Adamczak, who is at the top of screen there, she is struggling at this stage. She's up against her opponent, Akgul Amanmuradova from Uzbekistan, and she, the Uzbekistan girl, Amanmuradova, it's a tough one to say. She won the first set 6 games to 2, and she's currently leading 4 games to 2 in the second set. And as you can see there, it's juice. So Monique Adamczak, she's been in red hot form. She made the final of the wildcard playoff recently, but she lost to Bojana Babusic. So she's there on screen. This is the second round of qualifying, remember. So whoever wins this moves through to the 3rd round, and then hopefully a match in the main draw of the Australian Open. Let's head back to action on show court 3.
Good on you, Adrian. Nicely done. Fingers crossed for
15.
Monique Adamczak. I'd love to see her through to
That was
final
always gonna be a
round
tough one
on
to say.
Saturday afternoon.
Amanmuradova.
I'm just glad I didn't have to pronounce that one, Dan.
Yep, me too, actually.
Did a good job, Adrian.
We'll leave that to Adrian. So Donald Young serving here, 3 games to 2 in the second set. First set, all his.
$15.
Park is so hot up here.
No, I'm at comms, but I
Correction. First serve.
James Blake just taking a closer look at that call. Really important game here for him. It's a good start to it too.
Well,
Slight
excellent
buffer.
return from
15.
Blake there, taking that one nice and early, getting the angle on it and making Young really stretch out wide for that shot.
Forehand just catching the top of the tape.
30.
30 all now.
Fault. I don't know what it is, but missed.
30, 40.
So break point chance here. Oh, he had it all set up, didn't he?
Well, it's a fantastic
Yes.
point from Blake. Is on his racket. There's the angle there, setting up good approach. And he really should have made that volley. Just going for a bit too much.
Once again, the Craig Willis chopper flying overhead here at Melbourne Park. Terrific view of the surroundings. There it is, shout out to Craig. Well, Blake sends that forehand wide.
Advantage Young.
And it's now game point for Donald Young. So again. Just some opportunities slipping through the fingers of Blake. He knows it too.
Nets. For service. Game. Yeah.
Terrific serve out wide from Donald Young. He wraps up the game with a fist pump as well.
Young leads 4 games to 2.
He now has a pretty commanding lead in the second set, 4 games to 2.
That was a great serve from Young. Look at the cut, look at the movement on that ball. That's actually hit the Rolex clock.
Hold him down, hold him down,
Back of
hold
the
him
court. There's a lot of slice around the ball. And there's a little bit of predictability about Young serving, but it is so effective, that lefty serve, swinging it away.
Oh, it's a great rally from both players. Blake finishing it off with the overhead at the net.
15.
Some good hustle from Young, but Blake takes it on that occasion.
Well, too good from Young. Set up by a great cross-court
15.
backhand. I think the way he's mixing up his pace has been so effective. Throwing quite a few loopier balls, not giving Blake too much to work with, and then accelerating on a few shots, getting him off guard.
Blake again working well at net. 30-15 in this game.
15.
Helped out by the net cord.
$40, 15.
The big ace sets up game point. Really needing to secure this game, James Blake. There are the aces. 5 for Blake, 4 for Young.
Game, Blake.
Another good serve. Will capitalise on that. He now trails 3 games to 4 here in the second
4 games
set.
to 3.
Donald Young will come out serving next. He's won the first 7-5 and leads 4-3 in the second.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Second round men's singles action here at Melbourne Park. Day 3 of the Australian Open qualifying. Good match here on show court number 3. James Blake there on screen. The 33-year-old, the number 9 seed here at the qualifiers, up against Donald Young. His countryman. At the moment it's Donald Young in the better form of these two in this match. Young took the first set 7 games to 5. And he leads 4 games to 3 here with a break in hand in the second.
Love 15.
Nice deep return from Blake there. The slice backhand.
He had a couple of break opportunities in the previous service game of Young. Let the opportunity go though. Working his way towards the same situation again. Loves 30 now.
30.
Donald Young last year, of course, went on quite a losing streak, losing 17 first-round matches, and got to a stage in a lot of his matches where he was winning, in winning positions, and couldn't quite close them out.
Well, here's a big chance now for James Blake.
Love 40.
He's kept this game pretty tidy. A few errors off the racket of Young. Nevertheless, though, 3 breakpoint chances.
$50, 40.
Not a bad way to save one. Well, he really went for that.
30, 40.
We had it on his racket. Just missing, just pulling off that forehand a little bit too much. But good aggressive play from Blake. It's a positive miss. At least he was dictating the play. Still one more break point.
Out.
Oh, he's pushed that one. Bit of emotion boiling over here for Blake. Really questioning that call. So much riding on this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch it otherwise. It was a tight point. It was definitely out for me.
It's a big moment in the match overall from the umpire. It's a very deep ball.
Deuce.
Umpire saying it was definitely out for me, so pretty confident about that call. Well, from 3 break points down, Donald Young now at game point.
Advantage Young.
Tough break here for James Blake. Last couple of service games, he's been right in it. Well,
Yeah,
disappointing for James Blake. He had him at love 40.
Young leads 5 games to 3, second set.
But Donald Young from the USA in a pretty healthy position here in the second set, now leading at 5 games to 3.
Well, mentally, Dan, that's just a great hold from Young, being love 40 down. And to be able to get back and win that game, to go 5-3, huge confidence boost for him.
Big service game for Blake now.
15.
Good way to start it. Must hold serve or his campaign will be over. Double fault.
15.
Certainly not the time to be pulling out double faults. Under all sorts of pressure here.
There's another forehand overcooked from Blake. Donald Young only 2 points away. Great use of the change of pace, slicing that last ball there.
Important point for Blake to win. Donald Young certainly tightening the screws on Blake.
30.
He hangs in there. point, this one. Young does a good job at the net. So good, in fact, it's now match point for the 23-year-old American to make his way through to the third and final round here at qualifying. Got on from Blake. It's a good jamming serve to save that match point.
Yes.
Back to Juice. And again, backs it up.
Advantage Blake.
Well, it's a lucky escape there from James Blake. He faced a match point, but he did a good job to stay in touch. He keeps himself alive in this contest. Donald Young will come out and serve for the match after this. He leads 5 games to 4 in the second.
That's really good.
Lots happening here at Melbourne Park tomorrow. A big day, not only the last day of qualifying, but also it's Kids Tennis Day here at Melbourne Park. Starting from 9 a.m, free entry, lots to do for the whole family, so make sure you get down. Dora the Explorer will be there, SpongeBob, and of course, Bitter's favourite artist, Guy Sebastian, will be performing. Big point from James Blake to open this game. We just saw on screen moments ago the conditions out there, 37 degrees. Certainly very tough for the players as they approach the hour 21 minute mark of this match, but probably a little bit hotter out on court too.
And that's great play from Young. He really needed that point. As I mentioned, he had a pretty tough year last year and he tightened up in quite a few of his matches. Mentally, can be very tough to overcome when you've been in positions like that.
Is that forehand dropping in, serving for the match here. Well, Blake sets up for the passing shot. Donald Young executes it well.
30-15.
30-15.
Blake didn't do enough for the approach here. Good dipping forehand from Young. Get it down at Blake's feet. So Blake popped it up for the pass.
There's the forehand win. It's 10 for Young. Only 7 for Blake, but the errors off that wing have been costly this afternoon. 2 match points now for Donald Young. He had 1 in the previous game. Now he's got 2 in hand on his racket as well.
Yeah,
What a way to close it out for Donald Young, the 22-year-old American.
7-5,
advancing through to the final round of qualifiers. He wraps up the match 7-5, 6-4. James Blake is out of the qualifiers, but a terrific effort from Donald Young, Dave.
Wasn't he fantastic? He'd be very, very pleased with that. Thanks to the crowd. And that's a bit of an upset, even though Young has been as high as 38 only last year. Probably expected James Blake to come through this one. We're really happy. I think he handled the conditions just a little bit better than Blake. Blake, too many unforced errors, very gusty, hot conditions out here. And I really like the way that Young changed the pace of his shots. Mixed the ball up a lot of higher loopier balls to Blake's backhand and accelerated a few on a few balls as well. Yeah, he really played a very good tactical game.
So James Blake, the number 9th seed, bundled out of the qualifiers here in the second round. So he will not make it through to the main draw of the 2013 Australian Open. Donald Young, the 23-year-old, is just one win away from finding his place in the main draw. So one game to go for Young, taking the first set, as I mentioned, 7-5 in 43 minutes, and then wrapping up the second in 39 minutes, 6-4. Well, Adrian Franklin is standing by courtside now with a victorious Donald Young.
Donald, congratulations. The commentary team was saying that tactically you played a really smart match out there. Is that how you saw it?
Yeah, I was just trying to play a game and, and make them work and just be aggressive and, not give up a lot of loose errors and just play solid and just play my game and attack and do whatever I can to get the win.
The weather has fluctuated massively over the past few days here in Melbourne. Obviously very hot today. Were you prepared? You'd been hitting up in the heat in previous days?
Yeah, last week it was really hot here, and in Brisbane last week it was hot as well. So I was good. The heat was fine. I like the heat. I'm from Atlanta. It's hot all the time in the summer, and so I definitely enjoyed it, and I was happy to get the win today. And
one match to go. If you take that one, what does it make you feel like if you can play main draw of the Australian Open?
Great. I know that's where I feel like I belong, and I want to be back there. Last year I was 40 in the world and got to the second round, and definitely want to get back there and start winning matches and work hard.
We look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian, down there with the victorious Donald Young. Ranked 189 in the world, and he's had some fluctuations since embarking on his senior career. Very good junior, and we'll see if he can take the next step. But he's knocked out a big seed here in James Blake, the former world number 4. We are going to go to a break, and then we'll come back and look at some highlights and also some stats from this match. More coming up on AOTV.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
some highlights now if you're just joining us here on AOTV. A win to Donald Young in the All-American affair over James Blake, a former world number 4, second round of qualies, and he's been knocked out, which he'd be pretty disappointed with. But Donald Young, the lefty, always plays a fairly attacking game of tennis, and a couple of little tricks there early. And it was breezy conditions, very hot out on court. Of course, the time being around 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the afternoon, the guys have been playing here. Blake certainly served well throughout patches of the match. Young was pretty strong off the ground. And as we can see here, they had some pretty good rallies right throughout the course of this match. His forehand working well on that occasion, James Blake. But Young, when he could get into the net, certainly had some good presence. And that one wide off the Blake racket. So as the match wore on, Donald Young was really able to get on top here. And Blake, of course, when he did get to the net, showing all the tricks that he's got in his little kit bag. But it wasn't enough to knock over Donald Young today. An hour and 22 minutes, 64% on the first serve for Young, 58% there for Blake. And as we work our way down, 6 more winners. A few more unforced errors, though, for James Blake in the end, and there was plenty of depth in the Young game. Overall, he won 77 points to 68 from James Blake. So Donald Young makes his way into the final round of qualifying. That'll come up tomorrow here at Melbourne Park. Coming up next, it's going to be Arantxa Parasantonia of Spain. She takes on Australia's Irina Rodionova. Not too far away, live here from Melbourne Park.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park here. Day 3 of Australian Open qualifying, second round women's singles action coming up here on show court number 3. The Spaniard Arantxa Parasantonia taking on the young Australian Irina Rodionova, of course the younger sister of Anastasia, who we saw here on show court number 3 yesterday. So a big game for the young Australian. She made it through, Dave, with a straight set victory yesterday, 6-1, 6-4 against Irigoyen of Argentina. So a big moment for her to advance through to the final round of qualifying here.
That's right, Dan. She's been in pretty good form and made the semi-finals of the wild card playoff in December and went down to Bojana Babusic. But she's played a great first round match and definitely has a good shot here.
So the two girls not only battling each other this afternoon, also the elements out there on show court number 3. Certainly very warm conditions for the players. There's the forecast, 37 degrees. Isolated showers, but mainly sunny and a bit of a gusty breeze floating around the stadium as well. So in the heat of the afternoon, it's a big challenge for these two players.
Sure is. Perfect conditions yesterday, pretty tough today. Gonna make sure we keep the fluids up and plenty of electrolytes.
So day 3 of qualifying here. Reminder that free entry for all spectators to come through and check it out here. Some great tennis on offer as we near the conclusion of this qualifying competition. Of course, the women, 96 women started the field, whittling our way down to 12 that will make it through to the main draw. Players needing to win 3 games to make it through to the main draw on Monday. So just standing by here for the coin toss. Rodionova, ranked 248 in the world. Paris Antonia from Spain, 233.
Hi guys, hello. It's everything the same. 6 ball, 7-9 ball change. Let's remind you that the final set is advantage. We have net machine. About the hit roll, I'll find out because I don't know for the moment. So I'll tell you before we start the match. Any questions? Heads? Tails? Heads. It's heads. Serve.
So Irina Rodionova on screen there in the pale blue dress. Arantxa Paris Antonia in the white closest to screen. So Arantxa from Spain has won the toss and elected to serve here in this second round women's singles match.
And something interesting about Paris Antonia, as you can see on the screen, or Rodionova's on screen now, but she actually has a double hand forehand, which we don't see that often on tour.
Something started by Monica Seles in the early 90s, bit of a rarity since then.
There's another good player, Marion Bartoli, top 20 player, been in the top 10 before. Just double hand both sides, the Frenchman. But
Dave, you're a coach. You've been coaching for quite a while. If you encounter a player that does play two-fisted off that forehand wing, what are you trying to encourage them? You try and get them to go back to the one hand, or do you do what feels comfortable for the player?
Well, I think once they've been playing with it for quite some time, then it's pretty hard to change. I think the important thing is that when they are stretched out wide, that they actually can take one of the hands off and still try and make that ball with one hand on the forehand side, because otherwise you're quite limited when you're moving out wide to shots, and you do need to take a few extra steps. So it can be harder, but I guess once you're pretty grooved with your shots and your techniques, you know, being sorted out, then yeah, it's pretty hard to change.
So Irina Rodionova and Arantxa Paris Antonia just warming up here for second round women's singles match. Time now to check in with Brett Phillips for an update from around the grounds here at Melbourne Park.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Plenty going on right around the courts while we watch the girls warm up. Unfortunately, not great news for Monique Adamczak. She is just bowed out to Akgul Amanmuradova of Uzbekistan out on court 6. She's won that in straight sets, 6-2, 6-3. So the tall girl from Uzbekistan gets through to the final round of qualifying. One Australian who's just stepped out on court, Tammy Patterson, early stages of her game, so we'll keep a very close eye on that. Earlier, just to recap, Vera Dushevina got through over Grace Min. Tatiana Malik, the 4th seed from Germany, also through to the final round of qualifying. Stephanie Dubois of Canada. Also getting through, Marta Sidiktina of Russia, knocked out the 16th seed, Claire Furenstein of France. So they are the matches complete today, and there's some that are nearing completion at the moment. We'll keep a very close eye on those. In fact, one just through, Minos Devanava taking out Tixieta 6-2, 6-2 out there on court number 14. So matches are plenty. We'll also update you on what is happening around the country during the afternoon with Bernard Tomic in a big semi-final up in Sydney. We've got the Hobart International, Auckland, and also down the road at the Amy Classic. So plenty to be updated with as far as tennis news. And of course the draw is on AustralianOpen.com. You can go through and dissect that and see who the Aussies and all the world stars are playing. And this one, not too far away, right in the heat of the day as we work our way to 37 degrees.
Good on you, Brett.
I wanna scream and shout and let it all out. And scream and shout and let it out. We saying oh, we are, we are, we are. We saying oh, we are, we are, we are.
Bring the action.
So the temperature rising here at Melbourne Park. The two women just completing their warm-up. Arantxa Paris Antonia in the white, closest to us. And the Australian Irina Rodionova down the far end. Rodionova making it through to the second round against Irigoyen from Argentina. She won 6-1, 6-4. So a pretty convincing win for her. Paris Antonia knocked out the number 10 seed, Glatch from the United States, 6-4, 6-4. So a really good scalp to take for the Spaniard. Both girls having to back it up here on day 3.
Dan, I went to a fantastic event last night, the Taste of Tennis at the Grand Hyatt, and the Rodionova sisters were there. Had a bit of a chat to Arena. She was pretty happy with her first round win, and she mentioned that I might be commentating her match. And I said, if there's anything you might like me to say, she said, yeah, I'm looking for a rich husband with a Lamborghini Gallardo and a house in Las Vegas. So if there's anyone out there,
come on down to Melbourne Park and have a chat to Arena post-game. Hopefully you catch her on the end of a victory. Just a couple of prerequisites, of course.
Yeah.
Nothing serious.
No, that's right. I'm sure there's plenty of people like that out there.
Absolutely.
No, she's a bit of a character, Arena. We've seen a few times in post-match interviews with Adrian Franklin, especially at the wildcard playoff in December, that she gives some great interviews.
We saw her sister, Anastasia Rodionova, get through in 3 tough sets yesterday in the second round. How do the two sisters differ in terms of players?
Well, Arena plays a bit flatter than Anastasia, her sister, who we saw yesterday, plays quite heavy on both sides, especially her forehand. A lot of top spin. Arena a bit flatter, and she plays a little bit unorthodox. She mixes it up a bit, and often just comes into net very unexpectedly. And yeah, she's got a bit more variety in her game, I think, but probably not quite as much power, but still very effective. She's had a few injury troubles, so looking for a healthy 2013.
Her older sister will be taking to one of the outside courts later on this afternoon, so they're both playing at the same time yesterday, so family and supporters split as to who to support. A little bit easier with the scheduling today for them. Rodionova's competed in 2 Australian Opens. Of course, born in Russia. In her match yesterday, Dave, she had 22 winners, but also 24 unforced errors, much more than her opponent. So probably a part of her game today that she's really going to have to keep pretty tidy.
That's right, not to play the ball too much, especially in these conditions. It has calmed down a little bit out there, not quite as windy as it was in that previous match with James Blake and Donald Young. But days like today, you're going to make sure your footwork is really up to scratch and that you just take a little bit off. Don't overplay too many shots. You're perhaps not going for the line as much as you would normally.
Arantxa Paras-Montoya, number 233 in the world from Barcelona in Spain. She's played in 8 Australian Opens throughout her career, best result being a second round effort in 2006. 46 is her highest career ranking, so she has been up there inside the top 50 throughout her career. So it should be a good match between these two. So almost set for a start here. Second round women's singles action. Day 3 of the qualifiers. And Paras-Montoya will get things underway on serve.
First set, Arantxa Paras-Montoya to serve. Ready? Play.
Well, confident start from Rodionova, a forehand winner off the return. And a double fault there from Paras-Montoya. So a shaky opening early.
Correction was good. We play the points. He made a quiet call. He made a quiet call. Yeah, but he made a sound.
Quiet call from the linesman is what the umpire was saying. Couldn't hear it from up here.
No, couldn't hear it. A bit confusing, that one. Paras-Montoya actually grunted at the same time. Perhaps the umpire got mixed up.
Strong double-fisted forehand there on the short ball. She had a crack at that one, didn't she?
She did. The ball was moving in towards her. Got a bit jammed up. Quite a clever serve from Paris Antonia. Swing in.
Net. First service. Net for service.
Well, nice backhand there from the Spaniard to bring up game point here in the opening game of the match. Moving forward onto that ball.
Yeah, fantastic shot, Dan. It's a tough ball as well. Off the low slice, hitting it over the high part of the net.
Bit of a wild forehand there from Paris Antonia.
Advantage para Santonja.
Just a cheap error there off the return of the second serve.
Game para Santonja.
And Paris Antonia, the Spaniard, wraps up the first game in just over 4 minutes of play gone. So the Spaniard leading 1 game to love here in the second round of women's qualifying.
When they sit down. 2 more games.
Interesting start to this match, Dave. A few errors from both players, a couple of winners as well. So just finding their feet early days in this clash.
Yeah, Roddy Nova, we saw miss a couple of returns and saw her hit a few blistering ones as well. And she will do that. Likes to be quite aggressive on the returns, takes them early, tries to step inside the baseline. It's a little bit upright in a couple of them. Gotta make sure you get down nice and low. Stay down low as you move forward to hit these returns.
Great shot of Rod Laver Arena in the background. Kings things kicking off there on Monday for day one of the 2013 Australian Open. Arena Rodionova to serve here.
$15 left.
Well, it was a good deep return, wasn't it?
15 all.
Able to back it up with the short ball too.
Great return from Paris Antonia. With that two-fisted forehand, it does look a little awkward, but effective.
Dave, if there were advantages of playing with the two-handed forehand, what would they be?
Well, you can get a lot of power if it's right in the slot, but to be honest, I really think that most players should play with a single hand forehand. It's just something that what happens, you might grow up playing that way. As that one drifts long, and you might grow up playing that way and you become, just used to it and you become quite good at it. And so it's very hard to change.
I guess it makes your footwork and agility all that more important too, to be able to position yourself as the ball's coming at you.
That is true. You must have very good footwork to get in position.
A couple of game points here for Rodionova. She squanders one. One remaining, however. She sends that one sailing over the baseline, does Arena. Back to Juice here as the fans come pouring into show court number 3. Enjoying the free action of tennis here at the qualifiers.
Good to see Superwoman in the crowd.
Net for service.
Make sure you check out all the action on AustralianOpen.com too. The draw is out for the Open.
Advantage, Rodionova.
Another game point here for the Aussie.
Just trying to get herself going, Rodionova, bouncing on her toes. Perhaps just a little flat, the opening.
Pretty passive start to this match from both players. Just taking their time to feel their way through it.
Yes.
Just a little bit tight early on, Rodionova. A few unforced errors. So juice number 2 in this game.
Advantage, Rodionova.
So on screen moments ago, the coach of Arena Rodionova, Mark Safoulis. There he is there, watching intently.
Game, Rodionova.
Well, good start there from Rodionova. So she's leveled things up at 1-1. Took a while to do it, but she's done it nonetheless. Tied up at 1 apiece, 9 minutes gone, so she's on the board. So Paris Antonia will serve for the second time in this match now.
Love 15.
Rodionova claiming the first point. Ground strokes long from the Spaniard.
Well, excellent return from Rodionova there. Really unleashing on that forehand. Great deep ball.
Another well-struck ground stroke from the Australian. Brings up 3 breakpoint opportunities. Beautiful forehand down the line. Chance to strike early here.
(15-14).
Great serve from Paris Santoya. Saves one break point.
Oh. 30-14.
Another good serve too. So 2 points in succession for the Spaniard. Still one break point here for the Aussie. The net court not helping Rodionova. Paris Antonia getting it back to Juice.
Good second serve from Paris Antonia, really kicking up there. The Rodionova backhand. Thought Rodionova might have run around and cranked another forehand.
Net per service. Advantage, Rodionova.
Fourth break point chance for Rodionova. Helped out by the error. Rodionova's coach there taking a few notes.
Game,
She's got the break. An impressive game there from Irina Rodionova of Australia. She's got the break in hand. She leads Arantxa Paris Antonia 2-1 in the first set.
Back to the action on Show Court 3 in just a moment. Some results coming through. Jamie Baker, the ninth. Britain has knocked out Matteo Viola of Italy, 3-6, 6-2, 6-4. That match just completed a few moments ago. Daria Gavrilova of Russia on the women's side of the draw has knocked out the 24th seed from Canada, Eugenie Bouchard, 7-6, 7-6. And Rajiv Ram, who's been around for quite some time from the US, the 15th seed, has also just got through 6-3 in the third. Also some tennis being played around the country. I can tell you that Fabio Fognini down at the Amy Classic has bundled out Milos Raonic, 6-4, 6-4. And Philip Kohlschreiber has knocked out the number 2 seed Sam Querrey over in Auckland in a semi-final. It's David Ferrer and Gail Monfils who will play the other semi-final in just a moment. A quick update on Tammy Patterson, the Aussie. It's on serve up against Maria Horecola of Portugal, who leads 4-3 in the opening set. The draw, of course, here at AustralianOpen.com. You can go through and take a look at what is going to unfold in the early part of next week. Hashtag OzOpen if you want to join the conversation on Twitter, and free entry. Plenty of tennis left here at Melbourne Park. Come down and be a part of it. And the names, well, they're queuing up now for a spot into the main draw. They've got to get through one more match tomorrow as we head you back to Show Court 3.
Thank you, Brett. 12 women have the opportunity to jump into the main draw of the Open. These two fighting for their lives to do so. Irina Rodionova serving here. Good start to this game. She's a break up against Arantxa Paris Antonia of Spain. Looking to consolidate that break. Good aggressive point. Got some impressive splits work there from Rodionova.
Good agility.
Absolutely. Great flexibility.
Slipping out on that wide backhand.
all the way down. It's at least a perfect 10.
$30-15.
And that's the side I'd be serving to more if I were Roddy Nova, that forehand side, and trying to get her out wide with that two-handed forehand. Very smart serving so far from Roddy Nova in this match.
Oh, well struck backhand from Rodionova.
14-15.
Presents herself with a couple of game points. Terrific shot. Finding her groove out there now.
Was close, it could have been.
As the umpire says it could have been. It looked pretty good, I have to say, from up here. We are just about right on that line in the commentary box position. Bit unlucky, Roddy Nova, perhaps.
Very close.
Game, Rodionova.
Well, the error from Paris Antonia brings up the game for Rodionova.
3-1 first set.
There you have it, 3-1 to the Australian.
Another smart serve from Rodionova here. A lot of slice on it. You saw Paris Antonia hit that return from outside the doubles court.
Good serve from the Spaniard there. Some nice coverage at the net too. So 2 good points
30 left
from Paris Antonia. It's an important game for her. She doesn't want to trail 4-1.
left.
It's a pretty clean game here from the 30-year-old from Barcelona.
Fault.
Late call from the umpire, but fault is the call. Oh, that's a beautiful forehand from Rodionova.
We've already seen that a few times, Dan. Really unleashing on that forehand return. Hits it quite flat. A lot of power. Likes that one up the line.
Game, Paris Antonia.
Another nice serve from the Spaniard to close out that game. She's back on the board.
3-2.
But it is Arina Rodionova of Australia leading 3-2 here in the first set. Well, we love our social media here at The Tennis, Twitter, Facebook. It's a phenomenon. Let's check out this package featuring the great Roger Federer and the impact he's had on social media. Power of social media there. Make sure you jump on board all the social media outlets we have, of course. Join the conversation here on Twitter, #AusOpen. Lots going on the Twitter sphere around the season of tennis, the Melbourne Summer, and of course the website, australianopen.com. News, video, audio content. The draw is out as well for Monday's championship. So check it out and get involved.
Tweet coming through referring to the draw. Hewitt versus Tipsarevic in opening round. Boil the coffee. Surely that'll go to 5 sets.
Big game, that one.
Sure is.
Hewitt, of course, had some pretty good form over at Kooyong. Tipsarevic, quality player. These two girls here fighting to make it through to the main draw as well.
30 love.
Irina Rodionova of Australia leading 3 games to 2 at the moment, serving here. Looking pretty comfortable on serve too, I might add.
Love.
Nice ace. 3 game points now. Two aces each.
$40-15.
It's double fault there from Rodionova. Just try to shake it off though.
Not quite getting up to the serve on that one.
Pretty positive demeanour about her. And a wild error from Paris Antonia.
Rodionova leads 4 games to 2.
Gives the game to Irina Rodionova. She leads by 4 games to 2 here in the first set.
Another smart serve from Rodionova. That sliding serve out wide to the Paris Antonia forehand. That double-fisted forehand. Making it very hard for her to reach out there.
First set lasting 24 minutes so far.
Love.
See Rodionova muttering to herself a bit there, not quite getting down low enough to that shot, to that return.
all.
Good serve from the Spaniard.
13-15.
Really pulling Rodionova out wide. Well past those, well past the doubles lines. Bit of luck there for the Spaniard. The net cord just dropping that ball over to the other side. She'll take the point nonetheless. 40-15 she leads in this one. And the good serve again converts the game. So Paris Antonia of Spain keeping in touch here with Irina Rodionova of Australia. It's the Aussie leading 4 games to 3 in the opening set.
Thanks, Dan. We're going to get out to court 6. It's the Aussie court today. It hasn't been a successful day so far with Adam Feeney and both Monique Adamczak knocked out. Tammy Patterson is live out there at the moment. She's taking on Maria Joe-Cola, the 13th seed from Portugal. Actually made the first round of the Australian Open last year. Tammy serving here with a nice little advantage in the second set, so trying to get it to 3. She's had a good tournament so far. Of course, played the AO Wildcard Playoff back in December from Victoria. Her ranking around the 570 mark at the moment. So it's a big year for her to try and make some inroads. She has been a lot higher than that in the 200s, Tammy Patterson, but she's conceded the first set to the 13th seed, Maria Joe-Cola of Portugal. So some work to do. We know she plays a very aggressive game, Tammy. She goes for everything, and she'll need to do that right now to get herself back into this match. As we take you back to Show Court 3, day 3 of qualifying here at Melbourne Park.
So a couple of Aussie women in action today. Of course, Anastasia Rodionova still to come later this afternoon. Her younger sister, Arena, here in action. Looking pretty good in this opening set. She's up a break, serving at 4-3. Looking to be the first Aussie woman to move through to the third round. Nice forehand, should I say. A double-fisted forehand from Paris Antonia.
Well, it is confusing, isn't it, sometimes, Dan? So we don't see it that much on the tour these days. Great return.
See the stats on screen. 64% of first serves in for Rodionova, but a really impressive 79% of points won when that first serve hits its mark.
She has been serving incredibly well so far in this match. Very smart serving too.
Well, some good hitting there from Irina.
40-15.
2-game points now. Girls have been out there 30 minutes. Tough conditions. 37 degrees. Not troubling the Aussie though.
It
was a deep shot, wasn't it?
That was a great shot. Just clipping the line. Rodionova not quite getting it deep enough. Set up nice and early for that one.
One more game point. She squandered a couple there, Rodionova.
We see that sometimes with her second serve. She slows down the racket head speed. Sometimes gets a little tentative on it. Needs to keep the racket head coming through.
Pretty vital game here, this one, in the context of this opening set. Will either be back on serve or Rodionova having a stranglehold of it.
Advantage para Santonja.
Oh, Paris Antonia. Chance for the break here to get things back on serve at 4-all. So, bit of pressure now on Rodionova. Just tightening up ever so slightly.
Deuce.
Bit of a tight return there from the Spaniard. So, deuce number 2 we go. Rodionova's coach there. Mark Safoulis.
There's that serve again out wide.
Advantage to
Stretching
Rodionova.
Paris Antonia on that forehand side with a double fist forehand. Great serve.
Good quick turnaround. And she's in control now.
Okay,
Rodionova takes her lead out to, sorry, should I say, takes her lead out five games to three.
First set.
In this opening set. Been going for 32 minutes, so a bit of a tentative moment just moments ago. Looking likely to go to 4 apiece, but she dug deep, Rodionova, and now is 1 game away from claiming this first set.
She looks fired up, skipping around at the back of the court there. Great positive energy.
Nice backhand there from Paris Antonia. Claims the first point of this game.
Love. Love.
So the Spaniard just cruising through this game. 40 love here.
Some good hitting from Rodionova. Paris Antonia not in position at all to hit that shot though. And that's where we see the restriction with the two-hander on the forehand side. Just you don't have that same range of movement, same range of motion like you would with a single-handed forehand.
Game.
That one just over the sideline. So the game there to Arantxa Paris Antonia of Spain.
5 games to 4.
But the Australian Arena Rodionova will come out next and serve for the opening set. She leads 5 games to 4, hoping to be another Australian woman to qualify into the main draw of the Open on Monday. We know Samantha Stosur will be there, and we know that the draw has come out as well. We're going to check in with Brett Phillips now. Brett, how is the draw looking for our great Aussie hope, Sam Stosur?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Been going through it with a fine tooth comb today. She's got a tough one, hasn't she, Sam, to start against Kei Shencheng of Taipei. Actually beat her in Osaka last year, so she's a tricky first-round opponent. If she was able to get past that, and just looking further ahead, her likely second-round opponent would be Zhong Ji, who, of course, defeated her in Sydney this week. So that's a tough one. And then if she was able to get any further, likely third-round matchup with a Julia Gergas of Germany, who's seeded 18 here and has improved her game remarkably over the last couple of years. And then if it all sort of worked to the script and Sam kept going and had an amazing run, likely to face Li Na in the 4th round. So there's no easy matches for Sam Stosur and all the players in the draw, but I'm sure it'll just be, let's just get past round 1, because that has been a little bit of a battle from time to time. That's one of the key matchups. We know that the number 1 seed Victoria Azarenka's got Monica Nicolescu first up. The fascinating one is Kvitova and Schiavone and Wozniacki to take on Sabine Lisicki, which is worthy of sort of a 3rd or 4th round matchup. And I just want to mention too, Cristina Mitu from Romania 6-love over Sally Pearce yesterday. Well, she's won 18 of her last 19 games, 6-1 in the opening set against Michelle Larcher de Brito of Portugal. That one being played live at the moment, so she's in nice form.
Well, that's a tough one for Sabine Lisicki, who had a cracking game against Maria Sharapova here last year. So up against Wozniacki.
A tough one for Wozniacki as well, who's lost first round the last 2 Grand Slams. She wouldn't want to lose another first round.
15
Turn from Paris Antonia. Wozniacki dropped out of the top 10 last year, Dan. Was number 1 in the world around this time last year. Perhaps Rory just distracting her a little, mate.
Perhaps. So Rodionova,
13.
bit of a struggle in this game. 15-30. She's trying to serve out this first set.
Good scramble from Rodionova. Able to get that backhand nice and deep. Back to 30-all here.
Well, both girls just happy to go for the middle of the court until the angle created
14.
by Paris Antonia does the damage.
That's right, Dan. Unfortunately, Rodionova didn't quite do enough with any of his shots. A lot of balls played up the middle from both players. A fantastic whip around that one.
So a break point here for the Spaniard to get things back on serve in this opening set. One saved.
Juice.
So back to juice we go. Some good body language from the Australian. Some good positive self-talk. Well done, Paris Antonia.
Advantage Paris Antonia.
Good court coverage and just the passing shot to finish off.
Rodionova not doing enough with the volley though. We can see after she hits it, just doesn't close in enough. Not a bad approach. Didn't really stick the volley though. And we see where her court positioning, she's still halfway between the service line and the net. Must close in.
Break point number 2 for the Spaniard.
Juice.
Another one saved by Rodionova.
Oh, what a let-off.
Absolutely.
That was there to be hit. Just dumped it into the net. And only 114 kilometres per hour, that serve. We've seen that a few times from Rodionova on that second serve. It's a little bit tight.
Advantage Rodionova.
So back now to a set point here for Rodionova. Her first of this opening term. Let's see if she can close it out. And that she does. Irina Rodionova of Australia Closing out the first set here in the second round of women's
6
singles
games to 4.
qualifying. She takes the opening set in 41 minutes, 6 games to 3 against Arantxa Paris Antonia of Spain.
Been a good performance so far by Irina Rodionova. Her sister Anastasia coming up a little bit later today, but looking to get through to the final round of qualifying tomorrow, and a nice performance in the first set. We're about to bring you some highlights. 6 games to 3. Been working pretty hard over the last 6 to 8 weeks, and performed pretty well at the AO wildcard playoff. And as the guys mentioned pre-match, does play a little bit unorthodox at times. It certainly tries to mix things up, Irina. She's passionate out there on court like her sister. They wear their heart on their sleeves with plenty of raw emotion. Some good rallies in this match. Paris Antonia, of course, the Spaniard who did make the first round of the Australian Open last year. And going through qualies here. So she's had fluctuating form right throughout 2012. Of course, Irina does hit the ball a lot flatter than her sister Anastasia. And basically, a lot of the match played from the back of the court, and loves to play the slice. Irina Rodionova on that backhand side, and some good rallies right throughout. But Rodionova able to steady and hold her nerve and take out the opening set 6 games to 3. And that last little rally there, nice touch at the net there from Irina Rodionova. As we take a look at the set 1 summary, served pretty well, 70%. The winners count, not as many. Plays a more steadier game, not certainly brutal on the forehand or the backhand side, Rodionova, but trying to make the least unforced errors as she can. And only 12 so far in the opening set, 17 for Paris Antonia. She's won 5 more points at Rodionova so far. Can she keep it going? Well, we're about to find out when we head back to show court 3 in just a moment. A couple of results that just come through. Marco Tudinelli of Switzerland. I think he's the number 3 Swiss player. They're all way behind Roger Federer. Stanislav Wawrinka right up there, of course, with that classical backhand. He is through. Jan Mertel of the Czech Republic is also through to the final round of men's qualifying. As we take you back, second set on show court 3.
Irina Rodionova of Australia there on screen. First set in hand, 6 games to 3. In the first game here of the second set. Arantxa Paris Antonia of Spain serving first. See there the game clock, 44 minutes, the Rolex clock. Still pretty warm out there, 37 degrees.
Well, there's not too much you can do about that. A hard, flat shot that's just trickled over. A bit unlucky for Rodionova. Very tight call on the baseline. Looked pretty close.
40 love here for the Spaniard. Quick service game.
Game.
Wraps it up with an ace down the line. So a good start to this second set for the Spaniard. She leads 1 game to love. So Rodionova looking to be the next Aussie to move through to the main draw. We spoke moments ago, Dave, about Samantha Stosur. How do you think her chances are going to be at the Open on Monday?
Yeah, well, I think if she can control her nerves and just, really settle into that first round match, she needs to get a win on the board, I think, for her confidence here in Australia. And her draw is not too bad. She can definitely go pretty deep. So it'd be interesting. If you can get through those first couple of rounds, she could go quite deep into the tournament, but that's going to be the telling point, I think, those first couple of matches.
So, see the forced errors there on screen. Rodionova with 9, Paris Antonia with 13. Stosur no doubt would love to have a few more Aussie women in the draw to take a bit of a tension off her, but no doubt all eyes will be on Stosur as the tournament kicks off on Monday. Capable of going a long way. So Rodionova to serve here. this long.
Love 15.
A little bit rattled early in this second set, Rodionova. Just reacting to a few things. Now's the time for her to dig in and really concentrate. She's got the first set up her belt.
Net. Second service.
Oh, well covered at the net there by the Spaniard.
Well, that's a fantastic volley, full stretch, and really good technique to the racket head, way out in front, stepping forward as she makes contact with the ball. Really good volley.
It's a bit of pressure here on the Australian on her serve. Down love 30. Good way to lift her spirits.
Well, big shot. She was behind the baseline. Quite a tough shot. Very strong off forehand from Rodionova.
It's two well-constructed points from Rodionova to get right back into this game. From love 30 to 30 all.
(40-30).
Now game point. Gives herself a bit of a fist pump. Rodionova. Well, that's the two-handed forehand there, creating a good angle into the open court. Too good.
That is one advantage, Dan. We were talking a bit earlier about there's quite a few restrictions with the two-handed forehand, but one advantage is you can use that extra hand to really come around the ball. And we saw the angle that she created there. That ball really moving away from Rodionova cross court.
Another good serve. Pays dividends.
It's quite gusty out here. The wind's just picked up a little bit at the moment. See the flags in the background.
Well struck forehand, great depth, great authority.
1 game on, second set.
Locks down that game for Rodionova. So one game apiece here in the second set.
We've seen that quite a few times already in this match, that flat, deep forehand, Dan. She likes to hit that one. Been very successful, as well as her serve. Saw 70% first serve percentage in that first set. The two real key components of Rodionova's game.
Take a seat, please. Thank you. Please.
Just a momentary delay as some spectators take their seats. Paris and Tonya to serve here, third game of the second.
Please, can you take any seat for now? Thank you. Stop walking on the stands, please.
Spectators getting a talking to from the chair umpire.
And yet they still walk.
And out they go. Taking their time. Well done, Rodionova.
Love 15.
Really sent Paris Santoya left and right then.
Fantastic ball movement. They're moving all over the court. doesn't move super quick, Paris Antonia.
It's a good shot, though, on the back of a good first serve.
Dan, we see both players wearing glasses out there, protecting their eyes from the sun, especially in these conditions. Would that be your preference if you're out there?
Well, I'm finding in the commentary box I'm squinting, so I'd say yes. How about yourself?
I'm a bit worried that I'd fog up from all the sweat, I think.
Not a huge amount of players wearing the glasses.
Of course, Aussie Sam Stozer wears the glasses when she plays. And Janko Tipsarevic for the men, but can't think of too many others besides that.
$15, $14.
Well, a good little chance here for Rodionova to take an early lead here in the second set. As we know, she's won the first. She's got a couple of break points now.
Please quickly, please. Thank you.
To leap ahead 2 games
Please
to 1.
place already.
Bit of a hold up again for spectators not taking their seats, just
Can you
wandering
stop
around
now? Please stop.
the stadium. Caught on camera.
Slightly clueless about the etiquette of tennis.
Just waltzing around. Big point here.
$30, $14.
So 1 break point left. And another one saved. Good time to pull up a big first serve from the Spaniard. Frustrating for the returner.
Advantage para Santonja.
Bit of a loose return there.
Rodionova just overcooking that one. She has had quite a bit of success with that falling up the line off the return today.
Some more spectators. I think they're going to get a smack soon.
Please sit down now. Thank you. Please.
We'll perhaps
Can you
need some
sit down
signs
now?
up since the ushers aren't in just yet for the qualifiers. A few signs.
Thank you.
Don't walk around while the players are playing, although it's pretty obvious.
Keeps us entertained. So game point here for Paris Antonia. Just pushes that forehand over, so good work from Rodionova. She saves that. Big smile.
Finally gets the net cord going away. I think that's what the smile's about. She's had about 3 a go against her. Pretty happy to get that one.
So juice number 2.
Advantage para Santonja.
Set up by a great serve, and the way she sets up for this short backhand. Really good, nice and low. Uses that left hand to whip up and come around the ball.
She's been pretty lethal on any short balls, Paris Antonia. Just needs a few more of them. That's a
Game,
nice serve
Paras
too.
Anoja.
That's a pretty good game from the Spaniard, considering she was under the pump there, facing a couple of break
Paras Anoja
points.
leads 2
But
games to
Paris
1.
Antonia gets her
Second set.
nose in front in the second set. She leads by 2 games to 1. So Rodionova has the first. Adrian Franklin has been very busy today, and we've got him in show court 3 standing by with the coach of Irina Rodionova, Mark Safoulis. Over to you, Adrian.
Mark, I looked at the stats after that first set and it was pretty even. Are you noticing anything specifically out there at the moment?
Irina's had a lot of chances actually in the first set. She probably didn't capitalise on a lot of game points. But yeah, I mean, look, it's an evenly shaped match. I think her opponents actually started to pick up a game a little bit early in this second set. So hopefully Irina can maintain what she had in the first set, and hopefully we can get a game here and just try and keep it a bit more even here.
It's never a dull moment with Irina out on court. She looks over at you quite a bit. Is that something you work on, I suppose, or you just think it's always going to be part of her game?
Irina's an interesting character, to say the least. She's a different sort of person and loves to enjoy her tennis. So, yeah, we're trying to let her. I'm allowing her to be a little bit more out there, but it's got to be controlled, obviously. So, yeah, she's a different person to work with.
She said something before which you did have a chuckle about. Are there any famous comments you can let us know about?
Yeah, I'll choose not to answer that one, actually.
In all seriousness, she's doing well at the moment. I guess an interesting part of Paris and Tonia's game is the double-handers on both sides. Is that something that you spoke about prior to the match?
Absolutely. She's actually pretty strong on both wings. I think the forehand's a little bit weak on the backhand side. So yeah, it's just been pretty hard. I think she's actually stepped up to the plate a little bit early in this set. So Irina hasn't been able to sort of penetrate any side yet. So hopefully she can start to be a bit more aggressive with the wind here.
All right, well, the girls are back on court now. Let's hope she can snap this one and you guys can cool down afterwards.
Cheers, Adrian. Thanks.
Good work there, Adrian Franklin, with the coach of Irina Rodionova. Just a reminder too, she's put a shout out to potential husbands. Some pretty tough prerequisites, but if you're interested, get on down here to Melbourne Park.
Love 15.
That's right, bit of that character coming out. It's Lamborghini Gallardo was one of the prerequisites, I think. And a house in Las Vegas.
That's right. Good on her.
Showing some soccer skills there too.
She does seem to have a really different temperament to that of her sister, Anastasia, who we saw yesterday. She was a little bit emotional and up and down with her emotions throughout the contest. But even in this one, when Rodionova's kind of fallen off the pace a little bit at times, she's kind of kept it together, and a picture of good poise, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Remains a bit more positive than her sister, and often laughs off a bad shot sometimes. Doesn't get too down on herself.
Under pressure here.
Oh. 15-30.
Cord working in the favour of the Aussie. Just sending that shot wide from Paris and Tonya. 15-30 now. The first serve percentage still really good from Rodionova, 71%. Nice forehand.
Well, really set up well for that one, Rodionova. Good composure, didn't overplay this finishing shot here.
6 forehand winners each for both ladies. That was a good return from the Spaniard.
30-14.
Good connection on it. Break point here, so she really has lifted her game here in the second set. Paris and Tonya, a chance to get a bit of a mini break. Just pushing that one.
We've seen on most of the big points Rodionova go to that forehand side with her serve. hear her coach saying it probably is the weaker side of Paris Antonya's game.
Advantage para Santonja.
So another break point now. Second in this game. Just over an hour the girls have been out on court. As we've mentioned, very tough conditions here today. Well, she just whacks that one over the baseline and gives Paris Antonia the game.
3 games to 1.
So the Spaniard now leads by 3 games to 1 in the second set. First set, of course, going to Rodionova of Australia, but a much different feel here in this second set.
Well, the Spaniard has picked up her game in this second set. Her first serve's been quite effective and not making as many errors as she did in the first set.
So Paris Antonia serving at 3-1.
Enough.
As the first serves in of Rodionova, 73%, winning 66% of points. That was at 70 towards the end of that first set, so just dropping fractionally. Good aggressive hitting from the back of the court.
30 left.
That's right, Dan. We can see the court positioning and both players. Rodionova finished well behind the baseline, right up inside it. Paris Antonia.
So look at that there, 84% of first serves won. Points on first serve, so that's working a treat in this second set.
Good aggressive play from Rodionova.
30-15.
Set up from an excellent return. Whipping that one up the line, making Paris Antonia stretch that wide forehand. Still remaining positive, which is a good sign despite being down 3-1.
Oh, she just sends that one to the bottom of the net.
30 all.
I thought she might have hit that as a drive volley. It was dropping though. A bit difficult, but it had a bit of height on it. Could have had a bit of a swing. Just dumped into the bottom of the net.
30 all now.
Forty 30.
Another backhand error.
Game para Santonja.
Some good angles again from the ground strokes of Paris Antonia, and she extends her lead here in the second set. She leads by 4 games to 1.
Can you open the balls? You open them. Okay.
Match going on there on show court 3. Earlier on there today, Matthew Barton from Australia was defeated unfortunately in 3 sets by Tim Smichek from the USA. Barton started off very well, winning the first set 6 games to 3. but the wheels fell off from that point on. The American taking the next 2 sets 6-4, 6-1. Other courts, court 5, Corinne Knapp from Italy is playing her fellow countryman, that is Carina Dentoni. Knapp is number 8 in the world, won in straight sets yesterday, and she is well and truly on her way. 6-love in the first set. It is 1-all in the second. And over on court number 7, Greta Ahn from Hungary, the 3rd seed in qualifying, is also going very, very well. She's whipping through her clash against Yulia Bagelzheimer from the Ukraine. 5-love as we head back to show court 3 and Dan Ryan.
Thank you very much, Matt. Well, a change of fortunes here for Anastasia Rodionova. Sorry, Irina Rodionova, should I say. Younger sister of Anastasia, still to come later on this afternoon, but did a good job to take the first set, but it's been all the Spaniard, Arantxa Parasantonia, in this second. She leads 4-1. Can't get that
love 15
volley over the net.
Good defensive play from Parasantonia, taking one hand off her racket, low slice, keeping it down low, but she didn't bend her knees, Rodionova, on that half volley. Just to set up a bit earlier for that one.
15-all.
Pretty key game, this one, for Rodionova. She's been on the back foot in the past couple of games. Momentum all with the Spaniard. The errors ticking over into a game that weren't really there in the first set. Here's the unforced errors, both 22 each. Parasantonia really tidied up that stat in this second. Rodionova almost playing into the hands of Parasantonia in that point, just giving her a lot of balls up the middle, and the Spaniard just able to create the angle and punish.
You can see once again the court positioning, it's all Parasantonia on attack there. Rodionova defending right behind the baseline.
2 break points, absolutely. A good job to save that one.
13-14.
Started with the good serve out wide.
First serve so crucial for Rodionova. A lot of success when it goes in so far.
So close from Parasantonia, just collects the top of the tape. She squanders 2 breaks.
To get away with that one, I think, Rodionova. She was just hanging in there. A lot of balls up the middle of the court.
Terrific shot on the return of serve. Let rip and reaps the rewards. Another break point. Bang. It's a 3rd break point chance here in this game. To take a stranglehold.
Yes.
But good way to respond, Rodionova.
It's a fantastic serve out wide. Under a lot of pressure as well. Comes up with the goods. First serve has been fantastic so far today.
Double
Advantage
fault.
para Santonja.
A little bit inconsistent in this game. Fourth chance for Paris and Tonya as the umpire paddles a bit of a bug, I think. Still sitting on her shoulder, I believe.
Can you sit, please? Thank you.
They've got to deal with a lot of things.
Sit
these
quickly,
umpires.
please. Thank you.
Do a great job.
Sir, please.
Good way to respond there, Rodionova.
Juice.
Gets it back to Juice. Good aggressive play. Juice number 3. Still at 73% on that first serve, Rodionova. It's good.
Advantage para Santonja.
Just those errors creeping up. Fifth break point chance. Rodionova just flicking a bug off the court, potentially the bug that was troubling the umpire.
It's haunting everyone.
Game para Santonja.
Well, a sloppy double fault from the Australian gives the game to the Spaniard, Arantxa Paris-Antonia, and she now leads 5 games to 1 in this second set. 32 minutes it's been going for, but absolutely in control here, looking likely to progress to a third set here. And the longer this game goes, the tougher it gets for both players, considering the conditions they're having to face.
It is hot out here. This match going for an hour and 13 minutes so far. We've seen the Spaniard, Paris-Antonia, really pick her game up in this second set, reduce the error count, and her first serve has been going really well for her. When that goes in, the percentage is up in the winning percentage is up in the 80s. It's been a tale of that for both players, really. When that first serve goes in, both players had a lot of success. Rodionova, the double fault's just creeping in for her. Often slows down that racket head speed. Needs to keep it coming through.
So there's that moth again on the umpire. I think she's unaware.
Fault.
So Paris-Antonia here, the Spaniards, serving for this for this second set with new balls. Let's see how she goes.
15 up.
Takes the first point. Turned pro back in 2000. Paris-Antonia, been around for a while. Highest ranking of 46 in the world.
30 love.
Well, there's that impressive 82% on first serves won. An example right there of an ace. 30 love.
So 15.
Well, Rodionova can do a bit more of that, deep to that forehand side. That's where she's got a lot of her points from. Still remaining pretty positive despite being down 5-1.
Well, back to 30 all, so that backhand error just opens a slight window for Rodionova in this game. Pretty big point considering right now. Another good first serve brings up a set point for Arantxa Paris-Antonia. She's done it. She has tied this match up at a set apiece. Arantxa Paris and Tonya takes the second set in commanding fashion, 6-1. We're going the distance here on show court number 3. It's 1 set all.
Yes, Dan, a fluctuating match out there on show court 3, and we're about to have a look at the highlights as they're heading into a third. Pretty tricky conditions out there now on show court 3. It's hot and it's windy. It is really at one of the most testing parts of the day. Beautiful volley there from Paris and Tonya. Some lovely touch and then a little bit of strength there with that forehand across course. Arina Rodionova, the boys describing her a little bit more level-headed than her sister, who is about to take court number 6, virtually next door. A rally here between the two girls, put away beautifully there by Para Santonia, and that was a dominant forehand down the line that time. So having a look at the stats, that second set taking 35 minutes. Rodionova's first serve percentage encouraging for her as she heads into a third. It was all about the total points won. It was dominant for Para Santonia, 33-21. A quick set for her. So let's now head back to show court 3. Before we do that, a quick break.
Shout and let it all out, and scream and shout and let it out. We say it all, we are, we are, we are. We say it all, we are, we are, we are.
Bring the action.
Cardio tennis there, jump on board, a great workout.
Yeah, bring the action.
That's for sure. A lot of action here happening on show court number 3 in this match between Arina Rodionova. There is that moth in question that's been haunting both the chair umpire and the players out on court. I'm not sure if you saw last night in Sydney, but Bernard Tomic was haunted by a bug too scared to pick it up, and we've been told that the breed of that moth is a helmet voscher, I believe. So write that one down.
It's great information. I'll have to give it a name soon. It's hanging around so much.
Absolutely.
A little pet moth for show court 3.
So Arina Rodionova and Arantxa Paris and Tonya going into the third set here. Girl on screen here, Paris and Tonya, the 30-year-old Spaniard, went on a real roll in that second set. After 1 game all, she won the next 5 games to lock it down at 6-1. Chair umpire.
Yeah, she was impressive in that second set, Paris Santonia.
The conditions, not only should I say the heat, but also that wind. It's fairly gusty out here at Melbourne Park today.
Yeah, it's been very tough for the players, these conditions. And I reckon it's picked up a bit more as well since the first set. This second set, really gusty. Very tough to serve in these conditions, but both women doing such a fantastic job.
Rodionova has just left the court in this change.
And that's not a bad idea from her, losing that second set 6-1. I mean, besides, probably needs a toilet break. Besides that, though, gets to compose herself and gather her thoughts.
We've seen that a lot over the qualifiers. The player that's won the first set has tended to fallen off the pace pretty quickly in the second. So important that she bounces back here in the third set. There's her coach. Big game coming up here on show court 3. We'll take a quick break from Melbourne Park.
Do you want to have fun, make a bunch of new friends, and play an awesome sport all at the same time? Impossible, you say? Well, MLC Tennis Hot Shots is the game for you, with its kid-sized courts and super hittable balls. And now, we've got another reason for you to join up. We're giving away this awesome SpongeBob backpack to kids who start playing between December 16 and February 28th. To get one is easy. Just visit your local coach to join the fun and then register online. For more details, head to hotshots.tennis.com.au/start playing and get your SpongeBob backpack today.
There is Arina Rodionova of Australia. Make sure to Twitter, jump on board. We love our Twitter conversations here at Melbourne Park. Join the conversation, hashtag #AusOpen.
I'll get a few tweets ready for you, Dan, in the next few games.
Bring them on. Also Facebook, /Australian Open. the website there as well. And don't forget too, the iPhone app too. All the latest news, results, draws. The big draw for the championship starting on Monday is out too. So check out where your favourite players and of course the Aussies are set to play in the first couple of rounds. So we're set now for a start in the third set. Arena Rodionova of Australia to get things going. She wins the first point.
Bouncing around, gotta love to see that. Really positive.
left.
2 quick points. She'd love to get on the board early and quickly here. It's been a while since she's locked down a game. It's been all Paris and Tonya in that second. So 40 love now. Just the game that Rodionova was looking for. Just needs to close it out. Good work of the net there from Paris and Tonya, coming in off some good ground strokes.
She's had quite a bit of success when she has come in this match. I reckon she should do it a lot more though. I've only seen it on a few occasions. Easy put away for her there.
Pushing ever so slightly, Rodionova on that one.
40-30.
Well, she's got the game she wanted. She holds serve here, the first game of the third set. Arena Rodionova on the board. She leads 1 game to love in the third. So a good start from the Australian after a pretty sloppy second set that slipped by her pretty quickly. Really important that she stopped the run of Paris and Tonya, who went on a bit of a streak there to claim that set 6 games to 1. But on the board first, good way to settle into proceedings.
And Dan, there's plenty of tweets coming through. Hashtag #OzOpen. One coming through about Donald Young beating James Blake. And oh no, could he still get in the draw as a lucky loser, James Blake? And unfortunately he can't because it's not the last round of qualifying. So there is a lucky loser because John Isner pulled out. But this being the second round, he cannot get in the draw.
Tough break for James Blake. Would have been great to see him in the main draw at the Open. Former quarter-finalist, of course, at Melbourne Park. Not to be this year, though.
Love 15. Love 15. Love 13.
So a window of opportunity now for Rodionova, the double fault from Paris and Tonya. You can see there that's her 4th for the game, same as her opponent. But a good opportunity for Rodionova to strike early in this 3rd set, take a bit of ownership of it. Oh, good overhead from the back of the court.
That's a pretty tough shot from back there, Dan. She was off court. And she wasn't going to go anywhere else with that smash. She got the line with that one. Makes it very difficult.
Job well done.
Power.
Wide on that backhand. So back to 30-all now in this game.
Tough shot to play from Rodionova here, out wide, trying to get it up the line. She was nearly there. Not happy with herself.
From love 30 to 30-all. Break point.
30-14.
It's really up and about. On the other side of the net there, Rodionova. Break point chance early in this 3rd set. Key moment that she needs to make the most of. Oh, another good overhead from the Spaniard. Pretty comfortable on that shot.
Sets up really well for this. It's a kind of front on though, but still very effective.
Miss, can you sit down, please? Thank you. Advantage para Santonja.
Oh, it's now a game point chance for the Spaniard to tie it up at 1-game-all.
Second serve to the forehand. Big opportunity missed for Rodionova there.
Better return, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was, and we heard Rodionova yell out, "Go for it," after that point. Much better, and that's where she was getting a lot of her success earlier on in this match, off that forehand return, being really aggressive, flattening the ball out. Very tough conditions out there, Dan.
You can hear the wind. Just wide there from Harrison Tonya. Brings up another breakpoint chance for Rodionova. Second in this game.
Juice.
Well saved from the Spaniard, the ace down the line.
We've seen that a few times as well in this match. She's been able to pull out a big serve when she's needed it, the Spaniard. Booming serve, that one. 166 kilometres per hour down the tee.
Advantage para Santonja. Game para Santonja.
It took some doing, but the Spaniard secures that game to tie it up at 1 game apiece in the third set. We've been going for 16 minutes in this decider. Faced a couple of break points in there, but fought off the challenge of Rodionova to tie it up at 1-1.
Really tight 2 first games, 16 minutes for those 2 games already. Dan, who's your pick from here, mate? Pretty tough, I'd say.
It is really tough. Both players having plenty of opportunity to gain the ascendancy, but letting each other off the hook. Really hard to predict.
Take your seats, please. Thank you.
Some more naughty spectators.
Sit down, please. Behind the players, sit down now.
I think make a sign after I'm out of this commentary booth. Perhaps I could be a temporary usher.
Perhaps you could. Great serve, great ground stroke.
15 off.
Beautiful 1-2 punch, that out wide serve. Probably Rodionova's favourite serve. We've seen it a lot of times.
Two quick points.
She does play quite quick in between points, Rodionova. Doesn't like to overthink it too much.
Just gets on with business. 30 love.
Net for service. Out.
No choice but to go for that one. Paris and Tonya didn't pay off. Rodionova 3 game points. Good work off the backhand wing from Rodionova. Some good hitting, nice and deep.
2 games to 1.
Gives her that
Final
third
set.
game of this third set. She leads by 2 games to 1 in the decider.
Keeping you updated with out-of-court action, we've got court 5, Corinna from Italy, the 8th seed, going nicely, taking the first set there, 6-love, and leads Corinna Dentoni, also from Italy, 5 games to 3. And you might remember Sally Peers, who was beaten yesterday to 6-love, 6-love. That was by A girl that's out on court 14, Christina Mitu, and she played brilliantly, Christina, and she is well on her way. They've put her out on one of the outer courts, court 14, and she has taken the first set 6-1, lost the second 7-5, so that's going into a third. Court 6, it's virtually the court where all the Australians have been playing today, and currently Anastasia Rodionova is playing Valeria Savinki from Russia, and they are currently at a change of ends there, but it is Rodionova down 2-3 on serve there on court number 6. It hasn't been a happy hunting ground. Maria Cola from Portugal, the 13th seed, beating Tammy Patterson 6-3, 6-4 the game previously. Adam Feeney and Monique Adamczak also going down the two Australians earlier on court 6. So hopefully Anastasia can lift our hopes there on court 6. Back to show court 3 now, and Dan Ryan.
Good on you, Matt. A great roundup from you. So both Rodionova sisters in action at the moment. The younger sister, Irina, is early here in the third set. She leads by 2-1. Keep an eye on how older sister Anastasia is progressing on the outside courts. Paris Antonia serving here, 1-2 down. Some really positive energy happening now on the side of the net of the Aussie. Some fist pumps. She certainly is up and about early in this third set, taking the first point of this game. It's a good way to respond there from the Spaniard. Joining me in the commentary box now, Nathan Healy. Nathan, a pretty tight game in this one, but you've just come from outside and the conditions out there absolutely scorching for both players.
Yeah, no, it's brutal out there, mate. You don't get to see that, don't get to feel that in the commentary box.
Nicely air-conditioned. Girl's been on court an hour 39 minutes.
So 15.
So a double fault there from Paris Antonia.
And that second serve definitely looks like a liability. No real racket head speed. Probably not enough height on that ball toss either. Nowhere to drive to.
Good hustle and good shot to finish.
40-30.
bit of court coverage from both players there.
Yeah, both girls doing well there. It's when it gets this deep in a match in these temperatures, it's always difficult. Paris and Tonya getting up to that, but just missing it wide. I like that idea of that short slice, bringing the opponent forward.
Advantage to Rodionova.
Rodionova should definitely be looking to punish that second serve. Just sitting there begging to be hit. As that wind gusts up again. Wow.
Paris and Tonya only winning about 40% of points on her second serve, so certainly vulnerable when it gets to that occasion. Breakpoint chance here for the Aussie as the wind just really picks up here on show court 3. There's a bit of talk about a late change coming this afternoon. Some good hitting from both girls from the back of the court, but it's Paris and Tonya that comes away with it as Rodionova just loses her footing.
Yeah, both girls punishing that ball. Nice depth there from Paris and Tonya. Just having that double-handed on both sides. Gee, you have to move well. Lifting ahead on that shot, not quite committing to it. Keep that head still, get that body weight moving towards your target.
Break point number 2. Misses again off that backhand side. Back to Juice we go.
Yeah, that's just average shot selection. She's behind the baseline. As a general rule, if you are behind that baseline, you don't pull that trigger line. Ball should go across over 90% of the time at least. Yeah, good close there from Paris and Tonya.
Advantage Paris and Tonya.
Interesting little double-handed volley there, Dan.
Sure was. Executes it well though. Comes up with the game point to tie things up at 2 games all.
There's that shaky second serve. Once again, rearing its head.
Both players throughout today's contest have let themselves down on a couple of key crucial moments. That one there from the Spaniard. As we go to juice number 4 in this game. The serve's good.
Advantage Paris and Tonya.
Rodionova not pleased with the movement on that ball. Might be feeling it after the hour and 45 minutes on court, 37 degrees.
Juice plummets that one into the net. Back to Juice again.
Another seesawing battle out here from Rodionova. Any idea how her sister's doing?
Well, she was at 3-2 moments ago in the first set, so pretty early days in her clash out on court 6, I believe it is.
She should be definitely looking to crunch a forehand here.
Oh, she sends that backhand long. She knows it too.
She mentioned yesterday that her favourite shot is actually a backhand now. Just wondering, after watching her yesterday, her forehand was in fine form. Prefer her to use that instead of the backhand on these returns.
Well, she just bunted the return back, and Paris and Tonya made her pay. The forehand win across court.
2 games all.
She ties it up at 2 games each in the third set. 31 minutes this set has been going. So a seesawing struggle between these two girls.
Yeah, nothing on that return. No body weight going forward, not going out to meet the ball. And the ball just sitting in the middle of the court, begging to be plastered.
So into the 5th game now in the third set. Both players having ample opportunity to gain some sort of ascendancy in this third, but still we stay at even Stevens, 2 each. Here is Rodionova. Well, that's a well-orchestrated point from the Australian.
Yeah, very well done there, Dan.
15 left.
Moving forward nicely, getting her opponent on the run, and then that is the idea. That's what she should be looking to do, especially her opponent having double hand on both sides. As you saw there, closing the net down. Fantastic. Good work.
Well, she had a big crack on that forehand wing, didn't she?
She certainly did.
15 all.
Just using all corners of the court. That's where that double hand is useful. Just giving you the ability to create angle on the court.
Really good sharp angle inside that service box. 15 each.
Fifteen, 30.
See the wind there, just taking that ball.
Yeah, these gusty helmet vashing winds swirling around.
Good old swing and a miss.
30, 40. Yes.
Breakpoint chance here for the Spaniard. Sorry, back to Juice, I should say. She was at a break point. Gets another chance. Rodionova cannot believe it. She half-heartedly played one of those balls back.
Yeah, seeing a little bit of this today. Some tight line calls. Hawkeye not working at this stage, which makes it difficult for the players. This creates just that little bit of uncertainty in their minds.
Well, it's a good shot to round out that game from Paris and Tonya, and she gets the break and leads 3-2 in the third set. Melbourne Park, it's a place of greatness, but the question remains, what is greatness?
You know, it's so many ways that you see greatness.
The way you show up on a tennis court, what you bring to the game, you leave it better off, I guess. That's kind of how I define greatness.
One of the things in greatness is realizing your potential. So having a lot of talent and maximizing it, I think that's greatness. I think guts under pressure is greatness. I think beauty on the court is greatness.
And I think you have to know yourself and know the competition that you're playing and being able to excel at the right times in the game.
There's so many different ways to define that and appreciate what happens within the confines of an athletic field. There's so many ways that people reveal themselves to us as the fans in those situations of extreme pressure.
And that's the reply.
Results, the way you get those results, longevity at the top, excellence under pressure, and I think the way you represent the sport. I think that's the way you really look at the type of players and regard them over a long period of time as to how great they've been through our game.
Welcome back to Show Court 3. Brett Phillips stepping in with Nathan Healy here as we watch this third set unfold.
15 left.
And Patterson Tonya with a break here at 3-2.
Certainly can't pick a winner at this stage, Brett. It's been a seesawing battle, to say the least. Once again, Rodionova pushed wide. She's deep in the court and decides to pull that trigger line. That ball should once again be going cross court, lowest part of the net. Get herself back into the point.
Net for service.
Just cooled down a little bit outside, which is nice. Just a little.
30-15.
Just actually ducked inside Rod Laver Arena and watched Roger Federer for the last half an hour. Bit of game simulation, and I was trying to work out who the guy was down the other end, and I knew he was a guy on the rise, and it was David Goffin, the Frenchman who played Bernie at Wimbledon last year and knocked him out, Bernard Tomic. He can play. Took it right up to Roger.
Did you give him any tips, mate?
Lucky they couldn't see me. So a couple of game points now for Patterson Tonya to lead 4-2, and it could get away from Rodionova if she can't get a break here.
Yeah, interesting shot selection in this point. Not a bad idea to bring her forward, but definitely needed to keep that ball a little lower. It'll be interesting to watch Paris Tonya hit an overhead, especially judging by this serve. much racket head speed there. Oh, and there is
40-13.
view at that racket head speed. It's just way too slow.
Yep, just 110 Ks. The serve there, so double fault column 8 for Paris Antonia, 5 for Rodionova. Doesn't need that to happen right now. She tries to get to a 4-2 lead. Oh, and she's come up with her 9th double fault.
Yes.
I think she was complaining to the umpire there, looking for the let call when the hat fell off.
She just needs to recompose herself here. Yeah, Roger was hitting them pretty well inside.
Yeah, you were happy with his
pretty
form.
crisp. Yep, looks in good nick. Paul
So I
Anacone's coach. Who else is part of his team, doesn't?
His name is, I think it's Roig. He's his trainer.
Yeah.
He's been with him for years. Fantastic bloke. Very chilled, as most Swiss people are, and Roger.
She's missed.
Advantage Rodionova.
A lot of these players travel with a crew of entourage, and one of those in his camp, Helmut Varsha, does a fantastic job.
Now, I was at the back of the box waiting to come in, and what did you just mention before? I was on a different channel.
Game Rodionova.
So Rodionova breaks back.
3 games all.
Certainly up and down out here.
3 games all in the third and deciding set. Hard to pick a winner. Nearly at the 2-hour mark.
So I think I asked you yesterday, Maine, who's your tip for the men's singles?
Well, Andy Murray just came out after Roger left the court. A little high five on the way through, and talk about entourages. Andy's got a fairly big stable with him of Arn Lendl and co. Yeah, I like Andy's chances.
La 15.
Yeah, and he's going to be certainly confident after the year he had.
I think he'll be
Without
the
a doubt.
first player of the Open era to win his debut Grand Slam and then win consecutive majors if he was to win here in Melbourne.
Yeah, you always got that feeling that Pandora's box would open after he got the first one under his belt.
La 30.
Someone could just translate that. Rodionova just having a little chat. Russian.
Come on, everyone, come on.
15-30.
And just trying to get herself going. The middle stage of this third set. The vital 7th game.
It needs to hold here.
Come on. 5.
30 all.
Yeah, Paris Antonia just overcooking that one.
And she misses again. So last couple of games, racking up a few unforced errors. We'll check that count in just a moment. A vital stage now, this third set. 25, so double Rodionova's. Could be telling in the end. And long from Paris Antonia. There's another unforced error, and Rodionova with a very good hold. She leads at 4 games to 3 in this third and deciding set. Well, hot shots, of course, going to be big here at Melbourne Park for those just starting out, and well, a little man to tell you about a game for little people.
Guys, we're out on the Hot Shots court, as you've just mentioned. Thank you for that introduction. Now, I've got a challenge for these kids. We've got the men's and women's Australian Open trophies, and they both have names. I'm going to ask these kids what the names are, all right? Do you know what the names of the trophies are? Took too long.
Oh, I don't know, Rod Laver and Sam Stozer?
No, not.
Got no idea.
No idea. It's a tough question. Let's jump over here. Do you know, mate?
Cool Cup.
No, wrong. What about you?
Rod Laver Cup.
No, wrong again. All right, we've got the youngsters. I'm sure they don't know. Do you know what the name of the men's cup is?
Norman Brooks Cup.
Yes, correct. What about you? Do you know the name of the women's cup?
Daphne Ackerts.
Daphne Ackerst. That's right. So none of these older kids knew, but the two younger kids. Round of applause for the two youngsters there.
They're almost as tall as you, mate.
Thank you, Adrian. Oh, nice job out there. He's the king of the kids.
He's doing a fantastic job, providing the colour, the entertainment.
Yeah, it's just sort of starting to feel like the Australian Open is right on our doorstep. Every time we're here, each day of qualifying, there's sort of more people around. I've just wandered through. More of the international journalists have rocked up and getting themselves acquainted and following the qualifying, following all the big players practicing. It's quite an amazing little epicentre in behind closed doors there. The amount of written press and radio and TV. There's not too many countries that are playing tennis. Oh, nice work. She likes that drop shot.
Yeah, good hands on show from Rodionova. That's a good place, stretching her opponent wide here, opening the court, and soft hands. And she hit that from inside the baseline, which is where you want to be to change direction.
Real chance here for Rodionova.
Love 30.
At love 30 on the Patterson-Tonya serve.
Nice little fist pump there.
She's bouncing around her feet, so keen to strike here. And gets a look at a second serve. Another unforced error from Patterson-Tonya.
Love 14.
Just letting that ball play her. Not quite in position, heavy feet. Need those adjustment steps.
3 break point opportunities for Irina Rodionova. Both sisters looking to try and get through to the third round. I'll update you on Anastasia very shortly, who's out on court.
Once again, I feel like she could have got around and crunched a forehand instead of taking on the backhand. Just can do a little bit more with that forehand.
Wait, please. Ball. Net. Second service.
Another unforced error from Patterson-Tonya. They're racking up now.
New ball, please. Ball change.
And Irina Rodionova to come out and serve for the match.
5 games to 3.
And a spot in the final round of qualifying tomorrow.
Well done from Irina there, moving around that ball and hitting a forehand. That's the decision I'd like her to make more often.
Plays a lot flatter, doesn't she, than Anastasia? Very different game styles.
I think similar personalities, would you say?
No doubt. The breeze just picks up. Can she get the job done here? Yeah, to set up too much on that occasion. Good scampering from Harrison Tully to get in and hit the winner.
It's not easy to execute the drop shot, especially when it heats up like this. Get too much bounce out of the courts. You really have to make a wise choice when playing that shot. Well played from both girls. Parasitonia just pulling up on that last shot. Didn't stay down. As you'll see here, the head lifts through the ball as she's making contact. Boom.
So quite blustery here as Arena tries to close it out. Double and more now, the unforced error count for Parasitonia. Misses again.
Yeah, those, as you said, that unforced error rate really creeping up now. Really started to, the quality of a tennis started to decline, I think, when her hat fell off. Do you think, BP?
Yeah. Maybe I've jinxed her since I jumped in the box here. Too many clean ones.
All right, she's playing an Aussie.
There's another one, which brings up now a couple of match points for Irina Rodionova to head through to the final round of qualies.
True blue.
Net. First service.
Just wide.
14-30.
Still one match point up her sleeve.
And the Spaniards still fighting.
Matt Reid and Julian Riester of Germany to come. Our final match today. And long from Parasitonia and Irina Rodionova.
2 sets to 1.
Is through to the third round of qualifying here at Melbourne Park. After being blown apart in the second set, she's been good enough to come back and close it out in 3. 6 games to 3. You cannot wipe the smile on her face. We'll hear from her very shortly. Courtside with Adrian Franklin, but she's put 2 good solid performances together.
Yeah, she looked relieved as she moved to the chair there. Tongue was wagging. She's just, I think, relieved to get through to that third round, but still more work to be done if she wants to be playing the tournament on Monday or Tuesday.
Of course, her sister playing next door at the moment. We'll get the latest on Anastasia. The girls always keep a close eye on each other's matches. We believe that's been a very tight first set out on court number 6 at the moment between Anastasia into a tiebreaker in the first set. We'll get the latest with Matt shortly. Well, we're going to head down to Adrian Franklin, who's standing by with the winner, Irina Rodionova.
Irina, there were a few deep breaths there, a bit of laughter. You're obviously very relieved after that one.
I don't think I was breathing for like last 4 games. So yeah, thank you.
Well, you can breathe now. It was obviously a really tough battle. I think the overall points at the end of the 3 sets were very even. What did you think it came down to?
I'm not sure, I wasn't counting points, but You know, I have no idea. It's like 40 degrees. I spent here 2 hours, 9 minutes. I don't care. I'm just so happy I won, you know. I was just trying to fight for every point, obviously, and it worked.
Do you watch the minutes tick up as you're going? 2 hours and 1 minute.
You know, I have to get ready for for a dinner or whatever date, what I have tonight.
Where are you heading?
Bar? No, sir. Playing tomorrow, no. So let's see. I'll find a place where to go.
Now, Mark Safoulis I spoke to a couple of times in the crowd. Now, I guess you've got a feel for him sometimes. Watching you, you go up and down a little bit, but he's a great coach, isn't he? You're going very well with him.
Yeah. No, he's a great guy. I know him for years, and he's helping me out a lot. And yeah, well, I feel sorry for him. I mean, he also was sitting there for more than 2 hours, and I know that he's really nervous when I'm playing. And I know, because I always watch my sister. Obviously, I know it's so tough, so much tougher to actually watch than to play. So, poor guy. I mean, sorry, Mark.
Now, just to finish off on a lighter note, I heard from one of our fellow commentators that you're looking for a man with a Lamborghini and also a house in Vegas. Now,
House in Vegas? Okay, I can't spend more than 2 nights in Vegas, so I don't think I need a house there. But thank you.
I've got good news though. I've got good news because I've got a Lamborghini and it's currently parked at my house in Vegas.
I think we're friends now. That's good. That's good.
Well done. You're going to go and watch your sister play now?
Oh, nah, screw that. No, of course, yeah. Well, do you know the score she play now?
Yeah, it's just in a tie break, so head out there.
First set?
First set, yeah.
Bye!
Thank you.
Well, I think Adrian Franklin got more than he bargained for there. I can actually report that Sister Anastasia's got beaten in that tie-break in the first set, but more about that in a moment. Let's have a look at the highlights of the third set here, taken out by Arina Rodionova. She's a real character, isn't she? As she mentioned, 2 hours and 9 minutes on the court, and she didn't really care about her stats in the end. She said, damn it, she doesn't care, she won anyway. But it was hard to predict this set going for over 50 minutes, and it was a titanic struggle, especially early part of the set, until Arina really tightened the screws. A smash overhead there from Para Santonia, comfortable in that department. Lots of hustle from both girls, and that was a fantastic shot that's just been able to drop in for Para Santonia. Again there at the net, lovely volley. Both girls quite versatile. Good work at the net there from Arina Rodionova, who has had to really fight hard today. That third set going for over 50 minutes. So the final score, it was 6-3, 1-6, 6-3. Arina Rodionova over Arantxa Para Santonia from Spain. Now, as I mentioned, on court 6, Sister Anastasia Rodionova is up against Valeria Savinaka from Russia, and we're about to head out to court number 6. And I wonder if Anastasia's first serve percentages are up there like her sister's at 74%. As you can see with the total points won there, Arina Rodionova just with her nose in front over Para Santonia. So the Russian Valeria Savinaka taking out the first set there. It went to a tie-break. It was a titanic struggle, and the tie-break was 7-5. So Savinaka 7-6 over Anastasia Rodionova in the first set. We're now having a look at live vision of court 6 now in the early part of the second set. This game almost going 5 minutes, so very evenly matched, these women. And it's 15 all currently out there on court number 6. So it is going to be a very interesting match, and you just get the impression that it's not over yet. So Anastasia Rodionova, the 19th seed, coming into qualifying up against the Russian Savinaka. So it's good news for Australia, though, on show court 3. Arina Rodionova winning 6-3, 1-6, 6-3. And coming up shortly, we have Matt Reed up against Julian Reister, the 26-year-old from Germany, who got to a best ranking of 92 in May 2011, about 18 months ago. Matt Reed, though, what we believe is hitting well, looking well, feeling well coming into this match, which is coming up next on Australian Open TV.
ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park, and our final match about to get underway very shortly here on Show Court 3. It's the Australian Matthew Reid taking on Germany's Julian Riester for a spot in the final round of qualifying as we tick our way just past 4 o'clock on this Friday afternoon, wherever you are taking our pictures around the world. Keeping a close eye on qualifying, all the results of today at AustralianOpen.com. The draw for the start on Monday is also up on AustralianOpen.com, and you can continue to join the conversation all day. Hashtag AusOpen on Twitter. Adrian Franklin, who's just got the best out of Arena Rodionova. Fantastic interview on court, has jumped up into the box.
Yes, great to be here.
She was pretty happy.
Was she happy?
She's always happy.
Yeah. I never really know what to make of it, but as long as you got something from
it's
it, Brett,
colourful.
Yeah, that's a word to describe it.
It's raw. It's good. I like it.
Yeah, I spoke to Mark Zafoulis, obviously. I've spoken to him a number of times over the past few weeks, and I just asked him, I said, mate, how is it to work with Arena Rodionova? And as he said, when we crossed in the stands, he said, she's a different person. She's definitely different. But I think in comparison to Anastasia, her sister, she does seem to be a bit more positive out on court. I think she can control the emotion. She's definitely highly emotional, but I think she can control it a little bit better at this stage.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Less animated.
Yeah, which is quite incredible.
A bit more positive energy, so we'll wait to see what her sister does. She's got to come from a set down, Anastasia, but Arena is through to the final round of qualifying, so a lot of the girls and guys booking their spots today. We'll go through some of the matchups for tomorrow a little bit later on in the final round of qualifying. And just started to cool down a bit, which is pleasant for the players. It could be gusty there towards the end of that match between Rodionova and Pato-Santonia. 54 unforced errors in the end was the telling factor there, I think, to 36.
Yeah.
Big stat.
Yeah, well, that's always the stat we look at straight away after matches, just to see, because there's sometimes a huge discrepancy between the unforced errors between both players, and you really do notice it on the scoreboard.
That's That's what I think got Roddy Nova home. She was just the steadier player and kept the balls in court. Unfortunately, Paris Antoniuk, in the last 3 or 4 games of that match, just couldn't execute at all.
I'm looking forward to this one, though. Love watching Matt Reid play.
It's a big opportunity, isn't it? He was the runner-up at the wildcard playoff. Went to Brisbane, of course, and competed up there. And sometimes we've seen the runner-up at the wildcard playoff back in December get a Guernsey, get direct entry, but he's been made to come through qualifying here. With the discretionary wildcards handed out to some other players. Ranked just outside the top 300.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear Nathan Healy's thoughts when he was playing the other day, and Healy will be back in commentary a little bit later, but he's done a little bit of work with him, particularly on, you know, breathing techniques, just trying to relax a lot. And I mean, Matt Reid mentioned that in his post-match interview straight after his round 1 victory. He mentioned it as a highlight for him over the past couple of weeks, and he has been a frustrating sort of player to watch. He does get, you know, quite animated out on court, to his detriment as well, I think. So he hits the ball as cleanly as you like to see. So if he can just remain calm, positive out on court, I really think he can make a run for it this year.
He looks to be in good nick. 23 years of age, so it's at that time of his career to go one way or the other. I think people who have been watching our broadcast the last few days will have really appreciated the insights of Nathan Healy, who, of course, former tour professional, who's spent a couple of years in Leighton Hewitt's camp. And just talking about that need for on-court composure. We've seen a few players this week really lose it during matches, not being able to move on quickly to the next point. But Matt Reid, certainly much more calmer demeanour, and it may pay off. I'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, the 1 minute that he made that stuck in my mind, which you mentioned to me yesterday, was just having a routine between points as well. I think we've noticed, I mean, during qualifying, we've seen a lot of people walking into the stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, Australian Open second round match, best of 3 sets for 2 sets.
So
tiebreak final set will be advantage.
Focus on your
That's
game,
our chair
have a routine.
From Germany, Julian Restor.
As the players
and
are
right chair from Australia, Matt Reid.
Sometimes
Matt Reid won the toss and
over the past few points, which is doesn't make it easy.
Tell us a bit about his opponent, Julian Riester, who's unseeded here in qualies from Germany.
He is, so he's ranked 296 at the moment.
So not much separating the two in rankings.
No, but he has had a career high ranking of 92. So he can play. He's 26 years of age, 6'2", so he's quite a tall lad. I spoke to David Bidmead, co-commentator, before, and they have played, I think, about 4 years ago, and Matt Reid lost in the 3rd set. So they've played, I mean, that's a long time ago. But I reckon this could be a long battle.
So Matt Reid on that picture there. It's been a great day for the Australians. Barton going out earlier, Feeney, Adam Zak. Tammy Patterson also bowing out to Kohler of Portugal, and Anastasia Roddy Nova trying to come from a set down. So Matthew Reid looking to fly the Australian flag into the final round of qualifying as we get underway. It's a good start. Initial deep return.
Low 15.
Off the first serve. Nicely constructed point.
On.
Yeah, he's a really strong lad, Matt Reid, so he can go the distance in these matches. Played the wildcard playoff recently, as you mentioned before, which was best of 5 set competition as well. So he's fit and strong at the moment.
comfortably put away.
30-15.
He prefers to play from the back of the court predominantly, Reid, and he's the sort of player that really does need to get into the groove of the match. I think he relies on feeling good from the back of the court. At times he can struggle with his ground strokes a little bit, but if he's feeling confident, he's a very tough man to beat.
40-15.
So a couple of game points to hold here in the opening game for the German. He's been inside the top 100.
(40-30).
As you can hear that breeze really picking up again late in the afternoon here in Melbourne. Day 3 of qualifying.
Game, Rister.
And Rister's able to hold. One game to love in the opening set. Final match for you here on AOTV. You can join the conversation, hashtag #AusOpen. We've had some really good tweets throughout the course of the day. We'll get to a few of those in just a moment. The draw also out if you're, whatever time difference you are and you're just tuning in. Take a look on AustralianOpen.com.
Madrid to serve.
Some great first round matchups. Wozniacki and Lisicki. We've got Dolgopolov and Monfils. Sure to be some theatrics in that match. Schiavone and Kvitova.
Marenko playing Cilic as well. Marenko was having hit up on outside court before against or with John Millman. So Millman's in the Australian Open as well.
Tetsumo Ito, Millman, who beat in Brisbane just recently.
Yeah, hasn't he been impressive over the past couple of weeks? It came from nowhere, Millman.
Yeah, and talked this morning that might be some Davis Cup selection coming up. There's a bit of a reward if he can keep going in the way he's heading at the moment. But Matosevic and Cilic, well, US Open last year, 2 sets to love, Marenko.
I remember watching that.
40 off.
I think the difference between that, I mean, he was playing really well last year, but early on in the year, again, emotionally, he wasn't in control. I think he's been doing a lot of work with Josh Eagle, his coach, and really working on that side.
Gee, impressive service game to start.
One game all.
Nice ace down the tee from Matt Reid to love. 1 game all.
Yeah, so I just think that Matosevic won't mind that first round matchup. I mean, being 2 sets to love up against Cilic at the US Open, clearly he can play against the guy. And, I mean, he really should have won that match. So perhaps some redemption in store.
Yeah, we'll wait the schedule, which will be out on the weekend.
Love 15.
It's a cardinal sin, isn't it? Don't swing at the ball. You just let that go. Taught that one as a youngster.
Let for service.
Take the hot shots you were at before. It's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, there will be a lot of kids who will go through that area the next fortnight. Good serve.
Well, yeah, there's a court.
Right down the tee.
15 all.
A court just outside Show Court 3, where we're commentating here, and then there are a few courts out near Garden Square as well. So we'll have the kids in tomorrow for Kids Day.
Ooh, that one not off the sweet part of the racket for
15-30.
So Reid looking to put some early pressure here on the German serve.
Well, I tested the kids out there, BP, on the names of the Australian Open trophies, both men and women. Can I put the test to you?
Well, I had the company of the 2 cups yesterday.
Of course you did.
I was very nervous, actually. I wasn't allowed to touch them, and I thought, oh, I don't want to knock them off the table. Sir Norman Brooks, of course.
Oh.
And the
30-40.
the Ackhurst Memorial Cup.
Yep, 100% there, BP. That was great.
Challenge Cup, of course. Yeah, just left out one key word there. Gee, our production staff are very, very switched on.
One in particular, actually. Yes.
They were shiny yesterday. Looking good. Only dream of holding that. Yeah, well played from Riester. He gets it back to Juice.
Yes.
Little break point opportunity for Matthew Reid. Taken away.
Last year, 2012, Riester beat Fernando Verdasco in round 1 of Hamburg. So 6-2, 6-3. Lost to Jeremy Shardy in the second round, but still, he can play. It's going to be a very tough match for Reid today.
Out. Advantage Reid.
So another break point opportunity here for Reid, and quite tall, isn't he? You have to be gee, up around the 195, 200 centimetre mark, I reckon, Riester.
Yeah, he's 190.
Okay.
190 centimetres.
Hustle from
yes.
Again. He's been trying to get into the net right throughout the course of this game.
So Riester's been involved in qualifying for the Australian Open. In 2010, he lost first round of qualies, and in 2008, he lost in the second round. So he hasn't made it through to the Australian Open to date.
Advantage
Serve
Riester.
at 186. So a game point coming up here for the German. Spot in the final round of qualifying. Up for grabs.
Out. Yes.
So another overrule there.
I'm overruling a ball which is this out.
And Riester
Oh, mate.
just mentioning that that's happened twice. I think the chair umpires just said to the lines person, "Come on, mate," as if to say, you know, keep your eyes open.
Get your game.
I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, good play again from Riester. Strong off the ground.
Advantage Riester.
Off forehand. So long third game here. The breeze dipping in and out.
Yeah, it's dropped at least 5 degrees, I reckon, outside. Probably closer to 10. Just in the space of 20 minutes, I reckon.
It's good.
Yes.
Another close call. Riester is...
We'll take a look here.
Hey,
We're
Julian.
not at that end of the court, but I must say from the naked eye, it looked okay.
Sorry?
But,
This one? You must be kidding.
so already over 6 minutes. How about that? We've got the clock right on here, Adrian.
And ticking as well.
Long third game.
Just a little bit of banter between the umpire and Julien again. You've got to be kidding.
Get on with it. there's someone high in the crowd. He was right in that rally, Matt Reid. He's just shanked the last one.
Just get the feeling, watching Reid, both Brett, you and I have watched many games that he's been involved in. He seems to hit the ball quite flat a lot of the time, both on his forehand and backhand. And that's where you'll just see the ball float past the baseline a little bit. He's just not getting a huge amount of topspin on the ball sometimes.
Game wrestle.
And that's a nice, big, strong serve at 189 kilometres eventually. A game that went just over 7 minutes. It's Riester who leads in the first set, 2-1.
Let's update you on court number 6, Anastasia Rodionova and Valeria Savinyika from Russia. And after Savinyika took the tiebreak in the first set, 7-6, it was 7-5 by the way, Savinyika leads 2-1, but it's on serve here, and it's currently deuce with Anastasia Rodionova serving on screen and is now serving an advantage, I believe. So we'll take in this point, and by the looks of it, she's taken that game. She has that return from Savinyika long. So all on serve there in the second round, women's qualifying on court 6. After losing the first set, Anastasia Rodionova, it is all square, 2-all against Valeria Savinyika from Russia. And also tell you, Michelle Blanchard-Brito defeated Christina Mitu out on court 14. The score there, 1-6-7-5-6-2. Let's head back to show court 3 and Matt Reid and Julian Riester with Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Matt. Plenty happening around the grounds here at Melbourne Park. Bernard Tomic just underway also in Sydney against Andreas Seppi. We'll keep you updated. Kevin Anderson has made the final, the big South African up there at the Apia International. And over in Auckland, it's Philip Kohlschreiber to take on David Ferrer, who have both won their 2 semis today. So that is the ATP event, the Heineken Open over in Auckland. And we'll keep you in touch with Bernard Tomic, who's won his opening service game up there in Sydney.
What a remarkable start to the year for Tomic. After a few issues that have taken place, you could not have hoped for a better start to 2013.
Good jamming serve there from Matt Reid. And good to watch last night, not having it all his own way. Having to regroup after losing a first set tiebreaker and come from behind.
Yeah, I don't know about you, BP, but I'm in awe of watching him play. He's one of the most impressive tennis players on court that I've ever seen. That's
unique.
Oh.
He's got Leonardo Mayer, unseeded Argentinian, in the first round. So Reid held to love in his opening service game and looking to get through quickly here. After the last game on the service of Riester went over 7 minutes. And Reid in control of his serve once again. 2 good service games. Squeeze it up. Quarter of an hour in, 2 games all.
Yeah, great move there off the first serve. Love to see him do that a little bit more as well. It's really solid volleyer at the net. Feels comfortable there. I think he can just create a few cheap points from that good first serve and then back it up with a strong volley. It's a good start to this match, nice and even.
off.
Just a loose shot there. Sometimes it just can take Matt Reid a little bit of time to get into the match and feel completely comfortable from the back of the court. Once he's there, then he usually plays quite well.
Pops it off.
And the breeze definitely picking up on that shot.
So it looks like it might be a more comfortable hole this time around. Crank up another big first serve here.
Yeah,
does that into the net from Reid. 3-2 on serve in the opening set here on show court 3.
Chai.
Welcome back to show court 3, the corridors of Melbourne Park, the inner sanctum. I've got to say, Adrian, it's a real privilege to be able to walk through the inner sanctum here at Melbourne Park. It's just amazing to watch. It's a hub of activity, particularly in the first week with so many players here and competing.
15
their entourages, the media. It's little tunnels and rabbit warrens and rooms to duck into. Lots of people with walkie-talkies.
30 off.
The security guys here do a great job during the Open. Because some of them who sit on the inner sanctum don't actually watch any tennis.
No. Well, yeah, a lot of the time they have to have their backs turned, don't they?
And they never nod off. Always alert. I'll tell you what.
You would go
would
for
stay
sure.
off.
Of course. Well, it is quite incredible. I'm fortunate enough to work here throughout the year at Tennis Australia, and walking through the corridors for 10 months of the year, it's relatively quiet. And then come December, January, it is unbelievable. You can just walk through the corridors, and fortunately enough, yourself and myself can walk through, being within the commentary team, I suppose. We can get our accreditation, which allows us to go as that drops in.
40-15.
Great shot. Great shot. But yeah, our accreditation passes allow us into the corridors. So the other day I was heading off to lunch and I walked past Roger Federer.
Who?
Mr. Roger.
Roger. So I'll just say to Nathan, I ducked in for about 45 minutes on a break and just sat in a little bunker. It's like a nice little quiet haven on centre court there.
For a nap or just?
When I was watching Roger.
Yeah.
Oh, you were watching? Oh, really?
Reid holds. He's only had 2 points taken off his serve in 3 service games. So he's doing what he has to do. Can he get a break? Wait and see. 3 games all 20 minutes in. One thing you notice, I was watching Roger, a bit of game simulation. He was taking on David Goffin, the Frenchman, who can really play, and he took it right up to Roger. But Roger's approach shots are just superb. So he always has the confidence to come in behind, knowing he's put it into a really difficult part of the court.
Low 15.
Yeah, well, what adjective hasn't been used already to describe Roger Federer?
Well, boy, just stop moving during. Just come back and we will see later about the ball, please. Thank you.
Sails well over the baseline.
15-all.
We spoke about the chair umpire the other day, who was one of my favourites. They've got the A team out for the qualifying. Who was that? What was his name again? It was
Carlos Ramos.
Carlos Ramos, of course. Now, it's not Carlos Ramos in the chair at the moment, but I'm going to have to find his name because he is the David Beckham of chair umpiring. That's a test. Oh,
30-15.
Pascal Maria.
Yes.
He
almost starts singing.
There he is, Pascal Maria from
Thank you,
France.
Sid, please. Thank you.
There we go. See, just stern.
His vision is superb. He was
Gentlemen
what
behind the
anyone
players, take it in seat.
out of the corner of his eye is moving. I must say, I find it highly amusing that people drift around when there's a tennis match going on. Good serve right into the body there. Tough one to return for Reed. So a couple of game points here for Reed to take a 4-3 lead. People are very casual. Oh, that's in. Let it go.
New balls, please.
Reester 4 games to 3. Opening set here on show court 3. And we're going to head out to court 6. Nathan Healy, you are out there watching Anastasia Rodionova. She's trying to come from a set down. How's she travelling at the moment?
Yeah, hey guys. Been fantastic view from up here on court 6. You got a great picture over all the courts, but on court 6 we have Anastasia taking on Savink, and she's battling out here. She is really fighting against the wind, the umpire herself, but she just held there for 3 games all. These games have been certainly up and down. She's sort of following in her sister's footsteps. Yeah, some big hitting. I'd like her to get a little bit more air on her shots. The Russian really likes it in the strike zone. Rodionova's a serve. She's also struggling with that.
So
second serve, throwing in a few double faults.
Nathan, you mentioned that she's been fighting against herself and the other elements. Do you think she'll be able to control her composure and maybe get back and take this to the 3rd set?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, when she stays calm, she seems like she's ready to play the next point. But there's definitely negative body language creeping in from time to time, which definitely doesn't help. It's interesting watching the Russian player too. She grunts after she makes contact with the ball, which can be quite distracting as a player.
Absolutely. Nathan, we'll come back to you shortly. You've got a bird's eye view there on court 6, a critical stage at 3 games all in the second set. Anastasia Rodionova trying to take it to a 3rd. We'll be back to Nathan Healy watching that one for us. Well, he was slice of luck.
15-all.
We'll
take that.
It was lucky. I mean, he was down love 15 as well. So if that one drops into the net, he's down love 30. And as you mentioned before, he's only lost a handful of points on his service games.
3 I've counted.
Yeah, well, both players have been very impressed with their serving. They've been holding strong and no break points to date. No real windows of opportunity for either player to break.
Nice angle with the serve. 169, beautiful placement.
Just get the feeling it's a little bit tense out there on court at the moment. Reester was chatting to the umpire early on. Matt Reed, I mean, he's controlling himself at the moment, but it's just like a bit of a chess game right now.
Speaking of chair umpires,
yes,
our man with the deep voice, 40 Love.
Oh yes, do you know his name?
It's on the tip of my tongue. There's a shank from Reester. So 40-15. Once again in control of his serve here, Reed.
There's Pascal Maria again, but yeah, he is incredible, that guy.
Well, I heard him I'm sure he was in Brisbane. A bit of 40 Love.
Yeah,
Great serve from Reed.
All right, so that's 3 points now then that he's lost on his service games.
Yep.
3 points.
Just 3. So he's holding up his end of the bargain. Tough to get a break though.
Yeah, well, I guess we're lingering on the chair umpire point, but I think it's a universal topic, really. I think people really like to listen to the chair umpires, but that guy is, we'll find out his name shortly.
Frenchman.
Yeah, they're all Frenchmen, aren't they?
Just a bit.
But he's got emotion in his tone, which I'm not so sure you can do as a chair umpire.
Like a great radio announcer.
Touch it off.
So Reester serving it well here. It is just tough to get a break. We might be heading for a tiebreaker. If the trend of this match continues.
Just overplaying it a little bit. It was a great deep shot the previous point, or the previous shot. And he's just taken it out wide. So 3 game points here.
Game, wrestle.
So 5-4.
Wrestle is 5 games.
On serve. In the opening set. Here on show court number 3, we're going to go around the grounds on day 3 of qualifying.
Thanks very much, Brett. That struggle in the second set continues between Valeria Savanaika from Russia and also our very own Anastasia Rodionova from Australia. But on a couple of other courts for you, on court 7 from Hungary, the 3rd seed Greta Ahn comfortably through, defeating Yulia Begelzheimer from the Ukraine 6-1, 6-2. And also looking after our British friends, James Ward up against Misha Verev from Germany. And that's currently on court number 8. And it's a bit of a struggle, but Ward leads 6-5 in that first set, but currently on serve. And boys, you mentioned the cool change. I can tell you the Bureau's been in touch, and the Melbourne weather now down to a comfortable 26 degrees as we go back to show court 3, and Brett Phillips and Adrian Frank.
Happy to hear that, Matt. Thank you. It's been very, very warm in Melbourne today, up to 37, but having lived in this city all my life, and Adrian, you're the same, the great part about any day in Melbourne is it never stays the same.
Incredible, isn't it? It's a big topic of conversation, the weather in Melbourne, always. You'd think we'd get tired of talking about it, but we don't.
Variety is the spice of life. We get it in our weather.
Loftus-Cheek.
Now, today was always going to be the tough day, conditions-wise. I think James Blake would probably love to be playing right now. He had to struggle through, unfortunately, going down to Donald Young, and he was playing in the heat of the day.
Yeah, it's a big story of the day. Biggest name in the qualies out, former world number 4. So I reckon Reester will be keen here. He knows this is obviously the moment to try and break, but that's another good serve from Reed.
Yeah, neither player budging on serve here at the moment. Don't really notice any sort of X factor from either player. No massive serves or huge ground strokes.
30-15.
199.
That is a big serve, though.
Good power down the middle.
He's a big boy, Reed. I've always been impressed by his size. He's really solid. Very strong.
Beautiful shot down the line.
40-15.
So once again,
40-15, was it?
I think a little froggity stroke. Once again in control of his serve here. Nice work at the net. 5-all.
5 games all.
Actually, if you can help us, I'm sure someone might have tweeted hashtag #OzOpen. Our man with the who's the deep singer? Barry Love. Or Barry, what's his name?
Barry White.
Barry White.
Yes.
Bit of footy love.
Yeah, honestly, I can't get over listening to whoever this person is, this chair umpire, who we enjoy listening to, but it's just as though there's emotion in his voice, and I'm not sure you can do that as a chair umpire.
Love 15.
So, love 15. As we've mentioned a few times, both players holding serve, really holding strong. There's been no opportunity for a break of serve to this point. Love 15 here. And some high first serve percentages there. Reed at 63 and Reister at 74. You're not going to get much higher than 74. That's really good serving.
Oh, great shot. Really dipped on the big German.
Love 14.
Beautifully executed. And here we go. 3 break points for Matt Reed.
Just as we spoke about the fact that there haven't been any break points at all, 3 pop up.
Let's see if he can take advantage. Talking about moments in matches. Huge opportunity here.
Just
15-14.
He ran around the forehand on that second serve, but he just hit it straight up the middle of the court. Would have loved to have seen him really crack that down the line. And again,
13-14.
That's just the wrong shot to go for. He had half of the court open, it seemed.
So we take a look at here on the replay, Adrian. Plenty of time to think about it.
Cross court, opening.
You'd love that moment back. Still got one up his sleeve. 1 break point. And a great on forehand. Good fight back here from Reister to get it back to Juice.
And I think he wants that ball back as well.
It came out sweetly.
So he just asked the ball kid there, and I think he's going to use the same ball on this one.
Nearly double the amount of winners for Reed.
Advantage wrestling.
He's leading some of the key categories, but not in terms of break points conversion.
Yeah, really disappointing few points here from Reed. 3 break points he had. He's got a second serve here, so again, Pascal Maria.
Game, Russell.
Good work. Worked his way back beautifully.
Russell leads 6 games to 5.
And has his nose in front here, 6 games to 5. First time we've seen either player troubled on serve, and Reister was able to get out of it. It's a dress rehearsal for everyone, isn't it? Chair umpires and ball boys and ball girls. We're going to duck upstairs. Matt Hill's got the latest of what is happening around the grounds.
Yes, Brett, just monitoring what's happening in Sydney at the APA International semi-final time. Andreas Seppi and Bernard Tomic, and currently things on serve in that first set. Bernard Tomic leading 5-4. So that's what's happening at the APA International. Just recapping what's occurred on show court 3. If you're just joining us, earlier today it was Smicek from the USA defeating our very own Matthew Barton 3-6, 6-4, 6-1, and the Battle of the Americans, Donald Young and James Blake. Young winning that contest 7-5, 6-4. As we head back to show court 3 and Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Matt. Plenty happening around the grounds here at Melbourne Park and the magnificent Rod Laver Arena, which is going to light up first thing Monday morning. 3 big matches during the day and, of course, the night session.
15 off.
We'll find out the matchups over the weekend. Keep an eye on AustralianOpen.com around the world.
30 off.
That one was listed as 148 kilometres an hour, but I think it was a little bit quicker than that.
Certainly felt like it. Once again, great placement. Good hustle from both players. That wind playing all sorts of havoc.
30-15.
Yeah, the wind really picked up over the past 2 or 3 points. I thought this one was just going to be taken out, but it hit the line. That's one of the toughest shots to play as well. As we see the breeze there, as that cool change has arrived, I think it's just picked up. When you're running back for a ball like that, so hard to turn around.
Let. Yes.
Things just keep coming, don't they? Out on show court 3.
Well, Matt Reid had a look of perplexed.
It was a little wrapper, a lolly wrapper, I think.
Long.
40-15.
Be an interesting occupation being a chair umpire. You'd have some stories to tell.
Oh, yeah, you can write a book. Nice work, good touch.
Reed.
Well, as we thought about 20 minutes ago, we're going to a tiebreaker.
And again, he just follows that one in. Love to see him move to the net. Be interesting to see points won at net. He hasn't been there too many times, but it's been effective every time he's got there.
It's almost like players have to get to a stage in their career and make decisions like that. I mean, listening to Nathan Healy's part of our broadcast during the week. That you've got to take risks.
1-0
and develop your game that way, rather than just be anchored to the baseline and play, you know, just straight up and down. And you've got to obviously execute beautifully, but the good players have that all-court game, don't they?
Well, I think the problem with just staying at the baseline.
1-0.
Great serve there from Reid. And if it's not working, and you only ever practice from the baseline, you come up against someone that's hitting the ball as well as you are, you've got nowhere to go. You're just going to stay there because you haven't practiced moving to the net or moving the ball around or slicing your backhand.
Out.
So, I mean, that comes from coaches working with kids and just starting to work on their slice and their volleys.
Restore.
It does need to be instilled at that very young age.
It's all habit, isn't it? We see some tennis players who get to that sort of, you know, latter part of their career, 28, 30, and very hard to change their game.
Yeah, it's always about putting the practice in, but then actually moving that practice to the on-court situation as well. Players do find that challenging.
Wrestle.
Just a few loose strokes here from Reid, early stages of this tie-break. And you can't really afford to do that in a tie-break. They can run away very quickly. And another.
4-1 wrestle.
So unforced errors will be just creeping up for him now.
Done such a good job serving to this stage. Would hate to see the tiebreaker just unravel very quickly. Can't get any closer than that in terms of unforced errors.
Left for service.
Just missing down the line. Good pressure from Riester.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
and
gone up a notch here.
Yeah, it has. That pressure, I mean, it wasn't a great approach shot, but just the fact that he was there at the net, that just forced Reid to try something.
He's got some presence here when he comes in. So a long way back here in the tie break, trailing 5-1.
And there'll be a lot of action on Rod Laver Arena, or RLA, as we perhaps sometimes use the acronym, but we'd always, with respect, call it Rod Laver Arena. Come Monday, love those evening sessions as well, Monday night.
5-2 wrestle.
It's one thing he's been able to rely on, Reid, in this opening set as he served. You know, I'm fascinated to see which matches will go in the night session first up.
Yeah, you'd love to be in the office when Craig Tiley, Wayne McEwen, the tournament referee and tournament director, they make those decisions. You'd love to be there, wouldn't you?
Offer a bit of input?
Yeah, a little, I reckon. I reckon. They're big calls, though. There's a lot riding on the schedule.
So now, some set points coming up here for Julian Riester of Germany. And closes it out beautifully with an ace down the tee at 193 clicks. 7-6, the way of Julian Riester in the opening set, final match of qualifying here at Melbourne Park.
Well, the boys mentioned before the match got underway that these guys are pretty similar in rankings, and it's pretty hard to separate them on the court as well. Going to a tie-break with the German Julian Riester just getting the better of his Australian opponent to 7-6, but not without highlights from both players. As we have a look at the first set, that was just a lovely sliced backhand there from the German. And as Brett mentioned in commentary, the serve is really going to help Matt Reid through this match. We saw a bit of strength there, and now a rally and lovely double-handed backhand. Clean winner, and that one a volley, showing some deft touch there at the net. So a long first set that went to a tie-break around 45 minutes, pretty even across the board. Riester just with a few more points, one unforced errors, quite even. And also Matt Reid, 17 winners to 9, so that's encouraging as we head into a second set. Out on court 6, the good news is Anastasia Rodionova has taken the second set 6-4, so that's fantastic news against the Russian Savanayka. So that's going into a third, that's going the full distance on court 6. And I can tell you in Sydney at the Apia International, Bernard Tomic leads 6-5. That's heading towards a tie break by the looks of it there in Sydney. And just a little tidbit towards next week's Australian Open. The Bureau have been in touch once again, our good friends there. And on Monday, it's looking to be 24 degrees, 28 degrees on Tuesday and Wednesday. But it's going to creep up on Thursday, almost 40 degrees for day 4 of the Australian Open. Don't forget, you can get all of the information on the website, www.australianopen.com. Everything's there, live updates, all of the scores, the schedules, information on the players, news and photos, plenty of video content, and also Australian Open radio over the 2 weeks of the Australian Open. They've got the fan centre and that all-important information for tickets, australianopen.com. So let's head back to the commentary team of Brett Phillips and Adrian Franklin. Matt Reid serving.
Thank you, Matt. Comprehensive. All the information you need. Matt Reid needs to strike back, having lost the first set tiebreaker here, as we saw with those match stats. 3 points separating the pair, and really just unravelled there late in the tiebreak.
And it did feel like that was the case as well, I think. Game to game, it was very close contest.
30 love.
The only stat that I could see there was just the high first serve percentage from Restay. He was up around 73%. And Matt Reid was down at about 62, 63%. So that was the only real discrepancy I could see in the stats.
That is superb.
Feel a little bit for Matt Reid as we see the replay here. It was well done, wasn't it? It was a great shot by Restay.
Flick of the wrist.
Yeah. And he made the final of the wildcard playoff here in December. He played extremely well throughout that week. And he just went down to Ben Mitchell.
Good shot back there at Reid. Tough one to volley.
That's all.
And at times, or history sort of says, if you make the final of the wildcard playoff, both of those players can usually go through to the main draw of the Australian Open. Obviously, the winner goes through on merit, but the runner-up usually gets a wildcard. Not this case. So Matt Reid needed to come here and play in the qualifying.
Which I think was fair enough.
Yeah.
He was older than Benny Mitchell, been around a little longer, so maybe there was the expectation he could really win that wild card, ranking outside 300. I mean, Tennis Australia certainly make you earn the wild cards, and so they should.
As they should, of course. I guess it just comes back to how that player responds. There would have been some disappointment from Reid after losing that, and then thinking maybe I'll sneak through and get a wild card, and then having to come to qualifying.
Yeah, Marissa.
So there's a break of serve that we didn't see in the opening set, and Matt Reid's got some work to do here, because Arista has just gone up a notch, you feel. The power of his ground strokes. German not keen to get this to a third set, so be eager here to get on top in this second set. Good to hear, as Matt told us, that Anastasia Rodionova's taken that second set out on court 6, so
yep.
Let's see if we can get a pair of Rodianovas through for the final round of qualifying. Keep a close eye on that match and all the other matches going on.
Perhaps we could have a word with Anastasia if she were to win that, or we could get them both in. But imagine that. I'm doing it. I'm putting my hand up for that interview.
Well,
15 off.
If that's okay.
I wouldn't even dare try and take that off you.
Yeah, Arena and I, we go way back.
Do you ever worry when... I'll come back to that.
Okay.
Do you ever worry when Arena pauses? Because she does think about her answer.
Oh, do I worry?
So a few errors coming on the racket now, Reid.
Yeah, we'll have Nathan Healy back in commentary shortly, who will be able to give some great insights into Matt Reid, as he's done some work with him of recent times. Maybe Reid will look up in the commentary box and see him sitting here, and that'll get him back into the match.
Going long, look at that wind just holding up that ball.
Yeah, he's just looking a little bit agitated there at the moment. This again, the lob wasn't the right shot. Some spectators there, just enjoying the sun.
Game Russell.
So 2 games to love now in the second set.
Russell leads 2 games.
After a very tight first set, where there were no breaks of serve, went to a tie break. Risto was able to take that comfortably, and it looks like he's really got his tail up here. Critical moment for Matt Reid right now. To regroup and hold serve and just stay in the contest.
Yeah, it's always a concern when that first set is incredibly tight and it goes to a tie break. And then if you lose that first set, it can really break your heart moving into the second set.
15 on.
Well constructed point. Serve at 192. He served well, hasn't he, the German? Risto at 76%. Too low
15
in that department.
Yeah, I'll be keen to get Nathan's thoughts when he jumps in here in a second, but still Reid, to me, when he's hitting from the back of the court, he doesn't look comfortable with his ground strokes. And even then, his backhand, he sort of fell off it a little bit. And he was clearly just agitated. I mean, we're already into the second set here, and you'd hope a player would be feeling good from the back of the court.
Out.
And that's not going to help an overall from the umpire. Big serve, though.
Ball boy felt a bit of it.
Big game here, obviously. If he were to lose this and go down a double break, that's almost game over. So 30 all. That's a great serve. I was thinking he really needed the first serve there, but clearly he didn't.
Swing out wide.
Game, Reed.
So Reed gets on the board in the
New ball
second
three.
set. Reed though leading it 2 games to 1.
Let's keep you updated with what's happening around Melbourne Park. And on court number 8, I mentioned earlier James Ward from Great Britain. He is the number 2 behind Andy Murray. In fact, made the semi-final of Queens in 2011 after he gained wildcard entry there, and was also a quarter-finalist at Eastbourne in 2010. He's up against the German Misha Verev, and Ward lost the first set. It was a bit of a battle. He lost that in a tie break, so he went down 7-6, but has broken and consolidated that break. He now leads 3-1, James Ward, in the second set. So quite a good battle going on court number 8. So can Matt Reed fight back here on show court 3? Let's find out with Brett Phillips.
Thanks, Matt. And Nathan Healy has jumped back in here. He's done a lot of work with Matt Reed, and you've been out watching Anastasia. Good to see that we're going to a third set there. So she's been able to get through a tough period of the match, and Matt Reed's got to do the same here.
15 off.
Yeah, Anastasia was did well to actually get through that second set. She was certainly struggling throughout it. Tension rising, grunting getting louder out there.
Love a bit of grunting.
13 off.
Yeah, but Maddie, this is I could hear the commentary from out on court 6. It sounded like a good first set. Both boys taking control of their first serve. Certainly tough conditions all around Melbourne Park at the moment. Matt just has to take his time, play one at a time. I just sensed, I stepped in the commentary booth just after that first set, and I just got the sense he was pressing a little bit heavy on his feet, maybe feeling the pressure just a touch. And that's the type of ball that we were talking about yesterday, getting it high on a single-hander's backhand, very difficult. It's not so much a natural shot for Reedy. He's a forced error count. Obviously, Reister's playing some aggressive tennis out there, 25-15.
It's okay, it's okay. He's quiet now.
Here he is. Yep, that'd be it there, I'd say. You don't get a draw yet for tomorrow, do you, Alex? Is that out?
No, I think I'll get that last rondo.
Yeah, just see if we...
40-30.
Apparently, are we starting later tomorrow?
Yes. It's a great return from Reedy, getting in the point, body weight moving forward. I love that ball up the middle of the court. Especially on a day like today.
No! That is Reister.
Happy with that one.
Game Reister.
So he holds the German.
Reister leads 3-2.
The break still 3-1. Second set.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of the German, Julian Reister. Looks like he has quite a lethal forehand. Playing those balls quick into Matt's forehand, which That's a ball he struggles with. Has a tendency of catching a little bit late at times.
Love 15.
Danger time here. Just to regroup. It's time to just take his time, slow down.
It's
a very good choice of serve. The kick serve boosting your percentages. And that's another play we talked about yesterday, using his, he has a great shape on his kicker, can jump up high, very difficult for a single-hander, and then looking to close in. Serving volley.
Yeah, Reister just peppering away at that forehand.
15-13.
Yeah, when players are looking to use their forehand a lot, they have that tendency of leaning or camping on the ad side of the court, which leaves them vulnerable for that down the line shot. Backhand down the line, a great play if you can execute that in both the men's and the women's, but especially the men's. Everyone's looking to use that.
Great serve, 195 in the middle. There's a few of those.
Well done, BP. Helped him out there.
A bit quicker that one, 214.
Yeah, good extension up to that. Good ball toss. Been working on the height of his ball toss.
There's another one,
really.
3 in a row. That one just slightly less than 207. The 3 great aces. And he stays in the contest. It is still Reister the German 3-2 in the second set. Back with more tennis shortly here from Melbourne Park.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
I think that song will be in our heads throughout these 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. I've been guilty of humming away, let me tell you. A tiebreaker between Bernard Tomic and Andreas Seppi up in Sydney. We'll keep an eye on that. He has served well, there's no doubt about that. Matt Reid.
He's just got to stay with it here. That wind picking up again. Get his teeth into this game. First couple of points.
Love 15.
Well done, confident play from Matty moving forward. Good use of the slice, making his opponent hit up. There's Reedy forcing 28 errors. Just a little sluggish there. His feet seem a little bit heavier compared to the other day. What do you think, BP?
Absolutely, at various times.
That's a 15.
It's a good serve. 178. This is where Reid needs to make an inroad in this game.
Yeah, that's too good from Reister, setting up that point with a nice
40-15.
deep forehand into Reedy's backhand there. Very composed when he got up to that short ball.
And now Tomic taking the tiebreaker up in Sydney. 7-6 over Andreas Seppi. Semi-final.
Game Russell.
Another big first serve.
Russell is 4-2.
Yeah, he's certainly growing in confidence, Bernard. Take a win in Sydney will certainly make him feel good for when he steps on the court down here in Melbourne.
Kevin Anderson, the big South African, into the final there over Julien Beneteau of France.
Yeah, wouldn't it be a great way for Bernard to start the year with a title under his belt?
No 15.
Just rushing that forehand a little bit. Reading
Thank
and
you,
again,
please. Thank
just
you.
a little heavy on his feet. It's like him to utilise those little adjustment steps around the ball.
Good point.
Well, he didn't do anything wrong there. Great play. Incredible strength from the German. Very strong on that outside leg. And just ripping that pass cross court.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah, a little bit of a gift there for Matty. Get the feeling he needs a little bit of that right now. It's a great ball from Matty. I like that. Giving it a little bit more air. That's the shot I'm talking about. Just getting it out of the hit zone of the German. He's a tall guy. He's gonna, as I said, it's not his most comfortable shot, Matt Reeves, but if he can have a go at it, he'll be in good stead.
Left, second choice. The
equation's simple here for Reed, just needing to hold to stay in the contest here. Love a nice free point here on this serve.
Yes.
It's just up here outside the commentary booth, mate.
Advantage Reed.
Good
Second
serve.
serve, yep.
Just jamming the German there a little bit. I like that play. It's very safe to go to the middle of the box. Breezy conditions. Good choice. That's what tennis is about, making good choices. The execution will come if you let it happen.
couldn't quite close.
Yes.
The lead-up was good, just not the finish.
Yeah, it's the right play, without a doubt. Getting the German stretching, chipping the ball back. Would have liked to see maybe him hit a volley here rather than the dry volley. It got too low, definitely. Or had to get in a little bit quicker and commit to that play.
Advantage 3.
Yeah, he uses his favourite serve to get out of trouble there.
Nice work. Serve and volley. Holds, stays alive. 4-3. Richter of Germany leading here after taking the first set tiebreaker. 7 games to 6. Let's go to Matt Hill, who's got an update of what is happening around Melbourne Park.
Thanks, Brett. Having a look at what James Ward's up to, the number 2 Brit behind Andy Murray. He has taken the next game 5-4. He leads in that second set and will be serving to take the second set. He is currently playing Misha Zverev from Germany. And it's important for the Brits, but also the winner of that match will play the winner of this one that you're currently watching between Matt Reid and also Julian Riester. That tie-break in Sydney went forever. It went into double figures, that tie-break, but Bernard Tomic has taken that 7-6. So he's taken the first set ahead of Andreas Seppi. And the draw is out for tomorrow. Dudi Sela, the number 3 seed in qualifying, will be first up on show court 3 up against Michael Berra from Germany. Arina Rodionova will be on our broadcast court as well. And then the winner of this match we're watching and that game which contains James Ward's play starts tomorrow at 12:30. Let's head back to our commentators, Brett Phillips and Nathan Healy.
Thanks, Matt. Make sure you are tuning in tomorrow when it counts. Qualifying the final day. Spot in the Australian Open up for grabs. Do not miss it. All the details of our start times at AustralianOpen.com. Working out your clock wherever you are around the world. Later start tomorrow with the kids here in full force. Dora, Nickelodeon. It's going to be action-packed. Right up the middle.
Just sneaking over the net.
15-all.
Time ticking away for Reedy. Needs to make something happen right here. Assertive tennis, well done.
15-13.
Gave that return a little bit of height, safety, and then executed well with the approach shot into Reister's backhand.
So here's the opportunity. Yeah, things can turn around quickly. Couple of break points.
Yeah, maybe Julian Reister seeing the finish line, tightening up a little bit. This is where you focus 1 point at a time.
And answers with a big first serve. Saves one of those.
I can update the Rodionova match if you want.
Yes. Fantastic couple of replies to the pressure. Hitting his target. Good motion, really like his motion. He's standing tall at 6'2"
Yeah, around the 190, 192 centimetre mark.
6'3", is it?
Somewhere in that mark, yeah. Well, a few inches short.
Advantage, wrestler.
So steering at a couple of break points, and now a game point to go to 5-3.
Speaking of tall men, I was hanging out with Ivo Karlovic a little bit last night, standing at a whopping 6'11".
Just talking to his belly button, were you?
Yeah, basically. His helmet.
Long from Reed.
Russell is 5.
So, in the space of a couple of minutes, Julian Rister gets it back where he wanted it, 5-3. And closing in on victory unless Matt Reed.
I think Matty, I think he knows what to do. He's just struggling with the execution at this stage. As I mentioned before, not easy with these blustery conditions.
The
beauty of tennis, it's not over until Pascal Maria says game, set, match.
Great shot up the line. Looks like an eagle on his perch in the chair umpire's area there. He's watching for any movement and he's onto them.
Beautiful backhand from Rice to there, staying down low. Very still as he executed the shot.
30-15.
2-14. I think that equals his quickest serve in this match. 2-14.
Even with this swirling wind, the boys are serving pretty well.
Yeah, it's been a feature of the match.
Yeah, I like the idea.
It always happens.
Yeah, no, I know. I know. You make that comment.
I've been doing this long enough to know you make a prediction, it goes the other way.
I mean, a fantastic point from Reedy. Yep. Catching one forehand a little late, but the others, I mean, he's doing the right things. He's just not finishing the points. And, yeah, that's certainly an area that we can work on, cleaning up that net play.
So it brings up a match point here for the German to make it through to the final round of qualifying. He's been ranked in the top 100, highest ranking of 92.
Yes.
Matt Reed says, I'm not done just.
Advantage, Reed.
211. So he's cranked quite a few over 200. And stays alive, so he was staring at a match point. And he's been able to hold his serve, so he makes the German come out and serve for the match, leading 5-4 in the second set. Here on Show Court 3, our final match for broadcast today. Let's check in with Matt Hill to see what is happening around the grounds of Melbourne Park.
It's time to update you on what's going on court number 6. Anastasia Rodionova doing battle there with the Russian Valeria Savonaika, and they've been out there for a while in the hot conditions as well. I can tell you in that third set, the last update I received was Savonaika was leading 3-2 and looking to break the Rodionova serve. But things have progressed a little bit more there now. We're just waiting for an updated score from court number 6. Here we go, and Savonaika did manage to break that serve. So that third set going for quite a while. They're in the 42nd minute and the Russian leads 4-2. So still some work to do for Anastasia Rodionova. Also out on court number 8, Ward and Verev are early on in their third set. The winner of that match to play the winner of this. As we head back to the boys, Julian Rice to serving.
Thanks, Matt. He's serving for the match here. And a spot in the final round of qualifying. But Matt Reid will want to extend this. Let's see what happens.
Reid getting away with that. Still looking to get forward. Great return. Never easy serving out a match. You just never know. You break them. You just don't know how close you're winning to how close you are to winning the match.
Control with the volley from Rice. They were really swirling around during that point.
Yeah, it is amazing, these show courts, how that wind moves. I was out there for that Rodionova match, and just the wind has a tendency of going in one direction. In here, it's like a whirlpool.
Serve from 30-15. Reister. So he's 2 points away here.
Still positive signs from Matty. Still like his composure.
Great work up the line.
Yeah, quality play from Reedy there. Still like him to just get a little bit more shape on this forehand. If he can get it up high to his backhand, it's going to be way more difficult for the German.
And now
40-30.
With a match point on his serve. Julian Reister of Germany. Looking to get through to the final round of qualifying, but Matt Reid is fighting every point here.
Good hustle from Matty out of that corner. The German dictating the majority of that point. This is that. Yeah, he got away with it. See, that's a ball he could have given a little bit more air to, pushing Reister back. Anyway, he sneaks it out back to Juice.
Yeah, nice serve out wide.
Advantage Western.
So another match point coming up here.
And the German wants the same ball. Plenty of superstitious tennis players out there.
Were you ever like that?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Might have been good. Bit more of a routine.
Ball he asked for back, serves him well, and Julian Reister goes through to the final round of qualifying here at Melbourne Park.
Still positive signs from Matt Reid. Even though he lost, I'm happy to see he was trying to do the right things. And Julian Reister, quality player, been inside top 100.
Yeah, 92, highest
92.
ranking.
Yeah, so that experience sort of is the telling tale there, I think. But Matty will grow from that. We'll have a nice discussion this evening.
So we're standing by to have a chat to the German. 7-6, 6-4. Arina Rodionova, Donald Young and Tim Smisek from the United States winning their matches today. Let's get down to Adrian Franklin, who's got our winner.
Julian Reister, congratulations. It was a tough match and none of the statistics that we saw were highlighting any big difference. Did you feel as though there was a difference out on court?
It was really tough to play today because of the condition. It was very rainy, very hot, and it was terrible to play today.
It wasn't a terrible result though.
No, I wasn't. So I'm glad to be through and happy the way I played today, but it was very difficult to play.
Your serve, that was one thing that we were highlighting. You were up near the 75 percentage points of first serves in. That's incredibly high.
Yeah, that's right. I served okay for this condition. Yeah, I'm pretty glad for I played today, and yeah, I don't know who I'm playing in the third round. I think it's Zverev or Ward, but we will see.
If you do manage to make it through to the Australian Open, what does that mean to you?
It's always a great experience to be a main draw of a slam, and I hope so I can do it.
All right, we'll let you get out of these tough conditions. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much. See ya.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Adrian. A very happy Julian Reister of Germany, and he can kick back tonight, and he's got to come back and do it all again tomorrow to try and make it through to the main draw of the Australian Open. Well, we're going to head upstairs to Matt Hill. He'll give us the latest of what is happening around Melbourne Park and set up for what is going to be a great day tomorrow.
Yes, Brett, time to wrap things up here from Melbourne Park on day 3 of qualifying. Before we do that, let's have a look at the highlights from this 3-setter that we've just seen on show court 3. And, well, Matt Reid, he's done his level best in 2 sets, I should say. But Julian Reister just a little bit too strong. But as Nathan mentioned, plenty of positives to come out of the game from Matt Reid as we see him at the net. This was quite late in proceedings. Lovely passing ground stroke there from Julian Reister. The 26-year-old did get to 92 in the world about 18 months ago, and he's looking in good form. He doesn't know who his opponent is as yet. There's still a game in progress on court 8, but he is looking in good form. And there are the stats. The match lasting for 1 hour and 27 minutes. And Reid with the unforced error count up pretty high, which is disappointing for him. And in the end, more winners, but Reister with total points won 10 more than Reid. Now on court 6, we need to update you with that match with Anastasia Rodionova. She looks to be in a little bit of trouble with Sabalenka from Russia leading 5-2. We're having a look at live pictures. And just a delay in play there momentarily. But currently it is Rodionova serving. And you can see there Sabalenka leading 5-2. And judging by the technology I have, it's now 30, love 30 in fact. So in a lot of trouble, Rodionova, as we stick just for a moment at court 6, and a little bit of luck there, and she needed it too for Anastasia Rodionova. 19th seed coming into qualifying, and that just helps her at 15:30. Sabanica taking the first set in a tie-break 7-6. Rodionova winning the second set 6-4. And now it's 15:30 and a second serve for the Australian. And that lays over the line there from Sabanica. So we're back to 30 all. This match on court 6, where all of the Australians have competed today. Unfortunately, Adam Feeney bowed out, and also Monique Adamczak and Tammy Patterson didn't make it through. Good hustle from the Russian, but too strong at the net that time, Anastasia Rodionova. So it's back to 40-30. Rodionova at the far side of the court. And as we brought you live on Show Court 3 Arena, Rodionova successful about an hour ago. So as we watch this rally, in fact we're back now, but as I mentioned, Arena Rodionova taking that match out earlier on Show Court 3, 6-3 rather, 1-6-6-3. So she was in good form. She will progress, and hopefully Anastasia can dig herself out of a little bit of trouble there on court number 6. What's happening tomorrow? We've got 3 matches live on Australian Open TV tomorrow. Starting off at 12:30, it is going to be Dudi Salla, the number 3 seed, up against Michael Berra of Germany, the 17th seed. We see Arena Rodionova from Australia up against Maria Kola from Portugal. And Julian Reister will be back on Show Court 3, but we just need to get a winner between Zverev from Germany and Ward from Great Britain. So there's a very good possibility that the 2 Germans will play each other there. Things are just starting to warm up here at Melbourne Park. We got to 37 degrees today, but we're back down to about 26 late in the afternoon. Earlier in the heat of the morning, Tim Smicek from the USA beat the Australian Matthew Barton 3-6, 6-4, 6-1. And in the Battle of the Americans, Donald Young and James Blake, it was 7-5, 6-4. So it's getting exciting. That Melbourne Park will be filled to the brink on Monday when the Australian Open gets underway. Don't forget to get your tickets, ticketek.com. And we've still got plenty of qualifying to come your way tomorrow. We're on air from 12:30. Look forward to joining you then.